Chapter 451, The Battle of Geniuses, Luminescent Rainbow Dew, a consumable treasure found in the deeper locations of the celestial realm. Can be used to propel the rank of a being all the way to the world rank, with the condition that their bodies can withstand the energy released by this treasure. Its rarity does not need to be stressed. Noah's eyes squinted at the description, only apparent to his eyes as a hungry light erupted from him. The others only looked at this scintillating rainbow-colored dew with fascination as the wizened Grandmaster Onilus continued speaking. Some of the geniuses that you may or may not know will be fighting in randomly selected battles in order to get their hands on this. A treasure that is capable of bringing a being fully into the world realm. What? This, holy rumble, a buzz of essence and sounds rumbled out as a luminous treasure was given the identity of as if it was nothing. The Celestials only had shining eyes as they glanced at the treasure, while those from the light expanse looked at it with envious and longing eyes. Those from the dark expanse had ashen faces as they saw a treasure that would most likely produce a world realm expert to stand against them in the future, and they most likely had no way to prevent it, as just the overseeing Grandmaster seemed to be in the world realm himself. World realm experts were extremely rare. Only those at the peak of powers being the ones to enjoy this mystical realm. Yet in this tournament they would watch, a Celestial would be given a treasure that would simply create a world realm expert. While their thoughts were troubled for the future, it made their desire for the celestial realm where this treasure was found to grow ever so higher. Malthus the spatial magician was using his unique magic item to portray all that was happening here back to his forces in the Scholars Guild. So it was not just the beings here that were witnesses to what was about to occur, but the leaders of the powerful forces of the dark expanse as well. This luminescent rainbow dew was the top treasure that the number one genius will be receiving, with the others getting varying levels of treasures that are in no way near this one in efficacy. As for the geniuses themselves, step into the field. The voice of Grandmaster Onilus reverberated out as figures of multiple beings stepped forward, the figures of Athena and Noah being among them as they grandly entered into the eyes of many. From the circular ring of tens of thousands of beings surrounding the clear field, 32 beings stepped out. Shockingly, each of these beings were releasing waves of energy at the domain expansion realm, with very few being in the lower soul forging realm. These geniuses you see before you are the future defenders of the light expanse, but they have to prove their capabilities and show who shines the most among them. Grandmaster Onilus waved his hands as 32 streaks of light shot out from him towards the geniuses that stepped forward. Noah grabbed the object shooting towards him as he found it to be a crystalline ball that pulsed with a hint of essence. The way to prove their capabilities is through combat, as we only care about which one has the most potential for us to foster. The white crystals you have all received will act as your number. The moment it lights up, you will step forward and battle another genius who also had the white crystal light up. The winner will advance forward, while the loser will step out. Clear guidelines for the matches to follow were laid out as many listened with shining eyes. There were 32 beings competing, so there would be 5 rounds to determine the ultimate winner. In the first round, only 16 winners will continue on. The second round will have only 8 continue forward, with the third round having 4 continue, the fourth round having 2 continue, and these last 2 would fight in the final 5th round for the title of the strongest genius. Understood? Now step back once more so we can soon begin. Grandmaster Onilus waved his hands impatiently in the air as the 32 geniuses pulled back slightly, many of them being powerful enough to hold the title of a Grandmaster, but they listened dutifully to the powerful world rank Onilus. Noah was looking at the white crystal on his hands. His senses spread out in the surroundings to observe the beings he would be facing as he noted the names he had come across already, the 2 special existences known as the Three-Eyed Fate Child and Grandmaster Light. The 2 with noble fates known as Grandmaster Xander and Grandmaster Lila. There were a few others with genius celestials, some with unique bodily compositions, and others who simply had monstrous comprehension abilities that allowed them to quickly master the techniques of fate and advance forward. He was thinking of how he would act to take down those that stand against him when he heard the telepathic message of a particular Grandmaster in his mind. You too are faced with powerful opponents that have been cultivating even longer than you. Still, try your best to pass through the rounds and get a good position. Even if the luminescent rainbow dew is out of reach, a high ranking will allow for even more resources to go to you. The strong voice filled with the care of Grandmaster Vredril rang in Noah and Athena's ears as the 2 of them looked at each other, their gazes filled with confidence in their own abilities, even if others did not fully believe in them. In one of the prime warsh.i.p.s, Grandmaster Vredril was watching with a group of Grandmasters that had teaching roles of bringing up talented Celestials. The commanding officer Rizel, who had a post overseeing a portion of the sanctum that Noah and Athena had met when they first came to the celestial realm, was to his right. His head shaking as he glanced at the two that he had seen first not too long ago. When you brought them into the celestial realm, weren't they still at the void realm? You're really having them face other disciples at the domain expansion realm after pushing their levels up so speedily, Commanding Officer Rizel asked his friend as he was in deep thought, a shining light passing through Grandmaster Vridril as he replied, even though I cannot see the fates of those holding the title of Noble Fate, I have a feeling that these two will bring a great surprise to us in the future. I will stake my entire reputation on it. The words of the Grandmaster were filled with belief as they prepared to watch the matches that would soon begin. Chapter 452, First Match. Athena, the world-ranked Grandmaster Onilus, looked at the masses of beings, celestials and non-celestials alike, as he waved his hands while domineeringly floating in the skies. Then we shall get started. The first match will be Rumble. Two lights released from him as they circled above his hands randomly, thereafter shooting out as they went to light up the white crystals of two beings, Athena and Lila. Murmurs spread among the celestials as above in the prime worship where Grandmaster Vridril stood. An ashen look had appeared on his face when he heard the first match to be between his disciples and one of the more powerful beings with noble fates. In the first match, Athena was actually placed against one of the four beings they were told to watch out for the most, the same Grandmaster Lila that had patted Athena on the head like a younger sister. Sigh, Vridril, it looks like our disciples are the first ones up. Commanding Officer Rizel let out a pitiful breath as another voice perked up thereafter. A wide-looking Grandmaster that could be considered to be a fatty entering the prime worship that Vridril and Rizel were. This was Grandmaster Rock, the one who had brought in Lila as a student, the powerful genius at the domain expansion realm being his disciple. Vridril turned to look at Grandmaster Rock with a calm expression as he observed the vibrant power of this being at the peak of the domain expansion realm. The fate lines this celestial Grandmaster held being even more numerous than Vridril himself. I didn't think you'd be joining us, Rock. How can I miss my two disciples showing off their strength after all this time? Both Lila and Xander have been training hard in the dangerous areas these past years. They deserve the treasures coming out of this little tournament. The fatty Grandmaster Rock sat next to Grandmaster Vridril and Commanding Officer Rizel jovially, revealing that he would similarly be watching the results of two beings holding noble fates that he guided, similarly to Vridril. But your disciple is truly unlucky to be matched with Lila as the first match. Her potential would have at least placed her in the top 8 if this hadn't happened. Rock spoke out again with a smile as the Grandmaster watched the figures of Athena and Lila step forward in the center of the field of battle. Grandmaster Vridril was quiet before he replied calmly, his gaze being as clear as water. It matters not, as it is simply what fate had ordained. Let us see exactly what the results would be. A calm reply unlike what Grandmaster Rock expected came out, the Grandmasters turning their senses down as the two curvaceous women in the center of the field were about to start. When the match was first called, the white crystal in Athena's hands had lit up, making Noah turn towards her as her opponent was someone that did not hold the two of them in any regard in their past interaction. An impassive look appeared on Athena's face as she stepped out silently, Grandmaster Lila following thereafter with a smile as the two of them wordlessly went towards the center of the miles-long field. Junior sister, I'm sorry to cut your ranking off so quickly. I really didn't expect for both me and you to be picked first. Grandmaster Lila had an apologetic expression as she looked with smiling eyes towards Athena, who had already begun summoning Empyrean guards and casting Empyrean armament to prepare herself. In a stellar fashion, a golden armored and winged Athena holding two huge hammers appeared in the clear field, her languid eyes locking on the smiling figure of Grandmaster Lila as she replied impassively. The victor is yet to be decided, senior sister. Let us see what fate has in store. Noah stared at the two women facing off as he smiled, the outcome of this battle having been long decided the moment that the two of them were picked to stand against one another. On one side was the war princess at the domain expansion realm, and her enemy was someone who had been in this same realm over many years, and even had more than double the fate lines that she held. So many beings were seeing a clear dominant winner, but would that be so? His eyes shone as the watching crowd made vibrant noises at the stellar figures of these two women facing off, the clear and resounding voice of the floating Grandmaster Onilus reaching them thereafter as a spark was lit. Start, boom, with a glorious cry, Athena shot off the ground like a cannon as she rushed towards Grandmaster Lila, who was still smiling sweetly, her body glimmering with fate lines as numerous Empyrean guards were cast and absorbed by her instantaneously. A resplendent set of armor and wings similar to Athena was adorned on her, having a few distinct differences because of their levels of comprehension in the law of fate. The smiling eyes of Grandmaster Lila found Athena's eyes filled with battle as she grasped the slightly larger hammer in her hands and struck out towards the oncoming attack. Boom! A golden shockwave spread out as the spectating combatants that would be called upon later watched closely. The three glimmering eyes of the special existence known as Three-Eyed Fate Child rapidly moved as he began following the figures of the two fighting women in the field of battle. The other special existence known as Grandmaster Light was simply watching on impassively as her body that was majorly made of particles of light brightened. The one with noble fate, Xander, also watched his senior sister under the same master as all of them waited for a singular result from the battle, the winner already decided in their eyes a long time ago. In the distance, the forces of the dark expanse with Malthus the spatial magician at the forefront were using a hidden device to portray all the occurring events in real time towards the Scholars Guild where many powerful beings were watching. From many directions and on all sides, many beings had begun watching as the first fight in this battle of geniuses began. Chapter 453 Outmatched, Waya. Cries of wonder and fervor rang out from the tens of thousands of spectators as a battle with rarely seen abilities unfolded in their eyes. Many from the prime worlds did not get a chance to see the skills of Celestials in action, the masses being given access to watch the coming battles using this opportunity to the fullest as they pledged to see the power they wanted to achieve themselves. On a nondescript side of the circular field where Athena and Grandmaster Lila were battling, an emperor penguin exuding deep arrogance was being carried by Elena as their forces of vampires were stationed around an enormous tree not too far from Malthus. The being sending a live feed of the occurring events to the dark expanse was messaging with Elena telepathically over the past few minutes as numerous things were discussed. The one that is working with us, Crixus, how do we see his chances in these battles? The old fogies have been wanting to use him more ever since they found out he had somehow reached the domain expansion realm this fast, even though his mission to release the prisoner from the 7th celestial star has not been accomplished. Bah, take things slow and as they come. As for his chances in this battle? Just watch like all of us. An irritated reply came from the royal vampire as she held the fluffy emperor penguin tightly. The kraken at the side watching with jealous eyes as they kept their gazes towards the continuing battle. Ever since the battle began, those with keen and observant eyes had begun noticing a shocking fact with the constantly moving figures of Athena and Lila. When the battle began, Grandmaster Lila, who had been in the domain expansion realm much longer than Athena, was fending off her attacks with ease, even maintaining the light smile behind her armor as her fate lines that were double. Her opponents gave her even more support, yet as time passed, it felt like her support and ease was gradually leaving, things getting so serious that her smile was completely wiped off a minute later when a hammer swept to her left and forcefully lifted her off the ground. In the prime warship, the veteran grandmasters were watching the battle with shining eyes as they stroked their beards, Vredrel's impassive face gaining a smile as Commanding Officer Rizel spoke. This is battle sense? The battle was in favor of Lila in the first minute, but she soon fell into a particular rhythm that Athena began, almost as if it was out here. Grandmaster's Vredrel's face smiled as his beard shimmered, finishing the words of Commanding Officer Rizel, dance, yes. What many people were witnessing was the expert control of battle that only the War Princess had because of a unique ability that only she held, an ability that allowed her to foresee and perceive the strikes of her opponents as she relentlessly used this knowledge to hammer their defenses and evade their attacks in such a way that it looked like she was conducting a dance. The face of the fatty Grandmaster Rock was dark as he watched his student actually begin to be cornered, the valiant eyes of Athena seemingly shining with light as she relentlessly pursued someone that many knew to be stronger than her. Grandmaster Rock's flaps of fat could not even turn to the Grandmaster Vredrel that he was gloating towards a few minutes ago as he remained quiet. As I said, we must always wait to see exactly what fate has in store for us, Grandmaster Vredrel coolly said as his gaze remained on the ongoing battle where blades of liberation and sharp spears of judgment had begun weaving around majestically. Boom! Boom! Enormous blades of liberation thundered down while golden spears filled the skies, the two combatants weaving in and out of them with ease. Athena was evading the ferocious attack within a few inches as she used the least required movements to get closer and closer to her opponent, her hammers being able to reach her as she entered into close combat, something that was her forte. Grandmaster Lil saw her bending her body backwards as she evaded a golden hammer smashing straight to her face, her body letting out rapid breaths as her eyes angrily glanced towards the junior sister that was actually putting her in a tight spot. But something horrendous occurred in the next instant as the hammer that was swiping from left to right that Lila evaded by bending down had somehow stopped its horizontal trajectory instantaneously right at her position. The taut muscles in Athena's arms bulging as the golden hammer changed directions to smash down vertically, right on her wide open and full chest. Boom! What, Grandmaster Lila? Shocked celestials that knew Lila called out concerningly as she took the blow straight on, the watching masses glancing at one another as they raucously cheered by the resplendent move. Oh! Noah was watching by the side with shining eyes as what he expected occurred, the terrifying battle skill of the war. Princess exceeding the 100,000 fate lines difference as Athena's hammer smashed into the open defenses of her opponent to deal a deadly strike. She didn't get complacent though, as the moment her strike landed, she jumped back from the position of the shockwave as a wrathful Grandmaster Lila erupted out with glowing fate essence preparing to unleash a last-ditch attack, but all that met her was air as Athena had already moved far away. Her golden hammer was pointed towards Lila silently as her valiant eyes shimmered, Lila feeling an oppressive feeling as her sense of danger rang wildly, her gaze only being able to rise to the skies briefly before she saw a golden blade of liberation smashing right at her position. Silence. After the first hammer strike that had smashed onto the chest of Grandmaster Lila, Athena had moved back as she summoned a blade of liberation right at her position to finish off the battle. Valiantly, ruthlessly, this was the war princess, this was Athena. Waya, cheers rang out as the dust cleared, one being able to see a bloodied Grandmaster Lila with broken pieces of golden armor, a large scar on her shoulder as her wrathful gaze shakingly looked up at Athena. The eyes that met her were calm, as if they weren't the cause of the horrendous injuries, making this senior sister Lila feel even more anger as she stared at the junior sister that she was domineeringly patting the head of just an hour ago. Winner, Athena. The impassive voice of Grandmaster Onylus floating in the skies rang out, Athena's armament fading away into particles of light as she calmly made her way back towards where the other combatants were. Coming to stand right beside the junior brother Crixus as she leaned on his shoulder for balance, very few could notice her hard breathing as Noah smiled, the first battle of the Battle of Geniuses concluding gorgeously as soon after. Grandmaster Onylus called the next fighters. Chapter 454. Those watching, Reiner and Zula, you're next. The world-ranked Grandmaster Onylus randomly picked the next two combatants as two celestials brimming with power stepped out. Both were at the domain expansion realm, with their fate lines fairly close to one another, but each of them was a genius in their own way, with one being proficient in the law of water on top of the law of fate, and the other being proficient in the law of air. Mastery of two laws paired up with extremely deadly techniques allowed them to be called geniuses, many of the other beings in the group of 32 participating celestials being this way. There were very few like Noah, Athena, Lila, and Xander that held the titles of those with noble fates, with the special existences like the three-eyed Fate Child and Grandmaster Light being even rarer. The match between the genius celestial Reiner and Zula was much longer than the first one, with the two celestials being very close in power. They put up a delightful fight that was nothing like the first one, but their mastery of two different laws caused many beings to turn their eyes as the winner was decided to be Reiner. Elias and Crixus, you're next. As soon as the battle finished and the field cleared, Grandmaster Onylus called for the next match, his words causing Noah's white crystal to light up as he stepped forward calmly. His entrance towards the center of the field of battle caught the attention of not just the Grandmasters that were with Riedril and one of the Prime Warsh.I.P.S., but even more so the forces of the Dark Expanse that were watching, as they heard the name, Elena and the others had their eyes shining with strong emotions, the being they all followed stepping up grandly to face a celestial that was considered a genius. Malthus the spatial magician was near Elena as he had a dark pearl on his chest that acted as a button to close his robe. This dark pearl being one that sent back a feed of all the events occurring in front of their eyes to the Scholars Guild in the Dark Expanse, although Malthus was sent this item a few hours after he informed his superiors that the Celestials were putting up a tournament with their most promising geniuses and grandly showing it to the public with no worries. Even he did not know exactly what beings were watching on the other side. Were he to know, he would be shocked to the point of choosing to change his demeanor as he held the dark crystal and attached it to his robe. This was because in an expansive ovular hall at the center of the Dark Expanse where the Scholars Guild was located, powerful auras that would shake beings to their cores were watching. There were a decent amount in this ovular room that was located in a famous mage tower of the Scholars Guild, but the ones of more importance and worthy of note were few. One was the current guild leader of the Scholars Guild, the one known as the Grand Magician, Idrusum. Another was the ruler of the Archeon clan that represented all vampires in the Dark Expanse, Vladivostok. Last and not least, a more shocking figure that very few would be expecting to be casually sitting with others, was actually an infernal lord. To be exact, it was the second-ranked infernal lord, Voldred. He was lazily glancing at Idrusum as he spoke out. Did you really call me here to watch the battles of domain expansion realm beings, young Idrusum? So what if one of them is a future world realm expert? even the weakest infernal lord can match 10 world realm experts with ease. The Grand Magician Idrusum looked at the infernal lord as he replied coldly, "It's a good chance to learn more about the enemies we will face, and it's better than beating you at chess again." Humph. A grunt was all that met Idrusum as he turned to the leader of vampires of the Dark Expanse, Vladivostok. "How much control does your clan have over this Crixus?" "He has yet to use the vial you procured from me." On the face of Vladivostok, a wide smile that showed the huge canines spread as he replied calmly. "You know that vampires all follow the ranks of bloodlines. I have one of my trusted soldiers, Elena, who has a purer bloodline than most and comes even close to me watching this Crixus. I control Elena, she controls this Crixus. A command from me would be all it took if you really want to hurry the release of that prisoner on the 7th celestial star. Let's watch what his skills are exactly first. He has somehow gone from the Void Realm and into the Domain Expansion Realm in a matter of months, so it seems he really does have a talent in the Law of Fate. We do not want to carelessly throw this piece away if he was able to climb the ranks of Celestials this fast. Imagine if he got an even higher position as the war begins." Idrusum replied to the vampire ruler Vladivostok calmly as they watched the figures of Noah and the other genius celestial called Elias enter the field of battle, the command to start being given by Grandmaster Onilus. Over the side, the second infernal lord was looking closely at Noah's face, his expression that of confusion as he seemed to have sensed something he should not be able to sense from looking at the moving image on the screen, this feeling causing him to tilt his head as his lazy eyes tried to discern exactly what he felt. The other beings in the ovular room of the most powerful mage's tower kept extremely quiet as they felt the oppressive strength of an infernal lord, a vampire ruler, and one of the strongest magicians in the Dark Expanse. All of them were watching one thing, a battle that was in full swing as the scene of it brought surprising expressions to their eyes. Chapter 455. In a matter of seconds, from the oval room atop the highest position of the mage's tower in the Dark Expanse, the eyes of Idrusum shone with surprise as he looked at the ongoing battle. It had begun similarly to the others, where the combatants adorned themselves with the energy of fate, one of the surprises being that the adornment that Crixus had was different from everyone else drastically, a golden robe wrapped around him as one could observe a brilliant circle shield of light protecting him. In his left hand holding a huge tower shield while his right hand held a flail. 3 bright hammers rotated around him peacefully as he stood in the skies grandiosely. This transformation brought surprise to the eyes of many Celestials, and even those watching from the Dark Expanse, as they were also familiar of the abilities of Celestials. Adorned with this armament, Crixus went on to completely dominate the other genius known as Elias, the proficiency of this opponent in the Law of Fate and his fate line spilling above 150,000, not being able to deal any damage to the heavily protected Crixus, yet the flail that this brilliantly shining being was attacking with let out deadly attacks that slowly broke down his defenses. When Elias was about to release an all-out attack to try and overpower Crixus with pure fate essence, something unexpected happened as the people nearby could barely pick up a whisper of a word, sever. SHA, at the speed of light, rays of destructive purple-blue ether erupted out from Crixus as they completely wiped away the fate essence released by his opponent. Half of the ether rays going on to pierce the shoulder of Elias as he felt his energy overturned and move chaotically. He stared at Crixus in shock as he knew if his enemy had chosen to aim those powerful ether rays anywhere other than his shoulder, he would have perished. His gaze hardened as his armament turned into particles of light. His head bowing towards Crixus as he stepped away from the field of battle. "Winner, Crixus," Grandmaster Onilus announced impassively as his eyes shone, looking at the remnants of baleful ether as he nodded. The figures watching in the Dark Expanse were also surprised by the appearance of multiple rays of ether as Idrusum spoke out, something that you would rarely find even in the Latalis Expanse. Why is a being proficient in ether appearing in the Light Expanse? His gaze was that of pondering as he turned to the vampire ruler that had the same look as him, his gaze thereafter going to the second-ranked infernal lord who actually seemed to have a glimpse of understanding before he began laughing boisterously. "Ha ha! Wow, now this is unexpected." Idrusum's eyes sharpened as he asked the laughing infernal lord inquisitively, "What did you find? You all haven't come across ether in its natural form or when it is used by a being unless you traverse the Latalis Expanse, so you might not really be able to tell the difference when looking at it. This ether that this Crixus released, I have seen a similar type before." A look of enjoyment appeared on the infernal lord's face as he laughed and spoke thoughtfully. "Of course, this is only a guess and I could be wrong, but I'm curious to know why a being connected to that is playing around with the Celestials." Idrusum's face became sour as the infernal lord did not give any straight answers. Asking once more for clarification, "What exactly did you find out?" It's probably nothing, young Idrusum. Come, let us keep on watching. This might not be a waste of time after all. An inquisitive genius magician and a lazy infernal lord watched on with more attention to the battle of geniuses continuing in the celestial realm, another pair of names being called forth as the battles continued. In the perimeters of the circular arena, Noah was standing with Athena as the senior sister continued to speak with him telepathically. Very few beings will be able to counter your ether strikes, especially now that there's multiple of them. When did that happen? The gaze of the war princess was filled with light as she asked. The battle going on in front of them being reflected in their eyes as another two genius celestials were fighting resplendently. I don't only make breakthroughs in the law of fate, you know. Ether was the thing that got Grandmaster Vredrel to take notice of me, and it's still the thing that has the most firepower in my arsenal. I'm afraid even you might not be able to handle it, senior sister. Humph, you have your talents and I have mine. We will see. The strong-willed voice of the war princess traveled to his mind as the battle in front of them wrapped up, another winner being declared. Three-eyed fate child and Volator, you're next. Grandmaster Onilus continued the battle swiftly as murmurs spread throughout the clearing. Many beings paying attention to this celestial that was known as a special existence, the three-eyed fate child stepped forward with light steps, his gaze looking coldly towards the other genius celestial known as Volator. His three eyes stood on his tan skin eerily, dark hair flowing down to his shoulders as he had the wild look of an unkempt beast. The one called Volator was also at the domain expansion realm, being a genius that amassed 200,000 fate lines in less than 100 years. He saw the gaze of the special existence as he steeled his heart, preparing to go all out the instant the battle began as he wanted to give it his best, even if the strength of this being was insane as many foretold. Grandmaster Onilus watched the cold-faced three-eyed fate child with a light smile as he nodded happily for the first time before he initiated the battle. Start SHA. The instant that Volator heard the command to start the battle, he moved his essence to begin summoning Empyrean guards, but his words were caught in his throat as his eyes opened wide, shockingly somehow finding the three-eyed fate child already standing a few inches away from him. His hand was raised as a dark blade of light that palpated with the aura of space and time was actually held against the neck of Volator, this genius celestial feeling a sharp pain just from the edge of the blade stationed at his neck. Silence reigned in the field of battle as the eerie eyes of the special existence stared at his enemy with a blade ready to strike. Were this actually a real battle, this young genius celestial would have fallen right here and now without even understanding why. The winner, three-eyed fate child, Wea. The dark blade of light dissipated into lights as Volator looked towards the back of the already leaving special existence with a terror-filled gaze. Those with normal cultivation levels were still looking at this scene in shock as they did not understand what had just occurred, just knowing the battle had ended in less than 5 seconds. This was the power of the being proficient in two supreme laws. This was the power of the special existence that cultivated the law of spacetime and the law of fate. Chapter 456, the title of special existence. Noah had his awareness spread out to observe every single thing that occurred in the clear field of battle in front of them, so when the three-eyed fate child moved, he saw it all very clearly. From the eyes of others, the being had simply moved his legs and instantly appeared in front of Volator with a dark glimmering blade placed at his throat, but Noah saw the movement of essence that he was familiar with, the essence of time, and that of space. This being had actually either accelerated or slowed himself with time while also making use of a teleportation technique to cast a skill before his enemy even noticed it, their neck only feeling a cold blade that could take their lives at any instant. His eyes turned serious as this was an extremely deadly enemy. If he wasn't fast enough or he could not keep track of his movements as the enemy interfered with time and space, he could find himself in a similar position as this Volator. Of course, if he was able to use the ultimate treasure that was the dagger of time, this would be an entirely different case, but his identity as Crixus prevented him from using a majority of his skills and items, especially a dagger that was considered a cursed item by the Celestials. He knew that he would have to be very careful when he faced this powerful special existence. Next up, Light and Xander. The one to step up next was the other being that was a special existence, the one known as Grandmaster Light. She held a unique body composition that was actually made up of particles of light, her prowess lying in the law of light and the law of fate. She stepped into the field of battle as she glanced at her opponent with calm eyes, the white light shining off of them showing a type of serenity rarely seen in the light expanse. She had a humanoid form that seemed to shift every few seconds as the white light that made her moved around, her head shaped beautifully as tendrils of white lights flowed down to her shoulders. Her eyes shone with a hint of blue luster as she actually gave a nod of acknowledgement towards her opponent. the being known as Xander, someone that held the title of a noble fate and was currently standing in front of her before the battle began. Start. The command was given for the battle to start. Xander's face serious as he began by casting Empyrean guards and Empyrean armament. Rumble essence converged as a gorgeous set of armor wrapped around him, his gaze watching Grandmaster Light, who was simply watching him serenely to finish his transformation. The moment he was finished, she moved with light steps as her figure turned into a streak of light towards him, her fair hands stretched forward as she came on to grasp a blade of white light on her right hand and a blade of golden light on her left hand. This wasn't any type of skill, it was simply the manifestation of fate essence on the left hand and light essence on the right hand. Noah did not know what the prerequisite was in order to utilize light essence with ease, but he knew one had to pass 100,000 fate lines in order to do so with fate essence. This Grandmaster Light has actually mastered the law of light to a similar extent as the law of fate, her hands expertly using the essence of each of these two elements to attack her opponent. Boom! Her blade made of light essence landed on Xander first, his hammer parrying the blade as a white light erupted and pushed him back. The blade made of fate essence arrived a millisecond later as it smashed down and repeated the same thing, Xander being pushed back again as his face became increasingly serious. Boom! 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 Shockingly, Grandmaster Light kept her calm smile as she continued to lightly swing down the two blades she held in her hands, using simple pure fate and light essence to land attacks that caused Xander to not even be able to retaliate. What noble fate, what genius! In the face of this special existence utilizing the law of light and fate, she was using their pure essence to overwhelm Xander until all he could do was defend. Crack! He wasn't able to release a single attack as he defended. The entire time, the hammers he was using to shield himself finally cracking as two pulsating blades of gold and white came near his neck, ready to finish him off at any time. Haggard breaths were leaving Xander as his eyes contained great shame at not even being able to withstand this being's attacks. He had heard of the prowess of this senior sister, but never did he think it was this overwhelming. Winner, light, woo. The crowd cheered the dominating show by the mystical being made of white light as she took light steps back towards the remaining combatants. Shockingly, the first round of the Battle of Genius ended with some of the most powerfully known Celestials being kicked out. Two particular beings with noble fates that people expected to at least enter the top 4 were kicked out in the first round, not even making it to the top 16. Those advancing forward were the two special existences, two unlikely beings with noble fates known as Crixus and Athena, as well as 12 other genius Celestials. Grandmaster Onilus wasted no time as he began the second round, the matches continuing on speedily. In the second round, Noah and Athena did not meet the most powerful special existences that many dreaded facing, as it would most likely mean the end of their battles in this tournament. They showed off their skills against Celestials known as geniuses, many of them ranging above 200,000 fate lines, as Noah used his transformation after absorbing 12 Empyrean guards to stand against them. Their strikes not even passing through to damage his body that was hidden behind a huge tower shield, as he then released attacks with his flail or deadly rays of ether. Athena used her unique ability to create a scintillating dance as she controlled the pace of the battles to always wear her opponents down until they faced deadly attacks that cost them the match. But like this, Noah and Athena passed the second round and entered the top 8 with no issues. Of course, it was the same case for the two special existences, the three-eyed Fate Child and Grandmaster Light, who both passed through by dominating their enemies in a shocking manner. The second round was passed in this manner, and whether by chance or fate, it went exactly in the same manner for the third round that decided the top 4 of this Battle of Geniuses. In the third round, neither Noah nor Athena met the special existences, cruising through with their abilities as the both of them showed great battle prowess that overwhelmed their enemies and made them smoothly enter the top 4. In one of the floating prime Orsh.I.P.S, Grandmaster Vredril had a beaming smile as he laughed, Commanding Officer Rizel glancing towards him as he shook his head with an unbelievable expression. What kind of monsters have you raised that they are able to smoothly pass to the top 4 of all current geniuses of this generation? Chapter 457, Crixus, Top 4. The first 3 rounds of the tournament were over, and the beings that smoothly entered the top 4 ranks were not what many expected. The powerful Celestials holding the title of Noble Fates, Xander and Lila, were taken out in the first round. The 2 Celestials holding a similar title but much weaker cultivation experience were actually the ones to replace them and take their spots, creating a clear path as they swiftly made their way to the top ranks. In the Mage's Tower, where powerful auras were watching the ongoing matches, Idrusim had turned to the vampire ruler Vladivostok with a careful gaze as he spoke. This Crixus is more of an important piece than we all realized. You really only sent a soul-forging vampire to oversee him. I didn't expect for him to be this much of a genius. I'll make the proper preparations, Vladivostok replied with a shining gaze as his expression looked like someone that had gotten his hands on something he did not want to let go of. If you all are smart enough, you will work hard to keep the identity of this Crixus under wraps and use him as a deadly blade at a crucial junction of the war. Not risk his life freeing some old loser who was already defeated once. The voice of the second infernal lord rang out lazily to the side as his sharp eyes followed the events portrayed in front of them. That benefactor was the one that allowed many of us to come out alive in the last war. Bringing him back to our side is only natural, Idrusim replied sharply while the infernal lord shook his head deploringly. And this is why you all have been left behind by the Celestials. You're too habitual in your thinking that even veering off the course a little is too much for you. Slight disagreements occurred as the powerful figures watched the ongoing battle, the vampire ruler by the side of the infernal lord and grand magician having a serious look as he sent communications to his forces in the light expanse while re-evaluating this being called Crixus. In the celestial realm where the tournament was about to proceed, Noah and Athena were given a break before the final 2 rounds resumed, their figures actually being in the floating prime warship where Grandmaster Vredril and Commanding Officer Rizel were. The fatty Grandmaster who was the teacher of Xander and Lila had long since left as he could not handle the proud look of Grandmaster Vredril. The wizened old man now looking at his 2 disciples with nearly tearing eyes. You too have exceeded my expectations, but there is an even harder near impossible task ahead of you. His face was serious as his prideful gaze was filled with somberness. You have been watching how the 2 special existences, the three-eyed child and light, have carried out their battles. While knowing your own skills, what do you think your chances of winning are? The gaze of the Grandmaster first went to Athena as she looked at him with a calm look before she replied, 60%, Grandmaster. What? Commanding Officer Rizel by the side looked on with a surprised expression at this number, his experience as a Grandmaster telling him that the special existences would be very hard to take down with the skills that these 2 disciples held. Grandmaster Vredril looked at Athena carefully as he nodded while asking, why 60%? If I am matched against either of them, I can use my unique ability to prolong the battle as much as possible, using my close combat skill to possibly wear them down after a sufficient time has passed. Of course, their skills are terrifying enough that all my plans could be rendered worthless, but I will still give it my best. A valiant light erupted forth from her as she let out words of extreme confidence, Grandmaster Vredril nodding his head as he turned towards Noah. What did his other disciples see his chances at? His aged gaze stayed on Noah as the moment this disciple of his opened his mouth, the wrinkles on his face began trembling. 100%, silence. Commanding Officer Rizel looked incredulously towards Noah while Grandmaster Vredril's body trembled, his shining eyes locking onto this disciple as Noah opened his mouth and continued. I have made a breakthrough while studying ether and the law of fate these past few weeks, and I am confident in matching these special existences with my current abilities. Yes. Noah was expanding the skills he could use against the enemies he would soon face, as he saw that their abilities were something that his identity as Crixus would struggle against unless he had a breakthrough in the middle of the battle or beforehand. He would continue exaggerating the genius of Crixus as he planned to use more abilities in the Kin of Terror skill tree, enjoying the heavily boosted abilities like Portals of Terror, that were made even more terrifying from the recent additional abilities like Ether Reinforcement and Triple on Cast Support. The surrounding Grandmasters were looking at him incredulously as Commanding Officer Rizel shook his head in a non-believing way. Athena gazed towards him with shining eyes as even she did not fully believe him. If your words are actually true, you will be obtaining the luminescent rainbow dew that will grant you strength even higher than mine. If you can have such strength, you can begin fully exploring the wonders of the celestial realm as you go to locations that have similar treasures like the luminescent rainbow dew. Grandmaster Vredril spoke with a passionate expression as he stared at Noah, half believing his student about his shocking words that were filled with arrogance. He spoke of the possibilities as Noah really was able to live up to his words, obtaining the number 1 spot as he passed the 4th and 5th round where only 4 beings remained, him, Athena, Grandmaster Light, and the three-eyed Fate Child. Just who would come out on top? Would Noah really be able to stand against the powerful special existences? Chapter 458 2 battles, different results. As their rest time came to a close, Noah and Athena went out of the floating prime warship and went toward the clear miles-long arena where 2 beings calmly remained. The onwatchers locked their eyes onto their figures as a bustle of discussions erupted on who they believed would take the title. Most were looking at the eerie three-eyed Fate Child as the eventual winner, the way he passed through his matches being in an extremely domineering manner. His expert use of the law of fate and law of spacetime was at such a level that even some of the veteran grandmasters were threatened by this being's power. those that many were surprised by but expected them to be the eventual losers were Athena and Crixus. The two beings had rocketed into the top four, but many believed this would be where their journey ends, the matches of the fourth round only allowing the three-eyed Fate Child and Grandmaster Light to continue forward to fight for the championship. Alright, Grandmaster Onilus appeared in the skies again as his voice echoed through the field. His gaze carefully looking at the four genius celestials below him. The fourth round matches will be completed consecutively, with the fighting pairs occupying half of this field. Rumble. Grandmaster Onilus waved his hands as he created a clear line that stretched for more than a mile, the expansive field being split in half as he pointed in one side, energy leaving his body as the white crystals which chose the combatants shown on two genius celestials' hands. On this field will be Fate Child and Athena. His gaze was impassive as he listed a match that made Athena adopt a heavy expression, his hands waving to the other field as he continued. On this field will be Crixus and Light. WAA. The matches were decided as the crowd thrummed in excitement, their hearts looking forward to seeing their resplendent skills again. RAA. One could distinctly hear the loud bellows of an emperor penguin as he hiddenly supported his master from the shadows, the eyes of the watching forces of the dark expanse shining as they looked forward to the results. You four are good seedlings, and will have no shortage of resources in the near future because of the ranks you have gained. But the winner will gain even more, so continue working hard, and get ready to start. Grandmaster Onilus waved his hands as the four combatants stepped into their respective fields. Noah glanced at his opponent. The special existence that was born on a star made of light, a star that shattered the moment this being was born. She was someone that was extremely proficient in the laws of fate and light, and he had seen the domineering fashion that she used to straightforwardly release fate and light essence to overwhelm her opponents. He planned to show off the brilliance of Crixus even more with this battle, this time around planning on using the full amount of 18 Empyrean guards he had available to him. With 12 Empyrean guards, he was adorned with a golden robe that released a resplendent thin protective shield along with a flail and a tower shield, as well as 3 rotating golden hammers that followed his thoughts. Rumble. He began summoning the full amount of Empyrean guards as many celestials looked forward with shocked eyes, not being able to believe that the skill they had been using all their lives could have such a difference in usage based on who was utilizing it. 12 Empyrean guards. 18 Empyrean guards. Oh, a burst of essence erupted out as the numerous Empyrean guards all became streaks of light and attached to Noah, the newest form becoming clear in the eyes of all as one could only describe it in one word: majestic. 2 pairs of golden wings erupted from his back, both of his hands holding shining weapons as one held an extremely sharp golden blade and the other held a glistening flail. Around his armored body, 6 golden hammers flowed freely around him, but they were accompanied by the enormous presence of 3 tower shields made of a thin film of light that circled Noah protectively on all sides. He held 2 weapons in each hand to attack with, 2 pairs of wings for even more speed and versatility, another 6 weapons that were freely floating around listening to his commands, and 3 rotating tower shields to defend any attacks that came his way. He looked like a moving golden tank that would not be taken down by even the most fearsome of attacks. Grandmaster Light looked at this opponent as her calm eyes shone with splendor, summoning her pulsing blades of fate and light as she burst from her position and rushed towards Noah at once. On the other field, Athena wasted no time as she used Empyrean armament herself, knowing that many of the past opponents of the three-eyed Fate Child had lost in a matter of seconds as this being appeared from nowhere to finish the battle. She planned to use her unique ability to predict the path of attacks of this opponent who was proficient in the laws of spacetime and fate. The moment she got the rhythm of the attacks giving her a chance to counterattack herself, Rumble. Energy erupted out as 2 battles began on the separated fields of battle. The eyes of those watching were rapidly shifting from the 4 moving figures as they watched an array of abilities be put to use. Elena was watching the ongoing battles with rapt attention when she received a message from the Dark Expanse, and this time it was directly from the vampire ruler that oversaw much of the Archeon clan. The contents of the message were simple: more importance was being placed on the being called Noah, with the Archeon clan needing daily briefs about his movements as they prepared for the future. Whether for good or bad, the spotlight shining on Noah was gradually opening up the interest of many beings, the eyes of the powerful celestial grandmasters that were watching also honing in as they watched the ecstatic battle prowess he continued to show when matched against other geniuses. Boom! The 2 battles of separate fields began as other beings communicated and planned behind the scenes for the future, the winners of the 4th round not being clear. Chapter 459, 2 battles, different results. 2, Rumble. Essence roiled in the field of battle as the first rounds of impacts occurred. The beings watching had their eyes locked onto the first exchanges for the first time in a while. The matches did not end with the first move, when it came to Athena and the three-eyed fate child, the less experienced war princess had somehow been able to foresee where the strike of the special existence would land as she smashed the hammers in her hands in a particular direction. And the hammers actually came in contact with the palm of the special existence that was about to clasp onto her fair neck. In the battle between Noah and Grandmaster Light, the being made of pure light had summoned her golden and white blades, using pure fate and light essence to smash towards Noah's tanky exterior. The three shields rotating around him absorbed the essence released, the damage being further mitigated once they passed through the thin barrier of light being given off by the armor he was adorned in. At the same time, the 6 floating hammers followed his thoughts as they circled Grandmaster Light on all sides, his multiple pairs of wings flapping rapidly as his figure turned into a streak of light that continuously released attacks every time the being made of light dodged the rushing hammers. Grandmaster Light finally had a serious expression as essence moved around her, Empyrean Guard and Empyrean Armament being activated, along with another ability, Holy Light. Her clear voice rang out for the first time as her body exploded with white light, the numerous hammers circling around her looking for a point of weakness being pushed back as this exuding and overpowering light continued. Boom! At the same time, Noah felt the expansion of her domain as he released his own, the two of them clashing and cancelling each other as his attacks towards her accelerated. He wanted to give her no time to adapt as he didn't want to show off too much of his power here. Smite of Liberation. Numerous huge golden swords rushed from the clouds as they descended towards Grandmaster Light mercilessly, those watching being shocked to find these huge blades of liberation moving with their own will as even more weapons moving by themselves now attacked the defending Light. In their field of battle, one could spectacularly see the movement of numerous golden hammers and swords around a defending Grandmaster Light, Noah himself moving expertly with a flail and sword in hand to dominatingly take the pace of the battle. In the other field, a surprised three-eyed fate child had his body begin to release on overpowering light that began folding the space around him, his hands moving eerily in various directions to grasp onto Athena. The war princess had her gaze locked onto the numerous movements as she used her unique ability to see their trajectory. She dodged the dangerous hands coming for her as her mind had an epiphany at this moment, where she actually realized that her eyes were causing her reaction time to be slower as this being in front of her affected both time and space. She let out a deep breath as she trusted her instincts and shockingly closed her eyes. Those watching their battle closely rose from their figurative seats as they saw the war princess actually close her eyes in the middle of the battle, but they were shocked even more as they saw her movements had become even swifter thereafter as the dangerous hands of the three-eyed fate child were dodged with even more ease. What genius! Truly genius. Many grandmasters looked on with shining eyes as they observed these spectacular talents that would soon surpass them in strength, their gazes especially so favoring Athena and Crixus as they were actually able to stand against special existences. Their titles of noble fates seemed to hold more true than the other two that were taken out in the first round, their rapid rise in strength that allowed them to actually be at the stage they were in currently being the most surprising event out of this entire tournament. In the battle with the war princess and the three-eyed fate child, the former was slowly giving the battle more gravity as his body shone with numerous colors. Athena only showing more battle prowess as she trusted her ability and senses, moving with closed eyes. Noah continued his domineering usage of skills that allowed for him to lock down the powerful figure of Grandmaster Light who was glowing brilliantly while releasing numerous abilities from the light element. The abilities seemed to be more geared towards support as they bolstered her defense, her body occasionally releasing sharp swords of white light that were soon reflected by Noah's boisterous defense. The winners of the two fights seemed to already be decided. Grandmaster Onilus whispered to himself in the skies as his sharp eyes squinted, a light passing through them that nobody else would understand. He watched as in the matches, the genius Crixus gained more and more of an edge while cornering the special existence, Light, who could not get through his defenses even though she held much more fate lines and understood two laws. This Crixus seems to be more of a genius. He hasn't even shown his ether abilities in this match. He believes in himself to win this match and use all his abilities in the final match? A look of pondering appeared on Grandmaster Onilus as he turned his gaze to the other field, where he could already see who the victor that would stand against Crixus in the final match would be, even as Athena brought the battle to her pace by continuously dodging the strikes of the three-eyed fate child. This was all she could do, just dodge. Her energy and mental energies required to keep up her constant movements were soon drained as the victor on this battlefield would also soon be decided. The pair of disciples are about to have different results in their battles, yes. In the two fields where two battles were ongoing and nearing their conclusions, For the disciples of Grandmaster Vredrel, they were about to have very different results. Noah was moving valiantly with numerous golden shields and hammers surrounding him, even more blades of liberation descending from the skies to portray the image of a grand being with noble fate, the victory of the battle soon going to him. Athena had her armament wrapping around her as she moved around with closed eyes, showing the image of a valiant war princess. But this war princess would soon be overpowered by the special existence that was proficient in 2 supreme laws, 2 battles, but there would be different results. Oh, those watching felt their blood boil as they were given a show of resplendent abilities, many looking forward to the last match that would give a glorious victor taking the title of strongest genius. This would be the victor that would obtain the name treasure, the luminescent rainbow dew, that was capable of creating a world realm expert. Unbeknownst to many of them, their wishes for a final battle will never be fulfilled, as something even more shocking was about to occur. Chapter 416 Magisterial. In the clear and expansive field to the east of the sanctum where the docile earth behemoths could be found, tens of thousands of beings had gathered as they watched 2 battles near their glorious end. Among those in the crowd, the forces from the dark expanse watched with hungry eyes at the power these young genius celestials showed, and this was especially so for the one called Crixus. They knew Crixus to actually be on their side, so the higher he rose in the rankings and obtained valuable treasures, the better. Malthus the spatial magician was standing stably as he fixated the dark pearl on his robe to continue sending the feet of the entire field in front of them to the dark expanse. The beings in the Magus Tower of the Scholars Guild continuing to watch while discussing carefully. If this Crixus actually gains the number 1 ranking, it will mean he will soon be brought to the world realm by the Celestials. The Grand Mage Drusim spoke with shining eyes as he thought about gaining a world realm powerhouse, and one that was actually raised by their enemy at that. The second Infernal Lord looked with slight interest, with his gaze focused on Noah, his mind convincing himself that he found some sort of secret with this being because of the abilities he showed before. Meanwhile, the vampire ruler was looking on with a happy expression as he knew this Crixus held a vampire bloodline, and he could control anyone with such a bloodline. There were very few beings alive that held the same level of bloodline purity as him, Elena and a few others being special cases, as the masses of vampires could be brought under his command no matter their power level. The uniqueness of bloodlines running this deep, he himself was a star-forging realm expert, an entire realm above world, so he looked forward to gaining such a genius subordinate in the future. The beings in the dark expanse and those in the celestial realm, all of them watched the 4th round matches with rapt attention as they neared their conclusion. The special existence that was known as Grandmaster Light was gradually getting more and more cornered by Noah's attacks. His relentless golden hammers and blades of liberation that moved with their own wills, as well as his own attacks, not giving the woman made of light even a chance to retaliate. Her fate lines that towered over 200,000 were no use over the Noah that was boosted by numerous passive and active skills, each of them with their own powerful boosts that would rack up huge percentages if one were to fully count them all. One would only have to talk about the boosts from Child of Space, and then from the singular boosts that just one Empyrean guard gave when they were absorbed into his body using Empyrean armament. Just these 2 alone were enough to add up percentages that would shock a mathematician. Rumble, his body shone with a golden glint as he moved even fiercer against Grandmaster Light, his counterpart in the other field of battle doing the same as the 3-eyed Fate Child increased his attacks against Athena, the War Princess not being able to keep up any longer as the attacks filled with the power of spacetime and fate smashed into her relentlessly. 2 beings filled with power, each of them gradually cornering 2 powerful beings that were giving it their all. Oh! Reverberations of power spread out as Grandmaster Light was smashed away by a convergence of blades of liberation and golden hammers, something similar occurring in the other field as the War Princess was smashed head-on with an attack from the 3-eyed Fate Child. Boom! Boom! Their 2 figures coincidentally flew towards each other as Athena and Light neared the borders where their respective arenas were, smashing towards the ground and forming craters not too far from each other. Their bodies were riddled with injuries as they got up in a difficult manner from the craters, their gazes looking at their opponents who were no longer looking at them. Noah floated in the air above Grandmaster Light as he stared into the arena where Athena and the 3-eyed Fate Child were fighting, his gaze not even glancing towards Grandmaster Light as he stared at the being also floating in the air in front of him. The 3-eyed Fate Child was looking coldly at Noah, his gaze completely passing over Athena as the 2 victors both looked towards the opponent they would have to face in the final round. One had the dark energies of spacetime rolling around his body, wisps of golden fate lines showing every now and then as his 3 eyes locked forward. The other was a winged being surrounded by rotating golden shields and hammers, enormous blades of liberation pointing themselves towards the being with 3 eyes as they were ready to strike at any moment. Their sheer presence was shocking to see as a majestic scene of two powerhouses grandly played itself for all to see. These are the geniuses of this generation? Not too bad, I suppose. Rumble, at this moment, an oppressive voice that seemed to be coming from all sides reverberated across the expansive area where every single being was watching the matches of the Celestials' geniuses. This voice was not just oppressive, it contained a hint of authority that made those who heard it tremble deep in their souls. In the skies, Grandmaster Onilus heard this voice as his face immediately changed, his figure shooting down from the skies as he landed on the ground and kneeled. That's right, kneeled, with him as the first. All the numerous grandmasters that were on the few prime warshed I.P.S surrounding the expansive arena all teleported or turned into streaks of light as they appeared on the ground. All kneeling, the lesser-ranked celestials and celestial disciples looked at the behavior of the grandmasters as they followed it themselves, their hearts feeling a sense of terror they had never felt before. Noah was still floating in the skies as he shockingly looked around for the source of his voice when he suddenly felt an overpowering force also pulling him down, a pressure beginning to appear all around them that called out to be respected. In the skies, an enormous figure of a mountainous celestial behemoth appeared, an indistinct being that was even smaller than the minute hairs of this behemoth standing powerfully atop the head. This being was indistinct, but all the beings around could make out that he was there as the oppressive and overwhelming pressure released from him. The celestial behemoth shone with a golden hue, its eyes blank as it held a shining horn piercing the skies and expansive wings covering the earth. The mixture of a Pegasus and a unicorn shone with splendor as its power that stood a level above the world rank, stably at the star-forging realm, was completely overshadowed by the being standing on it. The alicorn, a supreme behemoth that was ridden on by a single being, had arrived and cast a shadow on every single area occupied below. The being standing atop it could be sensed by all as he arrived with a magisterial pressure, a pressure that caused all those in the skies to descend down to kneel, a pressure that accepted no other beings in the skies when he was there. Noah's eyes looked up in shock as the image of the overwhelming being became clear on the mountainous alicorn, the figure of someone that should have not made their appearance any time soon actually stepping into the limelight. Chapter 461 Magisterial 2. From the aura released, one would only be able to feel emotions about this being that would scream out one word: magisterial. It was a feeling of majesty from someone that had great accomplishments, of someone in a realm that very few could claim in the novice galaxy. Your skills are sufficient enough as the new weapons to be forged, but that is actually not what interests me more. His voice was the only one ringing out over the expansive area of beings as they picked up another thing that caused them the feeling of terror they were experiencing. From the voice of this being, they could feel extreme apathy, a tonation of a being that portrayed to have no emotions whatsoever as he spoke. It was akin to the way a human would speak to an ant, their hierarchy being extremely clear as one knew they could step on the other easily whenever they wished. It was this feeling of being looked at as if they could be stepped on whenever this being wished that filled them with terror. His image was clear in the eyes of many, his hair being a unique light gold color, his eyes as dark as night. His body was only adorned in vibrant white pants with his chest bare as one could sense the aura of wildness around him. What interests me are the few rats that have taken the bait to sneak into my realm, and are even bold enough to believe that I would not know about it. The geniuses shall be rewarded after these rats are taken care of. His apathetic voice now contained a direction as his gaze turned towards the ring of tens of thousands of beings, landing in a particular location where the forces of the dark expanse that Malthus moved with were situated. The filthy aura of the dark expanse is strongly bouncing off of you. Many beings watched as the figure floated off the expansive alicorn that covered everything in their sight, standing generously in the air as he stared towards the frozen figures of numerous beings from the dark expanse that had adopted horrified expressions. Noah's main body had a reverent expression on the outside, but he was shocked at the development of events as the next ones made the situation even more drastic. Others may not be able to notice it, but coming from someone that has nearly mastered a supreme law, I must tell you that it is too obvious. His gaze moved from Malthus as he was talking, going to the side as he stared directly at the nearby Elena that was looking upwards with a fearless expression. Her face trembled at the pressure that was directed towards them even more, but she remained fearless nonetheless. The most powerful vampire here seems to also be from the dark expanse? Let's see. From the underworld. Treacherous creatures as always, I shall start with you for your race's eventual extinction. Shocking, drastic, fastly deteriorating, the situation became worse and worse as this singular being, one of the founders of the Celestials, stretched out his hands towards the forces of the dark expanse along with the vampires that Elena was surrounded with. This also included the vampiric beasts that were the Emperor Penguin, Barbados, and other beings from Noah's spiritual world, the watching grandmasters and celestial geniuses from the sidelines had also woken up from their stupor as their bodies glittered in gold, their strong eyes turning towards the collection of beings pointed out by their founder. As the bright light of skills began to be cast, Noah himself shimmered with bright light as he turned his gaze filled with hostility towards those exposed as from the dark expanse. But his mind was moving rapidly as he sent numerous commands to his subordinates. The backup plans he never thought would see the light of day being initiated. Things had changed just too fast. This was not the way that he expected anything to be progressing, but he would try to adapt as fast as he could. Rumble essence converged as the white hand of the founder crossed miles, nearly reaching the position of the forces of the dark expanse in an instant. It was at this moment where many figures were still frozen in shock, with very few even being capable of using their essence, that between the forces of the dark expanse and the dangerous white hand, a figure of a dark-haired man appeared. Noah's ancient blood clone with a grim look and a vibrating body grandiosity appeared as he saw the palm descending down, a palm that he knew even his main body would not be able of withstanding if he was directly hit. His mind worked rapidly as he looked at how fast the palm was approaching, and he knew that he would not even have the chance to teleport one or two of his subordinates before this palm came down and pulverized the rest. His heart was grim as he went with the first plan that would buy him time for a second, the plan of spamming, destabilize, portals of terror, dawn of the blood lord, blood world, nightmarish descent, blood rage, archdemon lord transformation, lesser Cthulhu, ancient blood scion, blood rage, blood sea, rumble, the activation of numerous skills that caused the bubbling of erupting essence akin to an exploding volcano occurred, a stupendous sight of numerous transformations taking place as a disfigured giant rapidly took form, numerous terrible portals releasing destructive elements and destabilizing space, a bloody moon appearing in the skies as a veil of blood erupted outwards, and eventually an expansive blood sea began expanding outwards. It was an entire array of abilities cast wildly, something that no normal being would be able to do from the influx of mana that it required, but all of these abilities were cast just to stand against a single palm, a strong, domineering palm, rumble. The beings around watched in shock as the white palm came in contact with the expanding sea of blood and the conflagration of a being that was bubbling within it, the single palm utterly erasing everything it came in contact with as the rumbling portals of terror faded into nothingness and nearly 90% of the sea of blood was wiped away in an instant. The founder had an apathetic face as he stared at the remainder of the intruding being, his eyes shining brightly as his voice reverberated again, a chimera of demons, ancients, and vampires, with an aura of a terror? Interesting, he said blandly with a cold voice as Noah felt the life force of his ancient blood clone being nearly depleted with one strike. Even with all of the transformation abilities and even skills like Blood Sea, that negated 50% of all physical damage, the single palm of this being that was not even acting seriously nearly taking the life of his clone, only a wriggling mass of flesh remained as it formed into a head and a hand. His reformed eyes watched in slow motion as a bright light of a domain unlike anything he had ever seen before began to release from the body of the founder, his mind moving on to another backup plan as he realized him stopping the advancement of the palm did not bring himself even a second required to take away the Emperor Penguin and others from here, watching the slowly expanding domain. A purple-colored dagger covered in a sheath appeared in his only reformed hand, his mind going towards the plan of reversing the situation if it had deteriorated this much already. Chapter 462, Inviolable. Seeing the appearance of the dagger, the eyes of the founder shone with more light as he felt a unique energy be released from it. This unique energy of time going on to wrap everything around the area as the enormous domain he was releasing began to recede into his body. He then began moving backwards in time as the events that took place slowly reversed, time unwinding as this majestic being actually chuckled, standing against me with just an item? Truly brave, rumble. In the reversing time, his voice reverberated in Noah's ears as his main body and clone both moved in reverse along with everyone else, many of the powerful being feeling this weird sensation but not being able to do anything about it. The events had only gotten to the point where the shadow of the alicorn was about to disappear along with the being that it carried above its head when the apathetic voice rang out again, this time in the form of an ability, Fate Lord's Authority, the WAAA. Golden Air put a stop to the reversing time as the founder spoke simply, using an authority only given to those that had mastered more than 50% of a law as he used the authority of fate to instantly stop the reversal of time of an ultimate weapon like the dagger of time. Noah's ancient blood clone saw the time essence in the sheath that powered the dagger drain even faster as it tried to resist this authority, but it was not able to as it was soon drying up. his reversal of time in this particular event not even going back a few minutes, but the minutes that he did reverse by would have to be enough. Rumble. Time seemed to be stabilizing again as the clone moved with extreme precision, his senses telling him they had only gone back to a millisecond after the alicorn had first appeared. He teleported near Elena, Barbados, and all the other beasts of the spiritual world as he waved his hands towards them, teleporting them away in this destabilized space through the use of. He began with the most important figures first as he could feel the oppressive authority of fate rush forth from the founder in the reverse time, the powerful being not wasting a second as those that were weak only came to find the appearance of an enormous alicorn, a being letting out an overpowering pressure atop it that already began releasing an ability that made them tremble to their cores. Noah's main body was still facing the three-eyed fate child as they both turned around to the location of the beings from the dark expanse, most of the powerful celestials having felt the reverse time and knowing exactly what had happened before. Noah's main body, followed along by the Athena Light, the three-eyed fate child and numerous other grandmasters that were near the spectating group of beings now exposed to be from the dark expanse released their own attacks towards them as they moved rapidly. Noah's clone had only managed to teleport away the beings he considered the most important when the attacks reached them, his mana that was going towards the terrified Malthus coming to a stop as the expanding golden Fate Lord's authority reached them. Shockingly, it was not just mana that was held in place. Noah, finding out that his clone could not move a single muscle, every single being remaining in the area experiencing the same phenomenon as the voice of the founder was heard once more. You actually managed the escape of a few with me here, I have to give you props for that. Let's see now. The figure of the founder appeared near the frozen beings, his eyes glancing at Noah's blood clone curiously as they also went towards Malthus. His apathetic eyes lingered on Malthus as his energy picked up a unique signature on the body of this operative of the dark expanse. It was the dark pearl that was attached to his robe, bold enough to even show what was happening here to others. Now, who's out there watching? His languid voice filled with apathy was still the only thing ringing out in the surroundings as the Celestials pulled back the moment they saw the founder arrive amongst the enemies. Their hearts trembling at the level of his strength as none of the enemies could even move a muscle. Noah's main body was observing the situation with an expression that matched all other Celestials, but his heart was grim as his clone found himself not being able to move an inch while under Fate Lord's authority. He was able to teleport away all of his people, and even some of the operatives of the dark expanse, but there were still many left behind as those of importance to note were Malthus and his clone, all others being nameless operatives. The founder continued to move at his own pace as more and more shocking words came out from him, Noah finding his methods more and more unfathomable as the next thing he said shocked him even more. You think you can peer into my celestial realm without me peering back? An infernal lord, a little magician, and a scurrying vampire, I remember your auras from the last war. Shocking words that the masses who were watching with rapt attention nearby digested rang out, the information that the ongoing matches were not just being watched by them, but also by the powerful figures from the dark expanse becoming apparent to them, the powerful figures themselves that were within the Mage's Tower of the Scholars Guild had stood up with sober expressions, their eyes locked onto the rapidly changing scenes as Idrusim had an angry expression, the second infernal lord nearby looking forward with an expression that was actually smiling in excitement. The destructive energies of his body seemingly bubbling up just waiting to be released. I see. This is good. I can relay my message to you all right away. The apathetic voice of the founder continued as his hands reached for the dark pearl which was showing the feat of everything occurring to the forces of the dark expanse, his other crystal white hand grabbing on the head of the frozen Malthus who wore the robe that had this pearl. His hand landed atop the frozen being's head as it continued to descend down as if it was pressing against clay, skull and brain matter spurting out as the genius spatial magician was killed simply. He then released golden flames from his hands that rapidly began to burn the lifeless body. His other hand grabbing onto the pearl as he watched with bored eyes as the being known as Malthus burned to ashes. He grasped the pearl in his hands as he then turned towards the frozen clone of Noah, his gaze that of slight interest as he spoke into the pearl. Are you still watching? Chapter 463, Puppets. Freedom. Noah watched the attention of the founder turn towards his clone as he watched on coldly, having saved all those he could as the death of the one called Malthus was out of his hands. As for his own clone, in front of the founder that was already reaching out towards it, Noah simply stopped supplying mana to the ability of ancient blood clone, cutting off the connection with the mass of blood and flesh right away before any more damage could be done by this terrible being. He had already sustained horrible damage to his origin just from the pressure passed from Fate Lord's authority, and would not allow any more as he had already saved those most important to him. Now, all he could do was watch as this being that should not have appeared came into play in front of his eyes. Many questions were swirling in his mind, but he held no answers to any of them. Why had the most powerful celestials appeared right before the last round of the tournament? Why did he move to act at this exact moment? What exactly were his goals? No answer came to mind as the shocking events continued to play out. The founder watched the frozen body of his clone turn into a mass of bloody goo as his face scrunched up. Waving his hands as golden flames embroiled it and turned it to ashes instantly, his hand then focused the pearl, sending the feed to the dark expanse on the remaining forces of vampires and other beings that were with Malthus, golden flames erupting from him as they went on to leap from one being to another, eating them all up with ease as numerous figures burned until nothing remained of them. Do you see how easily I can erase you all? Are you still watching? The founder spoke as he waved the dark pearl, showing the feet of everything upward, making it float in the skies as he turned his gaze towards the many celestials and beings from the light expanse. I will use this opportunity when every side is listening to declare that war shall begin yet again. The enemy is one who you have seen, the beings constantly moving in the dark to sow disorder, the savages of the dark expanse. His apathetic voice had more emotion as his rumbling power was directed to the tens of thousands of beings around the clearing. He turned to the pearl floating above him as he spoke out towards the listening infernal lord and grand mage. I imagine you all must have somber expressions while thinking of the future and the billions of lives that will be lost. I will tell you now, cheer up. There is no need for such somberness in this little playground we are in. His voice was gradually rising in volume as his apathetic eyes that drew in all those watching shone in a peculiar luster while staring at the device, sending the feet of everything in the surroundings to the highest echelons of the dark expanse. It is this little playground that I plan to break out of, and I will take you all with me. To a place where we can make our own choices, a beautiful place that is wider than anything you've ever seen. A pause appeared on the face of the founder as he glanced around him. His languid eyes watched the reverent and terror-filled gazes of the tens of thousands of beings in the surroundings, along with the figures of the dark expanse that were watching through the dark pearl. He spoke the next words slowly as he seemed to be reminiscing. In this novice galaxy of ours, we're all puppets flowing across the river of fate. A look of hatred spread across the handsome yet terrifying figure of the founder as he talked about a playground and the mention of puppets, his gaze seeming forlorn. I plan to break the strings that are constantly moving the innocent souls in this playground of ours, until all of us can no longer be considered puppets. I will set you all free. I will set us all free. Rumble. A terrifying shock spread out to the minds of any that were listening, not fully understanding the meaning of the words just said as they only sent deep terror to their hearts. The founder had a lost look on his face as he seemed to be reminiscing, his gaze looking afar at something nobody else could see. His mouth moved by itself as he seemed to be lost in a monologue, giving a show of only him to the terrified audience and the surroundings. His gaze focused onto the dark pearl where he knew the forces that were his enemies were watching, continuing his monologue with no interruption. Return to your holes and hold your families close. Spread the word to the other rats and prepare, because I'll be sending my forces towards your direction now. OOM. The founder finished his words as he pinched his hands towards the dark pearl, destroying the device and cutting the feed that the powerful beings in the mage's tower were receiving right away. He only left behind an air of power as the authority he was releasing slowly receded. An air of madness and uncertainty spread out across the expansive field. The many celestials and celestial grandmasters were already on the ground kneeling as this founder rose to the skies. Scour my celestial realm for any remaining forces from the dark expanse, and get a warship to make haste towards the underworld that has been hiding them. Destroy it all with no trace left remaining. Rumble. A command rang out in the ears of every celestial grandmaster as they placed their right hands on their chest in allegiance and understanding. The four geniuses showing most promise. Take them to the Golden Bastion and finish forging them into the best weapons before they join the coming conflict. There should be another luminescent rainbow due there for the final two champions. Spare no efforts to raise their realms. More commands released from the founder as an air of majesty spread out, his gaze calm and apathetic as he landed back on the alicorn, overshadowing everything around with its sheer size. Onellis, you shall lead the squadrons for the first wave of attacks in this war. Prepare to take on the title of a commander and lead the first forces of the numerous prime worlds and celestials to the border where our forces await. As of now, we are officially at war. Yuhu, it is a war for liberation, for order and balance. For breaking free of the chains that bind us in this playground we are in. For order and balance, for freedom. Noah watched the roaring of essence and power from thousands of celestials and powerful grandmasters. his heart beating wildly as a scene of paramount importance played itself out in front of him. Athena had come to inexplicably stand by his side as she looked forward with shining eyes. The beings from numerous prime world watching were shaking in the places they stood as the show of power was too much for them, those that could still think knowing that many of them would be heading into a war soon. A tournament that was meant to observe the genius of a few celestials had ended in the most shocking of ways, a single being appearing as he overhauled everything happening, killing numerous forces from the dark expanse and announcing the beginning of a long war. Chapter 464 Rapid Movements. In the Mage's Tower of the Scholars Guild, the Grand Magician Idrusim had on a wrathful face while the Infernal Lord had an expression of excitement. I see why our existence was necessary to oppose this being. Does he not know what his words truly mean? Ha! The second-ranked Infernal Lord spoke out as wild waves of power emitted from him, the other powerful beings in the room already beginning to send telepathic communications based on what they just saw. The leading figure of the Celestials had just outright declared war, and they had to prepare. Idrusim's wrathful gaze came down as the provocation of the founder gradually lost its effect. The gaze of the Grand Magician going towards the vampire ruler Vladivostok. You forces in the underworld are about to be taken out. Vladivostok had on a grim look as he replied less than a millisecond later, his robe fluttering behind him as he stepped out. I've already sent word for them to begin moving out. I'll have to excuse myself for now. Voldred, the second-ranked Infernal Lord, continued to have a glimmer of excitement on his face as he laughed, Idrusim turning towards him as well as he voiced out, I'll depend on you to get word to the other Infernal Lords, as well as their assistants, no worries young Idrusim. After all, we were created just for this. Rumble, essence blasted out as the body of the Infernal Lord disappeared, the only one left behind in the expansive room of the Mage's Tower being the Grand Magician Idrusim, who was accompanied by a few other high wizards. What shall we do, my lord? Many of them dressed in grey robes glanced at Idrusim with tight expressions, the Grand Magician replying simply as he pulled out a commonly seen weapon in the dark expanse, the tool that many wizards and witches carried with them. It was a majestic wand that released an air of ancientness. We prepare. Assemble the battle mages of our guild and work with the vampires to begin creating different legions. The first legion of the Celestials will most likely head towards that location. So station the first forces there. His face had erased all of its wrath as he held a chilling expression, vibrant essence beginning to roll around the ancient wand in his hands as the air of a Grand Magician was properly portrayed. As of now, we are at war. Rumbly, essence reverberated from the wand he held as it coursed through the uniquely designed runic circles in the room they were in, causing this room and the larger Mage's Tower it was connected to begin shining brilliantly as a single message began to spread across the dark expanse. This message only told of one thing, and it was war. In the celestial realm, Noah was moving inside a prime warship with Athena and Grandmaster Vredril, along with the two beings termed as special existences. A moment after the words of the founder to take the four geniuses that were fighting in the fourth round before the shocking interruption was heard, Grandmaster Onilus transferred numerous treasures and authority to Vredril, allowing him to lead the warship and take his disciples as well as the two special existences towards a particular deeper area in the celestial realm. The location they were heading in was further to the south past the water and ice behemoth, the location where fate behemoths were abundant, and the place where the most powerful celestials were always trying to explore. It was an area where elite behemoths freely ran rampant, and one could occasionally spot a supreme behemoth if they went far enough. Grandmaster Vredril was taking the four geniuses to this location per the orders of the founder, in his bag of holding lying the luminescent rainbow dew, and numerous other treasures as he steered the prime warship forward with a serious expression. Noah and Athena were standing not too far behind the Grandmaster as each was lost in their own thoughts. The two special existences could be seen in meditative poses not too far away from them. Every single person was lost in their own world as the events they had just seen were too shocking. The power they had just witnessed from the founder made many of them receive the reminder of something they only had in their wildest dreams. The remainder of the power they all wanted to achieve. They looked at the founder that had required respect just from his sheer presence as exactly the power they wanted to achieve, each of them lost in their own thoughts. Sometime back and unbeknownst to the beings around Noah, a drop of blood had slowly formed from his heart, abundant origin essence going into it as it then swiftly disappeared from inside his body, never to be seen by anyone else as even the essence fluctuations were hidden inside his own body. He had activated that ancient blood clone ability once more as a drop of blood filled with his own origin formed inside of him, this drop of blood disappearing thereafter as it was teleported to a singular location, the underworld. After having saved Barbados, Elena, and the others from certain death in the hands of the founder, he moved without haste to a prime world that was facing its destruction soon. These were his own thoughts, as well as the frantic telepathic messages from Elena and Prince Cassius for the Vampire King and the other forces stationed in the underworld. The moment that the founder released his command to destroy this prime world for hiding the treacherous vampires, the Celestials passed word as the forces nearby were soon activated, any close prime war.I.P.S and Grandmasters setting off right away. It was a race against time as Noah's ancient blood clone reformed from the drop of blood rapidly in the bleak atmosphere of the underworld. Its body already beginning to rush down towards the planet's core as he moved fast. Chapter 465, missed by a second, the body of the ancient blood clone was finishing the process of formation as it pierced through the layers of Earth, not even taking a few seconds before getting into the inner layer of the prime world. His gaze was impassive as his emotions were turbulent after having just seen the immense power of just one of the beings he was up against, his current power not even being able to withstand a single attack. What? He put his thoughts aside as he heard the words of the core of the underworld and worked in conjunction with his planetary system as he portrayed the images of the particular time when the founder had called for the destruction of the underworld. Silence reigned as slight trembling could be felt from the core of the underworld, Noah not wasting any time as he initiated the process of forming a connection while talking. There is no time. If you want to survive, what always happened when he formed new connections with worlds repeated, a rumbling of essence occurring as something else approached the underworld. 2 Prime Warsh.I.P.S with the hardened faces of righteous celestial grandmasters at the lead were using their energy to pierce through the void of space as they neared the underworld, having received word that the mission came directly from the founder, and it concerned a world that was harboring the forces of the dark expanse. They moved without a second delay as they were nearing the prime world, their hearts set on destroying the entirety of this world as they prepared to join the war. Rumble. They felt immense fluctuations of energy ahead of them as they neared their prime Warsh.I.P.S arriving as they observed with shocked eyes, where the world used to be, only a void of darkness laid, rubbish. One of the piloting grandmasters called out as he spread out his energy, a surprised look overtaking his wrath. As he sent out a message, it is only invisible, aim the world cannons and obliterate it. Essence rapidly converged around the Warsh.I.P.S as the huge cannons around them vibrated, gaining a glimmer of red as they aimed at the invisible underworld in front of them. Deep in the core of this prime world, Noah's clone had already successfully finished the formation of the connection as another stupefied reaction was released from this prime world as well, his mind working fast as he pulled out the world engine from the expansive space that he shared with the main body, activating the treasure right away as a unique energy spread out with the core at the center. He had already cast Blood World and World Veil to wrap around the entire world, preventing the coming Celestials from seeing what was occurring within it and turning it invisible, but this only earned him a few seconds. These few seconds were more than enough. The unique energy released from the world engine wrapped around the entire world as outside it. The enormous cannons meant to strike down at the core of the prime world had readied enough energy, destructive rays of red lights shooting out as they went towards a singular location. OMG, the rays of red energy left destructive energies in the void of space as they thundered down, the grandmasters piloting the Warsh.I.P.S watching with eyes burning with passion as they sensed an enormous fluctuation of energy at this moment, and then observed with unwilling expressions as the red rays of destructive lights they shot out actually hit nothingness. Silence reigned as they watched the rays pass through where they sensed a planet was just a few seconds ago, nothing being there now. They grit their teeth as they were knowledgeable of a similar incident with the Magus world not too long ago. They just didn't think it would happen again, and not so quickly. This also meant that the culprits for the disappearance of the Magus world were also the forces of the Dark Expanse, being connected in some way with that world as well. These were the conclusions that the Grandmasters arrived at anyways. Savages, one particular Grandmaster grit his teeth as he gave out a command, head back to report the findings. I'll scour the surrounding areas to see if I find anything. Thus, a wild goose chase that would give nothing began, while Noah's clone was already in a completely different quadrant of the light expanse near his homeworld. Numerous connected worlds veiled in different areas all around this quadrant. His clone had already disappeared from the inner layer of the underworld as he reappeared inside the spiritual world that he had anchored in a nondescript location of the celestial realm as small as a grain of sand before he jumped to save everyone from the single palm of the founder. He appeared in the time-space as he did not even go communicate with his forces that had come close to death under the hands of one of the most powerful beings in the novice galaxy and were currently sitting with troubled expressions. He wanted a moment of silence and contemplation as his main body was itself surrounded by numerous celestials. His clone being the only one that truly felt free right now, he appeared in the skies of the time-space as he floated and closed his eyes, just wanting to get a momentary time to think. Things seemed to always be happening so fast, but he breathed out slowly while looking at the results of recent events. All around him, numerous lines of fate and chaos particles swirled towards him in great abundance, as he had just created an enormous amount of chaos and changed the fates of billions from utter destruction in the underworld. He had participated in the tournament that was so extravagantly interrupted, the results now giving the treasure that could push someone's rank to the world realm to 2 beings. The last command from the founder was to take the last 4 geniuses, him, Athena, Light, and the 3-eyed Fate Child, deeper into the celestial realm to be forged into the sharpest weapons. He would soon enjoy this treasure that would push him up an entire realm as his thoughts then moved to the consequences of the founder appearing, the remaining forces of the dark expanse in the celestial realm, as well as the war that had just begun. Chapter 466. A grand new area, summons. The recent events had caused rapid developments, and Noah still did not know what the full results of these events would be. His clone floated in the skies of the time-space as he spent a few hours just thinking, numerous new pathways opening up in his mind as he looked on how to move forward next. When it came to the forces of the dark expanse, there was another being called Agris, a walking library that should still be hidden in the location that they established in the celestial realm. The problem of the founder still remained, as this being was powerful enough to point out the beings of the dark expanse from his power, so any of them that were still moving in the dark expanse would have to be extremely careful. This also came to his forces, who could no longer freely traverse the celestial realm to take down behemoths themselves, as they were quickly associated with the forces of the dark expanse as they were under the lead of Elena. After this, they would have to increase their strength in the time-space of the spiritual world to max their skill tree's proficiencies, as well as raise their percentages in the law of fire and water in the fire and water law space. Another pathway was the dark expanse, which should have many opportunities to move in as well, especially with the war heading towards them right now. The war made Noah also think about when he planned to use the vial he had received from Elena weeks ago. A vial that would free a powerful being from the 7th celestial star. He would have to make a plan to also use this sometime in the near future. His eyes opened as they glimmering with strength in the time-space, his figure disappearing thereafter as he began moving once more, this time starting with the worried subordinates as he moved to check on them, as well as the stabilization of the forces of the underworld. His identity would be revealed to the forces of vampires in this world as he stopped any information from leaking to the forces of vampires in the dark expanse by using his authority as the vampire progenitor. His clone began moving as his main body arrived in a different location further south of the sanctum, past all the water and ice behemoths. The area they landed the prime warship on was an exquisitely designed bastion of a city, enormous golden structures rising to the skies as numerous warships floated all around. This was one of the bigger strongholds of the Celestials, something that was placed close to where the Fate Behemoths resided, the location where the most powerful Celestials moved around in. Welcome to the Golden Bastion, the place where you all will truly step into power before setting out to make a name for yourselves. The voice of Grandmaster Vredril rang out as the 2 beings with noble fates and the special existences looked towards this city, their eyes shining with anticipation. The Grandmaster turned towards them with a smile as he focused on Noah and the 3-eyed Fate Child. I've received a message that the founder would like the 2 beings who would have fought in the final match to both receive the treasures that will push their levels to the world realm, so the both of you will be receiving the last 2 luminescent rainbow dews in existence. Rumble. He waved his hands as a single dew-shaped item that shone with splendor flew towards Noah. I have one of them on me. The other is in the hands of Grandmaster Lucas in this golden bastion. He said this towards the 3-eyed Fate Child, who would be receiving his own luminescent rainbow dew later on, as he then turned towards Athena and Light. The 2 of you will receive the remainder of the treasures, and it will depend on your talent whether you can break through from the domain and into the world realm, as the process will simply take too long and is too arduous unless a treasure like the luminescent rainbow dew is used. The 2 that lost on the 4th round nodded as the Celestials descended into the golden bastion, Noah putting away the extremely valuable luminescent rainbow dew, as he smoothly achieved gaining a treasure that would propel his rank rapidly to another stage. It was at this moment that Noah also received a telepathic communication, and this one came from a unique being. The 7th Infernal Lord, Azula, had sent him a message that relayed shocking information. A letter of summons had arrived from the 1st Infernal Lord, and it concerned him. His mind quickly processed this information as his ancient blood clone that was moving in the spiritual world discussing the recent events with the Harbingers, and Elena had to stop the discussions, having to be the one to head back to the infernal realm. Draco, Barbados, help Elena with the stabilization of the underworld. "I'll be stepping out briefly." His subordinates nodded with serious looks as they saw the clone disappeared into particles of light, their gazes looking at each other as they seemed to come to an agreement from their hearts. The subordinates that were boosted heavily by Golden Guider, and still experienced just how powerless they were next to a truly powerful being, felt a stifling feeling in their heart. Wanting to get stronger so that they weren't constantly saved by their master, their hearts burned with ambitions as they moved to do their tasks. Noah's ancient blood clone teleporting back into the second infernal realm with his body changed to that of the infernal lord adorned with an exquisite crown. The dreary and fiery lands reflected in his vision as he saw that there was a bustle of activity in the grand metropolis of this infernal realm, the movements of numerous infernals in an orderly fashion reflecting in his eyes as they formed into numerous large groups. My oh my, already in the domain expansion realm. "You rise up first, O ninth infernal lord," the curvaceous figure of Azula materialized in front of his eyes as a sultry voice rang out. The seventh infernal lord appearing while waving a glistening red letter in her hands. Chapter 467 directed towards the dark expanse. Noah stared at the curvaceous infernal lord in front of his eyes as he nodded respectfully, the seventh infernal lord waving the letter in her hands towards him. "The time is nearing for the war, and the first infernal lord has sent his summons for you. You are to take up an infernal legion to assist the forces that will come in conflict first." His clones waved his hands towards the red letter that shone with essence, his origin sensing a sense of authority from it as the moment he touched it, it released a proud and strong voice that reverberated in his mind. "Lead a legion to the Veritas fortress where the first point of contact of this war will occur. Prove your worthiness as an infernal lord there by claiming the first victory in this war." Rumble, the voice echoed in his mind as if it was to be completely obeyed, its authority dying down thereafter as it faded into strands of red light. He glanced up to the smiling infernal lord Azula as he asked, "The Veritas fortress?" Yes, a literal fortress floating in the vastness of space. Here are the coordinates." It is a fairly interesting stronghold that the wizards created as one of the first points of defenses against celestials. You will be reinforcing them as those expected to clash in this war are the weakest of all forces. With the first infernal lord using this opportunity to see your personal strength and your strength as a commander, Noah's ancient blood clone nodded as he glanced at the numerous moving infernals below him, their numbers hitting in the tens of thousands. Azula glanced in their direction as she continued, "You will be using the second infernal gate that is actually located not too far from the Veritas fortress to get there swiftly. The only thing you'll have left to do is command the infernal legion as well as work together with the little wizards and witches there to push back the advancing celestial legions." Fun, isn't it? The voice of the infernal lord was filled with bloodlust as it seemed like she wanted to go in this battle herself. Finishing her words in a teasing manner as he nodded towards her, "Understood. I will head out right away," he affirmed at the infernal lord as he had his own thoughts rapidly moving, seeing this as an opportunity to be involved in the first conflict of the war in a huge capacity that he would not be able to be in as Crixus yet, but as the ninth infernal lord. He would be standing against multiple grandmasters and celestials that were aiming their blades to conquer more lands and increase their amount of influence. It was this influence that they coveted, as it would allow their influence over the fates of many beings to increase, which would in turn increase their power. Noah saw this as one of the biggest motivations for the founder who had proclaimed the declaration of war. As the being that influenced the huge organization raving through the dark expanse, the fate lines he had collected over the years were insurmountable, or he would not be too surprised if this being was not too far away from mastering the supreme law of fate. His power was already massive, and if he could increase his own strength while stopping the expanding influence of the celestials and their rapid increase in strength, he would gladly do it as it was killing two birds with one stone. He descended down towards the ground where orderly and armored figures of infernals stood. His eyes counted more than 10,000 that made this legion, and it was all shockingly majority of the infernals at the Void Realm. With about 3,000 in the Soul Forging Realm, and even 10 at the Domain Expansion Realm, their gazes glanced up towards him as he made his chaos field visible with all of its glory, causing many of them to have their knees buckle at its pressure as the seventh infernal lord Azula in the skies looked on in shock. Rumble, Noah did not hide his advancement in the law of chaos when it came to this infernal lord, because he knew it was a special existence that was made for a single purpose: destruction. In her origin, there stood no plots or schemes, just following orders and directions from the strongest infernal lord as they awaited to carry out the goal they were created for. Thus, Azula only felt shock at seeing the number of his chaos particles that were rapidly nearing the 300,000 milestone. He glanced at his stat panel that had continued its improvements, especially so in the number of fate lines and chaos particles as he continued to influence more and more things around him. Noah Osmont, titles. Infernal Lord, Variant, Bloodlines, Vampire Progenitor, Awakening, Fate Lines, 289,258, Chaos Particles, 269,362, Origin Cores, Fire 3, Water 3, Domains, Fate, Chaos, Space, Fire, Water, Vitality, Domain, Focus, Strength, Domain, Laws, Fate 2.8%. Chaos 2.6%, Space 8%, Fire 33%, Water 33%. He was already nearing the mastery of 5% in just a matter of days, and he saw himself achieving the 1 million milestone soon enough as long as he continued to act on the grand and much larger stage. The legion of infernals that felt his strength as they smashed the weapons they were holding or their feet towards the ground with fervor, ready to serve. Ready to destroy, ready to serve, ready to destroy, woohoo! A coalescence of dark red mana erupted out as the infernals chanted, Noah feeling a connection forming with the 10,000 infernals in this legion is one of the unique abilities of the infernal lord appeared in front of his eyes the simple ability to command infernals under his banner. He glanced towards them as he raised his hand, their boisterous yells stopping instantly as they looked up with shining eyes. Noah then glanced at a humongous gate in the distance which would lead them to the location where a doorway towards this second infernal hell stood in the dark expanse. The region where they would head towards this Veritas fortress and clash with the oncoming forces of the Celestial Legion. Set off, rumble. He let out a commanding voice as the infernals moved orderly, their eyes set as they looked forward to the destruction. Chapter 468 The Dark Expanse. Noah's ancient blood clone passed through the large gate that stood within the second infernal realm. The legion of infernals followed behind him closely as they passed through with utter cordiality. It looked like the procession of a king that was leading his troops to battle. Rumble. They passed through the gate as Noah felt the changing of spatial locations, his eyes and senses opening up as a brand new world unfolded itself in front of him. The void of space was not too different from the one that he was used to, but he felt a peculiarity that made him know that this was not the light expanse. This peculiarity was hard to pinpoint, but his sense told him that he had fully arrived into the other side of the Novice Galaxy, the Dark Expanse. The Infernal Legion passed through the gateway easily and appeared behind him as the surroundings of this particular infernal gate that led to the second infernal realm was not actually surrounded by numerous warships as the first one that he went in through to conduct the infernal hunt with the Celestials. The large gate stood alone in the vastness of space without a single soul in the surroundings. This was because there was a certain agreement between the beings of the Dark Expanse and the Infernals. The leaders of both forces knew that their enemy was not among each other, but something even larger that stood to threaten all of them. Thus, there wasn't any measure of protection or watch surrounding this gate as Noah glanced around the empty doorway that led the infernal realm and began to take the legion under him towards the coordinates where a certain Veritas fortress was. This would be the location that the first collision of this war would occur in. Rumble. The strong force of 10,000 infernals that consisted of a majority void ranked and the remainder being at the soul rank and even the 10 at the domain expansion realm thundered forth menacingly as they followed behind their infernal lord. Noah ignored any of the surrounding planets, whether dead or alive, that he passed as you continued forward for a few hours, eventually coming across a bustle of activities as he began to see exquisitely designed warships that were much different than what the Celestials wielded move across the void of space. These vessels were only similar to the ones Celestials used in shape, seeming more like imitations that could never live up to the real thing when actually put to the test. He could also sense numerous figures at the void realm or above streaking his lights across the vastness of space, their faces serious as they prepared for something big. Noah glanced at the appearance of these beings from the dark expanse as he neared the Veritas fortress. They weren't all that different from the beings it was used to seeing in the light expanse, with most of them being humans and the remainder being collective beings of other races. Many of those he came across glanced at the fearsome 10,000 army force that went towards the vast Veritas fortress, but they only watched on as relieved expressions actually appeared on their faces, their hearts seeming more at ease as these fearsome-looking infernals appeared in front of them. This was an extremely stark difference compared to how infernals were viewed in the light expanse, where they were feared and even told as ghost stories to scare kids. In the dark expanse, infernals were welcomed as they represented a force of protection against the raging Celestials. Noah continued forward until he came across a collection of beings that actually came towards him with their heads bowed down respectfully. The beings had conical hats that would make one assume for them to have the profession that was fairly unique but widespread in the dark expanse, the profession of a wizard. Wizards were also called mages, beings that wielded incredible magic to affect the essence in their surroundings and produce spectacular spells that could even weave the very reality itself when utilized at their peak. 10 wizards came bowing towards Noah, stopping his procession of 10,000 infernals. The beings had power at the level of the soul-forging realm, the one at the forefront standing at the domain expansion realm speaking. It is an honor to have the aid of an infernal lord. Please, let us guide you. The 10 beings respectfully pointed towards a certain location, their eyes slightly shaking as they stared at the field of chaos that the being in front of them freely released. Noah nodded and went along with them, where in front of his eyes the appearance of this spectacular location known as the Veritas Fortress became apparent. It was worthy of being called a fortress as shockingly, he found it to be a literal planet-sized fortress that was floating in the void of space. It was not circular like most of the planets he had come across. It actually seemed more like a floating island that was even bigger than his spiritual world. But this floating island was built in the terms and designs of a unique fortress. There was a truly exuberant numbers of beings that could be sensed within and around this planet-sized Veritas fortress, being the highest number of beings that Noah had seen clustered in one area at once. Numerous vessels moved around it as beings of all species and races moved in and out, the busy bustle of activities only getting wilder as he moved closer. His eyes observed a purple field of light surrounding this entire fortress that looked to be even bigger than most prime worlds and infinitely neared the rank of a realm. Looking at this grandiose Veritas fortress, he knew that he had arrived in the dark expanse. He had arrived at the location where the first battle against the Celestials would take place. He had arrived at the location where the ninth infernal lord would make his presence known. Chapter 469 World. As his clone made his entrance in Veritas Fortress, his main body was in the golden bastion of the celestial realm where he glanced at the luminescent rainbow dew. It was a treasure that only 2 beings would have the chance of consuming, with him holding one, and another being in the hands of the three-eyed fate child. It was a treasure that forcefully rose a being's realm to the world rank, with the prerequisite that their body would be able to handle it. Noah glanced at this treasure with hungry eyes as he put everything else in the back of his mind. Throwing this treasure inside his mouth and swallowing it whole, rumble, a rainbow-colored light shot out as beautiful colors filled the room he was in, an enormous convergence of essence beginning to wrap around him as he broke all known norms to move to another rank with a speed never before seen. The luminescent rainbow dew was something that propelled the rank of a being all the way to the world realm. It was a treasure that was overbearing in nature, something that contained a tremendous amount of energy. This was the reason why in its description, it mentioned that it would only work on someone that could actually bear the wild energy. This overbearing energy began to spread throughout Noah's body. The rainbow colors only being in after effect as they shot out vibrantly all around his body. His origin core that was now surrounded by the fire origin core and the water origin core hungrily sensed this energy as it began to absorb it without a second delay. The origin core shook as the domain surrounding it became more and more solidified, its size getting ever so larger as it absorbed the pure energy from the luminescent rainbow dew. Noah could feel his stats continuing to shoot up as more and more of the energy was absorbed. Whatever barrier existed in the domain expansion realm quickly being hammered down as he infinitely neared the world realm. This was the rank where one contained the singular force of an entire world. It wasn't to be mistaken of one being a world of themselves or creating a world within their origin. It was the stage where a being with their pure physical force could match that of a normal world. When one moved past the physical force that it would apply and then took this to their skills and abilities, they were elevated to insane degrees. Brilliance erupted from him as Noah raised his head high, feeling the shackles of the domain expansion realm breaking as his body stepped into the world realm. A rank that was actually achieved in a matter of days after his last breakthrough. The energy of the luminescent rainbow dew still remained in his body as he finished absorbing it. Looking at his hands and feet as they glowed bright gold and black. The energies from the law of fate and the law of chaos were resonating the moment he finished his advancement into the realm, his body feeling the power of these laws even more. A calmness returned around him thereafter as he had a smile on his face, sensing the feeling of power that continued to get ever so larger. The smile remained even when he thought about the founder that had recently appeared. He thought about this being's motivations and exactly what he wanted to do. He thought about his words of them being puppets on a huge playground as he had his own ideas on exactly what this founder meant, but the confidence in himself only grew as he thought about all of it. He rose up as his body felt the coursing strength of an entire world, saying something that only he could hear. If this is a playground, what is stopping me from flipping all of it over and making it my own? The reverberation of power gradually calmed as he stepped out of the room he was in and went towards an expensive training hall in the Golden Bastion where he sensed the auras of 2 particular figures to be sparring. It was the War Princess Athena, and the other was the opponent who had fallen under his attacks, Grandmaster Light. Their gazes were filled with battle spirit as they were the only ones to receive lesser treasures than Noah and the three-eyed Fate Child. While the two of them had gotten a luminescent rainbow dew each, Athena and Light had received elite behemoth materials and other treasures that also promoted their strength, but it was nothing remotely close to the effects of the treasure that the two beings who would have found in the final round of the Battle of Geniuses received. The spar was stopped as Athena glanced towards Noah, seeing his body rumbling with power as her gaze only shone with even more spirit. "Junior brother, you've actually pulled ahead from me now." Noah smiled at these words as he replied, "I'm sure it won't be for long." "Where is the Grandmaster?" Athena revealed the location of Grandmaster Vridril as Noah left the two sparring celestials. Sensing the gaze of Light boring into his back and ignoring this defeated special existence for now as he went to have a discussion with his supposed teacher, as he had achieved a rank of power greater than many celestials right now, he was going to ask to move with more freedom in this celestial realm. When a celestial reached the level of the world realm, they were considered a true powerhouses at the peak of power, and the beings that could truly explore the celestial realm. He now wanted to be one of these figures, while his clone was acting as the ninth infernal lord and actually stopping the advancement of celestials in the dark expanse. His main body would continue the exploration of the celestial realm as he went through the locations where the fate behemoths were abundant. Collect more treasures and materials, and even find more inheritances for him to master even more laws. Before all hell broke loose, before he met the Founder again as an enemy on the battlefield, he still had many things to do. Chapter 470. Stationed and waiting, Noah's ancient blood clone followed the 10 mages towards the Viridis fortress, the enormous planet-sized fortress becoming bigger and bigger in his eyes as they descended towards a particular location where he could sense the numerous congregation of powerhouses. As they descended down, the smaller details of the Viridis fortress became apparent in his eyes as he could see ancient-styled castles that rose to the skies. The castles seemed to be depictions of the Viridis fortress itself, just on a much smaller scale, as one could see enormous walls surrounding each of the congregations of buildings. It was a unique style of dome-shaped castles that looked like grand churches of an ancient era as they gave off a feeling of ancientness and magic. Noah could sense a unique type of essence in the air, his mind curious on exactly how differently these beings called wizards or mages lived out their lives. There were a variety of forces in the dark expanse that made the alliance, with those being proficient in magic being the majority. Some termed themselves mages, other groups preferred to be called wizards, witches, or even warlocks. But almost all of them utilized mana the same way, just from different ancestry. He followed the group of robed wizards towards a grand castle that was placed at the very center of a tightly defended city as he stationed his 10,000 infernals in a field outside the fortress where the castle was located, seeing the infernal lord reign and his forces to calmly remain in that area. The leading figure of the 10 men pointed forward while speaking. "This is one of the central commands of our Viridis fortress, a place where some of the leaders meet to discuss and plan out the future events." Noah's clone nodded as they brought him further down, where he was able to find even more numerous bustling figures of mages moving around. Many were clad in dark or purple robes with conical hats above their heads being the only thing that nearly all of them wore. Far away from this location, you could see other beings that seemed to be coming from different planets, but all were congregating together for the oncoming war. He continued observing his surroundings as the 10 mages had led him towards the inside of the large castle and into an expansive rectangular hall where a bustle of discussion was underway. His entrance caused the eyes of many to turn towards him as they had relieved expressions in their eyes. All of them looked at the unique styled infernal crown above Noah's head, this crown letting them know that this was one of the infernal lords that was siding with them in these times of war. One of the more powerful auras in the room came forward as he nodded towards Noah, the power of this being vibrantly standing at the world rank. His eyes shimmered with aurora-colored lights as the conical hat that he adorned came off as he spoke towards Noah. "We are glad for the help. Come, let us brief you on our forces and everything we have so far." Noah nodded impassively as he went towards the wide table where the discussions were taking place, his seat being near this powerful being who introduced himself as Commanding Mage Turner. This was one of the leaders that was taking the reins of the operation to defend the Viridis fortress. This fortress was a place to defend and the place where the Celestials would attack simply because it acted as the doorway that led to many of the parts of the dark expanse that were populated by many beings. If the Viridis fortress fell, it would mean the free entrance of Celestials further into the dark expanse. This would allow them to achieve their goal of getting even more beings under the influence and thus once more increase their power in the law of fate. Noah listened in to the discussions as he gathered more information about the defenses of the Veritas fortress and got to understand more about the mages and wizards that had the task of defending this enormous gateway of a planet. After an hour, the discussion came to an end as he became acquainted with the important figures around the Veritas fortress as well as the forces that they should be expecting in their coming days before the clash with the Celestials occurred. Commanding Mage Turner spoke towards Noah as he led him out of the expansive hall where the discussions were taking place and towards another location in the castle, letting him know that their forces would be continuing to work together and distribute the coming reinforcements, and that they would call upon him and distribute all the information simultaneously whenever the Celestials made a move. Noah nodded as he sent a command to the waiting infernal army of 10,000 to remain still outside of the castle. He entered into a grand room that the commanding Mage Turner directed him to as he wanted to use the few days before the Celestials descended in the time-space of his spiritual world to max the proficiencies of his skill trees and upgrade them into the next rank. He felt ashamed to say that shockingly, his abilities were actually at the soul-forging realm when his main body's power had just reached the world rank. His realm this time had simply raised too fast that even his skills fell behind. He planned to use the increased ratio of the time-space of the spiritual world to the fullest in the next few days, as even a single day in the outside world would be more than 50 days in the time-space. Even though the rate of increasing the percentage of his laws would not benefit from the ratio of the time-space, his skills would still be able to advance rapidly as long as he placed the time into them. He had done numerous tests in the past to try and use the loophole of the time-space to rapidly increase the gathering of fate lines and chaos particles. But every time he cultivated them inside the time-space, they still followed the time of the outside world where their rate of gathering was slowed to insane degrees. This made for an event where if the time dilation in the time-space was 150 and he spent 50 days in the time-space, the rate of progress would still be equivalent to the 1 day that passed in the outside world as the descent of fate lines and chaos particles was slowed by a factor of 50 times. This simply showed him that the increasing law comprehension always followed the universal laws, or even his time-space could not be used to swiftly make him comprehend the laws to 100% in a matter of days. It was too balance-breaking of an idea to even fathom. These few days that remained before the battle started, he would see if he could bring all of his abilities into the domain expansion realm, and even possibly have a skill tree or two in the world rank. He took out the spiritual world that was anchored to his body and placed it on the ground of the room he was in, entering it thereafter as he began a training session to boost his skills even further before he clashed with the Legion of Celestials, the coming army of Grandmasters and their warships had no idea that in the camp that they would soon clash with, they had just created a world rank combatant by giving him a unique treasure willingly. This same being they continued to foster and raise the strength of was about to oppose them on their conquest of expansion. Chapter 471 Fledgling Blood Ancien. In another location, the vampire ruler Vladivostok had a frustrated expression as his communications with Elena, the one being who had access to the Crixus that shone brightly in the hands of the Celestials, was cut off. He had sent numerous messages towards her and the forces in the underworld that he controlled, only to get no replies as time passed. His troubles seemed to only be compounding, as he knew his position in the alliance would waver if he could not even maintain a handle on such a powerful spy that they placed into the ranks of Celestials. He turned towards one of his subordinates as he asked irritatingly, "The force towards the Veritas fortress has set off?" "Yes, master. The royal vampire Raku and his forces should arrive within a few hours." The vampire ruler Vladivostok nodded as his red eyes shimmered. He knew this first battle against the Celestials was pivotal, and would even set the tone for the remaining battles that came after. He had sent numerous vampires down to reinforce the defenses of the mages there, their other forces moving to tighten their defenses in other important areas as they prepared. He put the thoughts of Crixus aside for now as he focused on the current matters at hand, the vibrant power of this being at the star-forging realm moving forward, in the Veritas fortress. 3 days had passed as Noah's clone enjoyed the treatment of the mages while he trained to max the proficiencies of his skill trees. While only 3 days had passed in the outside world, he had spent more than 3 months in the time-space. This was a truly ridiculous number to even imagine, but it made possible for the rapid advancements of raising proficiencies of skills and then combining them. 2 skill trees had already met the requirements and were taken into the domain expansion realm as he worked double to combine solo skills he wasn't using into the domain rank and then sacrificed them into the skill trees. The other 2 skill trees were not far behind as they only waited for the required sacrificial skills at the moment. The ones he worked to upgrade first were the Kin of Ancients and Kin of Terror. Their advanced skill trees actually taking on similar names as he chose the path where both of them were termed fledgling. He advanced these ones first as they would be the ones he would most likely use the most in the coming days, the Arch-Lich Arazon and Fate's Guardian being left behind for now. After these, the next one of great importance that had taken even longer to raise up was the Agent of Chaos, skill tree that directly opposed the Law of Fate, but for now, the first one was the Kin of Ancients, skill tree that had the abilities of the Bloodlord at their base. This skill tree was expanded to a pathway that was called Fledgling Ancient, Domain, Bloodlord, 45/45, Abilities Dawn of the Bloodlord, 5/5. Blood World, 5 out of 5, Drain Life, 5 out of 5, and Nightmarish Descent, 5 out of 5. Kin of the Ancients, 60/60, Ancient Blood Scion, 5 out of 5, Ancient Blood Clone, 5/5, Summon the Ancients, 5/5, Blood Rage, 5/5, Fledgling Blood Ancient, 75/75, a fledgling of a race of powerful creatures that occupy the Litalis Expanse, the skills of this particular fledgling leaning more towards the control of blood. Abilities include Blood Summoner, 5 out of 5, Blood Clone Support, 5/5, Drain Master Support, 5/5, and Domination, 5 out of 5, Blood Summoner, 5/5. When the abilities Dawn of the Bloodlord and Ancient Blood Scion are simultaneously active, the user can summon 30 Blood Ancients to aid them. Blood Clone Support, 5/5, the Ancient Blood Clone is further strengthened. Now being able to exhibit 100% of the main body's strength. Drain Life Support, 5/5, the Drain Life ability is enhanced. Its effects not limited only to attacks dealt as an aura of blood will passively erupt to leech the life force of the targeted enemies around you. The life steal effect is increased from 5% to 10%. Domination, 5 out of 5, the eyes of the fledgling blood ancient release a dominating light that enthralls any with weak souls. The bodies of the dominated can then be controlled to either replenish the blood ancient with Blood Bag, or deal damage to surrounding enemies by Blood Bomb. A set of shining new skills were displayed in front of him, his eyes going over them a few times as he largely understood them all without needing to go over them. The Drain Life Support and Blood Clone Support were straightforward, with the latter being even more useful by granting his ancient blood clone the power to exhibit the entire strength of the main body. This now meant that there were two of him that could effectively release his entire power at full capacity. Although one would have to wonder, did the previous percentage cap of 60% even limit the clone's power in any significant way when one thought about the mana available to it? Noah then moved on to the other two, the Blood Summoner being a fairly unique one as it allowed him to summon 30 new combatants as long as he had two specific skills active. If these Blood Ancients were anywhere close to the power of the Ancients that he could call upon with the Summon the Ancients ability, he would not have to worry at all about their firepower. The last one was the most unique one, the ability called Domination, that made him actually look forward to trying it out on the battlefield. Shockingly, this ability allowed him to bring to his command those with weak souls, and those dominated souls only had a single fate: the blood in body be used to replenish him or as explosions to damage those around them. It seemed like a very flashy and destructive skill that he could not wait to put to use when imagining the legions of Celestials nearing this location. With this skill upgrade, he sadly did not come across any other Guider-type jobs similar to the Unruly Guider ability. That stemmed from Fate's Guardian. And this stood the same as he glanced at the upgraded skill tree of the Kin of Terror, which had added 4 new abilities under the next advancement: Fledgling Ether Terror, Chapter 472 Advancing Legion. On the 7th Celestial Star, Grandmaster Ramiel had just left a hidden underground prison where a certain individual lay with his body pierced with numerous golden spikes. He had gone down to this underground area to once again one-sidedly monologue towards his teacher about the recent events, as well as the initiation of a war that he would be at the forefront of. When he left the golden cage that continued to seep the strength of the powerful figure, Grandmaster Ramiel once more missed the hidden smile that had appeared on the bleeding and disfigured being's face. This had been the last time that this Grandmaster was going down to ramble to his teacher, the last time that he would converse with one of the founders of Celestials. Unbeknownst to Grandmaster Ramiel, this was also the last time that he would see his master, because in the journey that this Grandmaster was about to undertake, he would not get the chance to return to this celestial star. But this knowledge was not one that was privy to him at this moment as he left the celestial star with a strong demeanor. He looked at the Celestials around him as they all boarded numerous prime warships, the single 7th Celestial Star forming one of the small squadrons that were going to combine with the large legion that someone from the Celestial realm would be leading towards the Dark Expanse. Rumble, Grandmaster Ramiel gazed at the numerous prime warships that littered the void of space, the procession of beings from the celestial realm passing near the seventh celestial star as his job was to only combine in their ranks and follow along in this venture. All the celestials were under the lead of Grandmaster Onilis, a being in the world realm and someone that had more than 3 million fate lines thrumming strongly in his body, if Grandmaster Ramiel could be considered just at the entrance of the world realm, then Grandmaster Onilis was nearing its peak as the time that he spent in the celestial realm granted him versatile skills and abilities, as well as improving his techniques in the law of fate. This was why the founder had chosen this Grandmaster to be the one that led the forces in the first battle of this war. It was because this being was looked at with extreme confidence as it was someone that participated in the war more than 1,000 years ago and knew the ins and outs of being a commander. The many prime warships that would make any surrounding planets tremble continued on moving as Grandmaster Ramiel entered the largest one at the forefront. This was the main vessel that contained many of the leading Grandmasters. One could sense numerous powerhouses at the world realm, with the majority being at the domain expansion realm and even more at this soul forging realm. But the largest percentages were of course those of the void rank. A stark difference in the legion that was being led towards the Veritas fortress in this war compared to the previous war was that the head count for the Celestials was actually rather small when one compared to the numbers of individuals that came from numerous prime worlds that were also currently moving within the Celestial Legion. The Celestial Legion had not yet reached the Veritas fortress because they were passing through specific regions in the light expanse, collecting more and more powerful figures from chosen prime worlds that were selected to provide soldiers for this first conflict, as they moved across the light expanse. In just a few days, the number of Celestials actually became the minority in this advancing force as hundreds of thousands of powerhouses at the Void Realm from numerous prime worlds came under their banner. Those capable steered their own vessels towards the dark expanse, with even more being taken into the prime warships of the Celestials. The forces from the world of cultivation were even more vibrant as they were actually given special treatment from the Celestials. The reason was because the world of cultivation was the place where the being with noble fate who would soon enter the ranks of experts, Crixus, came from. Those especially proud were the cultivators from the profound astral sect. Especially the elder that was Crixus's father, who enjoyed a position as the leading figure that was overseeing the forces of the world of cultivation. The power of the profound astral sect had gradually expanded in the cultivation world because of the shining name of Crixus, and now they found themselves serving at the forefront as they actually saw this chance as an honor. Their gazes were those of responsibility and slight fear, as all that they knew was that they were going to defend their home. They were going to defend their light expanse from the hands of the savages that had already made 2 prime worlds disappear. They had acted and somehow taken the lives in the entire world that was formerly known as the Magus world, and even more recently they had entered the wondrous celestial realm and caused conflict while also erasing another powerful prime world that was known as the Underworld. Many of the forces from the numerous prime worlds were acting under this assumption, as this was the only news and propaganda that the Celestials had spread, a propaganda that began the moment the founder declared war after the Battle of Geniuses. A majority of them knew that they were going in this war to defend their homes, but those even more knowledgeable and those that could see behind the scenes knew that they were only pieces being played on a chessboard. But could they refuse? Could they say no? They had lesser power and they had no strength, so they could only go along as a grand procession passed through the light expanse as it looked like a large blade that pointed itself towards the dark expanse. Chapter 473 Fledgling Ether Terror. Back in the dwelling that Noah's ancient blood clone was staying at in the Veritas fortress, he was looking at the advancement of the skill tree that stemmed from Lesser Cthulhu. It was the skill tree that made many of the things he had at this moment possible, being the one that opened the doorway for him to become an infernal lord. After Kin of Terror, the next name that came with 4 new abilities was termed Fledgling Ether Terror. The other skill tree that he could have chosen from was something called Devouring Ether Beast, but he stuck to the names that continued to lead towards the terrifying being that he only knew from his memories. The abilities of Fledgling Ether Terror did not disappoint. Domain, Amorphous Space Beast, 1515. Abilities Spatial Cage, May 5th. Destabilize, May 5th. Shattered Star, May 5th. And Miniature Space, May 5th. Lesser Cthulhu, 45/45. Additional abilities Morph, 5/5. Child of Space, May 5th. Portals of Terror, May 5th. And Sever, May 5th. Kin of Terror, 60/60. Additional abilities Ether Reinforcement, 5/5. Multiplicative Ray Support, May 5th. Triple on Cast Support, 5/5. Lunacy Inducement, 5/5. Fledgling Ether Terror, 75/75. Additional abilities: Ether Emission, May 5, Ether Chain Support, 5/5, Fatal Ailment Support, 5/5, Size Distortion, 5/5, Ether Emission, 5/5. The body of the fledgling Ether Terror passively emits the baleful energies of ether. This ability also allows the boosts of Ether Reinforcement to apply to any skills used by the fledgling Ether Terror. Ether Chain Support, May 5. The ether rays emitted by the fledgling Ether Terror can chain between selected enemies. Supported ray-based abilities can chain 10 times. Fatal Ailment Support, May 5. The essence of ether is destructive by nature, causing chaos in the body of those affected. All abilities preceding and following the fledgling Ether Terror skill tree deal an additional 70% damage over time as ether continues to cause chaos in their bodies. Size Distortion, 5/5. Striving for unmatched strength, the body of the fledgling Ether Terror can be expanded up to 250 meters. As soon as Noah finished placing all the required infernal skill points into the newly opened fledgling Ether Terror skill tree, he felt his already strong body rumble with power as the energy of ether leaked freely from him. WAA. The baleful energy caused the air to scream as those within the grand castle he was situated in also felt an oppressive aura of energy coming from the location where an infernal lord was residing, their faces actually filling up with happiness as they sensed this fearsome power, as it actually brought them comfort when they thought about the coming enemies. Noah reeled in the ether to only stay within a meter around him as it seemed to just continue expanding. His gaze going towards the additional skills after the skill tree was brought up to the domain rank. The ether emission was what explained what just occurred with his body, so he moved on directly to the skills that had support attached to them as he was coming to particularly love these types of skills more and more. Those with the addition of support always enhanced his current abilities to even greater heights, not simply adding more and more skills for him to try and keep track of. And maybe not even use as time passed. The two support abilities this time were Ether Chain Support and Fatal Ailment Support. The former made it so that when he released the numerous rays of ether through Sever, that was already enhanced by Multiplicative Ray Support. These ether rays would actually chain between the bodies of up to 10 enemies. This caused for a shocking lethality as the rays of ether were already destructive enough, but were now made even more insane. The Fatal Ailment Support was another unique support skill that was equivalent to poisoning any being he hit with abilities from this skill tree as they would suffer damage over time. This damage over time would continue until their death or if they somehow had the means to purify the baleful energy of ether from their bodies. Again, it simply made his abilities all the more terrifying. This was the reason why he particularly loved skill trees, and would continue to pursue them to their peak until he saw just how crazy all of these abilities could become. The last skill was a simple one, Size Distortion, allowing him to expand his size to actually become 5 times the normal mountainous size of behemoths. It granted him the ability to expand up to 250 meters. It was ridiculous to even imagine his size larger than the behemoths he was fighting, so he was excited to try this ability in the coming battle when he faced hundreds of thousands of enemies. As his thoughts were coming to a close, he received a message from the spiritual world system. Master, the Hydromancer's mantle supreme treasure has finished being forged. The sweet words of even more spectacular things occurring rang in his eyes as his figure disappeared into the miniaturized spiritual world and went directly towards the blacksmith's forge. Inside the expansive forge that was now much bigger than when he first entered it, there were numerous shining armors and weapons that were beautifully placed on the walls of the forge. The items forged from the materials of infernals and behemoths that were not yet distributed to his subordinates were all grandly displayed in the forge, the workshop turning into a brilliant showcase of powerful armors as Noah went towards the one that shone with a luminescent blue brilliance. The Hydromancer's mantle looked like a blue battle robe that fully covered the wearer from head to toe, even having a fearsome-looking helm with a design only veteran commanders would be adorned in. Blue runic sigils swam around the mantle mystically as it gave off a feeling of power and strength. Noah's eyes shone as he neared the Hydromancer's mantle to take a look at exactly what abilities and boosts it provided. Would it be as crazy as the Trident of the Sea, or something even more wondrous? Chapter 474 Hydromancer's Mantle. Noah's ancient blood clone thoughtfully stared at the description of the newly forged supreme treasure, Hydromancer's Mantle, that was floating serenely in the blacksmith's forge. Hydromancer's Mantle, a supreme treasure geared towards extreme defense, absorbing any attacks thrown at it as the wearer experiences extreme comfort. Abilities include Sea Domain, Hydromancer's Banner, Hydromancer's Pride, Seaborn, Sea Domain, active, with the user at the center. The surrounding 1 mile can instantly be turned into a domain of the sea. Within this domain, the wearer of Hydromancer's mantle absorbs 50% of all damage and reflects 20% more, while the enemies are granted the slow and restrictive skill effect. The defense of the user is tripled in the sea domain. Hydromancer's banner, active, a banner of the one loved by water descends on the battlefield, granting the aura of water and seafarer abilities to all those standing with the Hydromancer that allows them to move unhindered in the sea domain while enhancing their abilities. Hydromancer's pride, passive, 500% physical and magic defense, 300% water element resistance, 5% chance to block all damage. Seaborn, passive, the wearer of the Hydromancer's mantle is loved by water, granting them 100% comprehension speed when trying to understand the law of water. Noah's eyes stared carefully at the blue shining mantle as numerous ideas about the abilities shown passed through his mind. When forging, I tried to steer the resulting abilities towards things that you did not already have, the results being somewhat satisfactory. The voice of the spiritual world system rang out as Noah smiled. This is more than enough. Yes, this was more than enough. The abilities were stupendous, especially Seaborn, that insanely doubled his comprehension in the law of water. He was currently working to refine soul jades from the water crystal materials he had obtained while traversing the southern area of the celestial realm in order to use them on the neglected, lawful nourishment item that he received from the karmic sect leader in order to increase the rate at which he comprehended the laws. The future plan was to find the equivalent materials to enable him to collect numerous crystals of all the laws he was working on to further enhance his speed, so he never expected an item to actually just casually double his rate of progress in one law. If the Hydromancer's mantle gave just this, he would have been happy. But it did even more as grand abilities like Sea Domain, Hydromancer's Pride, and Hydromancer's Banner appeared to further protect him and reinforce his power. Noah's clone wasted no time as his hands reached towards the supreme treasure, adorning it for the first time to see its spectacular descriptions in action, as legions moved closer and closer towards each other. Noah's main body was moving alone in the celestial realm. Grandmaster Vredrel had looked at this disciple with shining and proud eyes when he stepped into a realm that was even above his own and was even courteous enough to ask his teacher still for the permission to explore the celestial realm by himself. The Grandmaster had shaken his head proudly as he waved his hands, telling Noah that he could do whatever he wished. He was an expert at the world realm now, and that title came with a status. A status that would first award him the title of a Grandmaster even though his fate lines had yet to reach and exceed 100,000. Before he left the Golden Bastion, Noah had received the golden robe that was adorned by the many Grandmasters of this celestial realm. In the span of a few months after Noah first stepped onto the 7th celestial star as a disciple, in this short period of time he had actually risen from that lowly rank and had gotten the name of a celestial, and now held the proud name of a Grandmaster. Of course, this meant nothing to him as he left the Golden Bastion adorned in the golden robe and went further south of the celestial realm to begin exploring and hunt down behemoths in full. Even as people neared war, he still had to strengthen himself and his forces, where now a majority of the harbingers of sin were in the soul-forging realm with not a single one in the domain expansion realm. The current plan was to of course explore the uniqueness of this celestial realm while obtaining the cores and skills of behemoths that he could absorb himself and also pass down to his subordinates. He had already been on this venture for the past 3 days, having actually come across more than 20 fate behemoths. These celestial beasts that were proficient in the law of fate would have been particularly difficult for elite explorations teams to take care of, as they were more than likely more proficient in the law of fate than the celestials that were following the inheritance of the disciple of fate. But for Noah, these beasts that were in the domain expansion realm fell under his abilities very easily. The ones he came across were the same mountainous beasts that towered over 50 or 60 meters, with their traits being very similar to the animals from his homeworld that he had always come across before, with their major difference being in color. And of course power. Among the ones he had seen was a golden phoenix that he took down through using attacks that were layered with the power of chaos, making sure that he had unique origin, active and other covert skills so that even if someone was watching, they would not be able to understand the true extent of his power. This was simply him being more careful, and he most likely did not have anything to worry about. He met a variety of fate behemoths the past few days, each of them holding golden feathers or golden furs, with their skills being resplendent as they utilized the law of fate. As for the loot, these behemoths did not just drop cores, but they also dropped fancy-looking skills related to the law of fate that were not contained under the Fate's Guardian skill tree. Many of these skills utilized mana to either form offensive abilities or defensive abilities in the forms of shields or weapons. An example of some of the skill books that he obtained were Blades of Fate, Fate Armor, Golden Berserker, and a few more abilities that were unique to the type of celestial beasts themselves. There were various abilities, but in his eyes none of them even came close to the abilities under the Fate's Guardian skill tree that continued to expand more and more, each of the abilities within them boosting the entire skill tree to unimaginable levels. The percentage of boosts from these skills already at the domain rank actually did not even match the compounded boosts he was receiving from just a single skill in the still soul rank skill tree. If he were to pay attention to all of these skills that dropped as loot from the Fate Behemoths and even the many other beings they had taken down, he would have thousands of skills in his stat panel without even knowing which one to use or utilize. So, many of these skills would be used as sacrificial skills for skill combination, and to bring up his powerful skill trees to even greater heights, with the rest being given to his subordinates for them to gain equivalent level skills for when he granted them cores of the domain expansion realm as well. Rumble, yet another Fate Behemoth fell as the brilliant light of loot erupted from it, cores and skill books erupting out as they quickly turned into lights and faded away. Entering Noah's expansive space in the span of a millisecond, all of the beasts that he had taken down could be considered elite behemoths, and there were still all in the domain expansion realm. For him to meet the beasts above that, those that were titled supreme behemoths, he had to venture deep into the celestial realm to even come across these powerful celestial beasts that were at the world rank or even more terrifyingly above that, but this would all come later, as his focus now remained on hunting more behemoths. Chapter 475 A Sense of Pressure. Noah's main body continued moving as the cores and the skill books that he placed in the expansive space were then quickly accessed by his clone and transferred into spiritual world for his subordinates to use right away. The ones prioritized were the harbingers of sin, as well as beings like Elena. The domain expansion rank cores and skill books would be even more useful to them as they didn't have the ability to very rapidly max proficiencies of their skill trees and upgrade them as quickly as Noah could. So even with the rapid power leveling that he continued to do with them, their skill trees almost always lagged behind their ranks because of how fast they rose. He would keep a sufficient amount of domain expansion realm skill books to use as sacrificial skills for his skill trees and give the rest to his people for them to be able to use powerful skills at the level that they enter. He planned to strengthen his subordinates well and have a few of them enter the domain expansion realm and actually participate in the coming conflict of the Celestial Legions and the Legions of Mages. Wizards, vampires, and infernals waiting for them at the Veritas Fortress. He had also prepared numerous sets of armors from flame behemoths and from infernals for them to equip, along with some completed chaos sets made from the many chaos behemoth materials that he had been collecting while hunting with Athena and the Righteous Fire exploration team before the tournament. Only 3 of the chaos sets were able to be completed, and the 3 strongest combatants that entered into the domain expansion realm before the war began would be given for them to wear. His main body continued forward in this celestial realm as he hunted more behemoths and kept an eye out for any treasures. His gaze was bright as he waited for his clone that could now move with 100% of his strength to clash with the coming celestials. The first thing that was eye-catching was the scintillating colors that now surrounded his body, the passive emission of the purple ether from the fledgling ether terror abilities and the sparkling blue water elements constantly given off by the hydromancer's mantle, giving off an eerily beautiful contrast when also putting into account his devilishly handsome looks. The hydromancer's mantle had a particularly unique style, as one could almost feel as if waves of clear blue water were constantly moving at the edges of the blue mantle. His body shone with an aura of a boss monster that he would only find in late game content of the games he used to play in the past. This type of boss monster being able to drop the most valuable loot. Noah found himself smiling as his thoughts briefly went back to times of extreme ignorance and bliss, times when he could just play games and read novels while he went on with his life. Those were the times when his mind was free with no responsibilities whatsoever on his shoulders, his life simply going along with the flow as he enjoyed the things around him. A slight look of reminiscence appeared on his face as he quickly shook himself out of it and breathed out, adopting a serious expression as he thought about the current him. He was still going along with the flow of things, even moving himself to steer their flow and the flow of fate to the direction he wanted. And now, the things he would have considered to only be in his wildest dreams and as just fantasy were actually right in front of his eyes, so he shook himself out as he stopped reminiscing and made himself focus on the task at hand, his heart set on continuing forward. As expected, while wearing the hydromancer's mantle, the progression of the law of water had nearly doubled, with the water particles rushing towards him much faster than the fire particles, even though the seaborne effect was only for the law of water. The faster progression also propelled the opposing fire elements to run slightly faster. The clone nodded its head as he continued on for another few hours before the tests came to a stop, his figure disappearing as his main body had placed yet another bountiful loot in the expansive space. He waved his hands to take it out as his figure reappeared next to powerful auras of numerous beings training in the time-space of the spiritual world. The harbingers of sin and the powerful spiritual world beasts were all here training to break past the soul rank and step into the domain rank, as this was the prerequisite that Noah had set for anyone that wanted to participate in the war at the Veritas Fortress. He was unconsciously becoming more and more protective as he saw that anyone in the soul-forging realm only had a chance of surviving in the coming war, and he didn't want any deaths that could be easily prevented. A particularly arrogant emperor penguin raised its beak towards its master as it swallowed a domain rank core, its flippers sticking out with no shame as Noah waved his hands for another similarly ranked core to fly towards him. He pulled out more and more domain rank cores that his main body continued to place in the expansive space as he hunted down behemoths, all of them going towards his subordinates as he could sense the auras of many of them about to spill over into the next realm. Soon, the spiritual world beasts entering into the domain rank was an even better situation, as it signified that one of the requirements for the next upgrade of the spiritual world was complete. The only thing remaining being the obtainment of a large world core. This was something Noah would worry about for later as he focused on the current events, continuing the preparations for the war. As besides giving his subordinates numerous cores and skill books, he put the task of designating the item sets to the spiritual world system whenever one of them stepped into the next rank. Among the subordinates currently training, a few others were not in the time space as they were busy stabilizing the newly connected underworld and moving around the spiritual world thereafter, with others still looking over the many new worlds that were now connected. He was not the only one busily moving the forces he was connected to, all feeling a sense of pressure as they collectively moved towards a brighter future. Chapter 476. My progenitor, Elena, was floating in the skies of the spiritual world as her face was that of immense wonder and infatuation. A few days ago, her progenitor, nay, her master, had brought her into this wondrous land once more after saving them from the clutches of the celestial founder. Her master had actually duplicated his body as he ingeniously still kept his identity as a celestial while also working against them simultaneously to save her and many others from certain death. It was something beautiful and resplendent, something that only her progenitor would be able to do. She had great worries about her little brother in the underworld the moment the celestial founder called for its destruction. And her master had somehow been able to do something as ridiculous as teleport the entire prime world away while dominating its core at the same time. It was at this moment that Elena realized that she really did not know her progenitor as much as she thought she did. What type of being could subjugate entities that were the centers of entire worlds? Who could then even teleport such an enormous entity to an entirely different quadrant in the light expanse? What energy was required? What grandeur? What magnificence? My progenitor. She found her hands clutching her chest as her thoughts went in this direction while she floated in the skies of the spiritual world. She had already stabilized the newly added underworld as she gained the knowledge that her progenitor already had numerous worlds like this connected, each of them with their own set of beings that were all being taken care of by him. She flew along the paradisical worlds as her gaze traveled to the central continent of the spiritual world and flew towards a certain location there, not to just mention the 4 floating continents that were beautifully seen all around her. She actually found the central continent to be more wondrous, as within it she found the unbelievable land known as the time-space, as well as the location where her progenitor created fearsome armors and weapons that nobody else had ever seen. But even more than this was the collection of portals that one could find at a particular area of the spiritual world. Her eyes gazed upon different colored portals that were ordered in a circular manner on a large snowy clearing. There were names floating above these portals that would make one tremble when they realized exactly what their meaning was. She could see the titles above the portals as such: Demon World Portal, Ancient Blood World Portal, Beast World Portal, Underworld Portal. Her shining eyes saw many of such portals spectacularly laid out, figures of beings of different colors and races occasionally seen coming in and out of these portals as they actually transferred from these many worlds and into the spiritual world. Almost all of the beings coming in and out of these portals had one singular thing on their faces: wonder and amazement as they came and went with their own assigned jobs. Many of them did not even have jobs purse, as what they were doing was simply coming into the spiritual world to be granted paradisiacal medicinal herbs and fruits that were spread out all across the spiritual world. This was another thing that caused Elena's heart to beat even faster. In the spiritual world, she found that across all the continents, the majority of their lands were covered by farming fields that had shimmering fruits and herbs filled with essence growing within. Aside from the spiritual world beasts that enjoyed these medicinal herbs and fruits the most, the beings entering and leaving the spiritual world were coming and going mostly for these resources as they took them back to their own worlds. She had seen her master's figure travel through the fantastical floating landmasses of the spiritual world as he went to each of these fields and waved his hands above them. Every time he did this, a green light would descend down and wrap around the medicinal herbs or trees, causing them to have rapid growth and achieve maturity in a matter of minutes compared to the days or months that were required. He had such a wide array of abilities that Elena wondered, could she be able to find something that her master could not do? Even something as simple as cooking. The one time that she tasted it, she nearly blacked out from pleasure. She even found herself wondering why he would even excel in something like cooking. But it just added to the charm that he had. But the wonder of him being a farmer on the side overtook her mind momentarily as her thoughts wandered even more. Her progenitor was so magnificent that he actually took the time to be a farmer and plant all of these wondrous things for them, things that were actually filled with so much essence that one could consider them prized treasure gardens of powerful sections, yet all of them could freely be seen spread out in the spiritual world as the followers of her master enjoyed them to the fullest, while also using them to bolster the strength of the many worlds her master was connected to. The more she learned about her master, the more reverence and infatuation Elena had as she found her fangs unintentionally coming out while she licked her lips. She closed her eyes in the skies above the portals where many beings went in and out, ignoring their gazes as she recalled the sensation of her progenitor sucking blood from her weeks ago. That amazing feeling she was able to feel then, she had not gotten the privilege to feel it again ever since. She reminisced as she wondered, my progenitor, just when will you feed on me again? My blood is quite good, you know? Ah, the matter of feeding war paramount, especially to the vampire progenitor. She felt like he had been suppressing his urges for far too long, and the day that he chose to get lost in them would be the day to remember. Her eyes were closed as her body wiggled curvaceously in the air. Her mind filled with her progenitor as her thoughts soon went towards those closest to him. Her face instantly turned hard as she thought about the women around her master. The closest one she could see was the one called Barbados. All she saw in her eyes was a small woman with somewhat decent looks, but she would never question the tastes of her master. This Barbados was simply too lazy in her eyes, only training and accompanying her master when he had the time, but the way she referred to him was not the way one should address someone such as him. The other was a fair little queen known as Adelaide who always came to her master with a shy expression that just asked to be spoiled. Her royal countenance was always reserved around others, but one could see a much rosier appearance whenever she was around the progenitor. This one seemed to at least fit Elena's requirements, but there were still many things to be worked on. All of these women surrounding her master seemed gorgeous and perfect to others, but to her they weren't enough. Does nobody not know the majesty of her progenitor? Do they really think his desires would be satisfied by the presence of merely two women? Her progenitor was someone grand that was already taking over numerous worlds, with a future that many of them could barely even imagine. Soon enough, even these women would start to find themselves inadequate in the presence of her master. And that was when she would go in to allow her master to do whatever he wished with her. If it was high-quality blood, she had it. Anything else, she had it. She would accompany him to her death as she carefully chose the beings deserving to be around him and experience his grandeur with her. This was the future she awaited for with her master, her cloudy eyes clearing up as she thought of this, her figure disappearing from the area of the portals as she went on to join the others that continued to be spoiled with treasures from her master. She did not even have the patience to reply to the figure leading the vampires. In the dark expanse, the vampire ruler Vladivostok, as she focused on her own strength. His message was releasing commands that were filled with bloodline power to ask her to reply or return, but this Vladivostok did not know that someone way above him had already given separate commands to her. If a subject received the command of the king and then received another set of commands from another subject of the king, who would she listen to? Wumph, the powerful figure overseeing the clans of vampires in the dark expanse at the star-forging realm was just like another subordinate of her master. So what if he was a whole rank above the world realm? What if he had lived for thousands of years? As her master was now playing the dark expanse, she knew that the entire faction of vampires that made up the dark expanse would soon fall into his hands. After all, who could deny their progenitor? Who would be able to look at the being with the purest bloodline of vampires alive and say no to him? She was one of the few permitted to feel this reverence, so she knew she had to work hard. She also had to increase her strength if she wanted to be around him. In the skies above the portals that she just left, the beings moving below finally breathed out again as they went on with their tasks once more, whispering words only a few of them could hear. who was that demoness wriggling her body in the skies? You, shut up and move faster. You don't want to offend any of the experts under the spiritual world, master, do you? It doesn't matter how weird they are. Stop gawking and hurry, you fools. Hushed words passed between them as their bodies brimming with strength from Noah's all-around buff caused by the golden guider coursed through them, their gazes bright as they moved across the spiritual world while also seeing a bright future ahead of them. Many of the beings from the numerous connected worlds that were granted permission to enter the spiritual world only knew of Noah from those that stood at the upper echelons of their worlds, with very few of them actually coming in contact with him, but they all knew of his grandeur and power as they worked diligently, grateful to be placed under such a person's wings, as these numerous beings continued to have their lives changes affected. Their fates steered towards directions entirely different than what was ordained. The one responsible would continue to benefit immensely as time passed. The founder was able to increase his power and fate lines by indirectly influencing and changing the lives of many worlds in the light expanse, and his power had risen to the peak of many in the novice galaxy in the past 1,000 years. What of someone like Noah who was directly and actively steering the fates of numerous planets and their inhabitants then? How long would it take him to scramble to the top as he continued to expand his scope of influence? Chapter 477 Dark Guider. Another day passed in the outside world as Noah's ancient blood clone was able to bring yet another skill tree to the next rank. This time being particularly exciting as yet another guider type job appeared in front of his eyes, when the prerequisite sacrificial skills were given with the skill tree hitting maximum proficiency, the options of either Chaos Guider or Chaos Relegator. He naturally chose the one that had the name of Guider, seeing how the previous selection of Unruly Guider under the skill tree aligned with the law of fate granted him ridiculous abilities. He placed all the required skill points as he viewed the new additions at their peak. Domain, Agent of Chaos, 60/60ths. The title of an agent of anything is a rare one. This skill tree gives its user the ability to confidently call themselves an agent of chaos. Abilities include Essence Disruptor, May 5th, Chaotic Mandate, May 5th, Chaos Orbs, May 5th, and Void of Impending Doom, May 5th. Chaos Guider, 75/75ths, a path of a being that revels in unpredictability and the comfort of chaos. Additional abilities include Dark Guider, May 5th, Chaos Bearer, May 5th, Aura of Chaos, May 5th, Desecrate, May 5th, Dark Guider, May 5th. All the beings that are following the rule of the Chaos Guider are blessed with his source of strength as a portion of the user's aura of chaos surrounds them. To those classified as subordinates of the Chaos Guider, 120% physical, soul, and elemental damage, 120% cast and attack speed, 120% all-element resistance, 120% defense. Chaos Bearer, 5/5ths, any chaos that the Chaos Guider causes is amplified, granting them 50% increased comprehension in the law of chaos. Aura of Chaos, 5/5. The distinct aura of chaos wraps around the body of the Chaos Guider and allows for all cast abilities and skills to be layered with the chaos element. 100% chaos damage to all utilized abilities. Desecrate, 5/5ths, a wide area ability that creates a desecrated space where chaos elements are abundant as far as the eyes of the Chaos Guider can see. Within this desecrated space, the fear, slow mana regulation, debilitated, and blind debuff effects are applied to all enemies. Abilities that satisfied his heart were shown in front of his eyes, once more granting him a wide array of extra abilities that he could utilize on the coming battlefield. His enemies were beings proficient in the law of fate this time around, and the opposing abilities of the law of chaos would be one of the best counters. When he saw the Aura of Chaos and Desecrate abilities, a smile appeared on his lips as these abilities essentially allowed all of his attacks to be layered with the power of chaos, as well as release a wide debuff domain that further lowered his enemies' defenses and even granted them horrible debilitating effects. Then there was the Chaos Bearer ability that actually enhanced his rate of progression in the law of chaos. This was similar to the ability that the Hydromancer's mantle provided, but cut by half. It was an unexpected surprise as the gathering of chaos particles always lagged behind the fate lines. This was because he initially began with the law of fate, and he also had the Fate Stealer ability, which allowed him to actually get 12% of the fate essence of the beings that he killed. In the upcoming battle, it was actually this single ability that excited him the most, with the thousands of Celestials coming towards him, especially the big bosses like Grandmaster Onilus that had more than 3 million fate lines. He was actually going to increase his progression in the law of fate at a pace that would break any remaining common sense in the novice galaxy. In his eyes, he foresaw himself easily passing the 1 million mark, and even going above it just with this single coming battle. That was how domineering this Fate Stealer, ability was. His progress in the law of chaos was bound to be left in the dust, but it would still increase even faster because of the newly gained Chaos Bearer ability. The last ability that did not just give him joy, but granted even more happiness to his subordinates was the Dark Guider ability. They were already boosted by the Golden Guider from the skill tree stemming from the Law of Fate, and now there was another Guider type ability that essentially doubled the boosts they already had. At the same time, they now had the auras of both Fate and Chaos coursing through their bodies. This was an aura of two supreme laws that were freely coursing through the bodies of billions of beings. At this point in time, even Noah himself would not fully know the effects of this until much later. Rumble. The instant the ability was activated, Noah felt the surging of fate lines and chaos particles once more as he greatly influenced billions of beings, some in more ways than he expected as huge changes occurred throughout the planets he was connected to once more. In the quadrant of light expanse where numerous of the connected worlds were hidden behind layers of a veil, essence dispersed freely as the singular addition of another guider ability caused another supreme law to descend onto these worlds, their targets being the numerous inhabitants of these worlds that fell under the category of Noah's subordinates. When the prior, Golden Guider, from the Law of Fate was activated, the multitude of beings had experienced a period of rapid advancement in their strength as with the backing of a supreme law, they were able to do things they never considered before. With the widespread project of creating dungeons not just in Noah's homeworld but in the many connected worlds, the phenomenon of beings diving in dungeons to enhance their strength only propagated further. With the boost of Golden Guider, those diving in dungeons saw firsthand how they could defeat monsters that were a rank above their own as they took advantage of the boon and became rapidly stronger. Yet at this moment, as if the first boon was not enough, Dark Guider arrived and brought with it another supreme law. Dark auroras of pure chaos energy descended onto the numerous worlds and wrapped around their inhabitants, another point of widespread change occurring as it was not just the addition of another law to their bodies. It was the inclusion and utter synchronization of two opposing supreme laws in the bodies of billions of beings that could be considered relatively weak. It was something that should have never had the chance of happening, but it did. And it brought with it too many changes and opportunities. Noah was about to look into everything that was changing when he felt the presence of the mages in the castle he was supposed to be in come closer. Stopping his strengthening session as his body teleported away from the spiritual world and into the room, Lord, our scouts have begun to see the legions of the Celestials. Commanding Mage Turner has tasked us to ask to grace the other commanders with your presence. The words of a strong mage rang in his ears as he waved his hands. The many fearsome and colorful skill effects of numerous elements that surrounded his body gradually fading and turning invisible as he opened the door and followed the inviting mages. He would let the worlds and beings he was connected to experience the changes as he enjoyed the boons from it himself as time passed, setting his gaze towards this coming battle for now. His aura spread out from the location he was in as he sensed even more forces within the expansive Veritas fortress, the auras of many new vampires from the dark expanse being apparent, as well as numerous more powerhouses he had yet to come across. The unique attire of the mages and wizards along with the shimmering wands they carried beneath their robes gave Noah a mystical fantasy feel of this dark expanse, especially the wide and dark halls of the dreary castle he was walking in. It reminded him of the imaginative stories he used to read in the past about the grand abodes of wizards with pointed hats that lived in the darkness of the world. The castles of these actual mages and wizards of the dark expanse had their own unique style. Their halls lined up with small floating shining lights that added on to the air of magic and mystery. There was a bustle of activities everywhere they went as Noah saw floating animals that he recalled to be familiars of wizards move along with them, his observation also seeing the unique way these beings used magic as he could see floating utensils cooking by themselves when he passed a dining hall, or things link ink brushes and pens moving on their own to write manuscripts in huge rooms where discussions were taking place. It truly was a place where the beings around it utilized magic fully in their daily lives, even to the smallest details. Noah wanted to explore more of this culture and their techniques if the time came in the past. Curious at the wand-shaped weapons that boosted the abilities they cast by a large degree as wondered of the wide array of techniques that the wizards and mages of the Dark Expanse used, he already had so much on his plate in terms of skills and abilities that he felt the addition of even more was just him continuing to go overboard, where he might not even get a chance to utilize them all. But he would wait for the time to come when he could truly observe the culture and techniques of the beings within Dark Expanse, his figure currently going towards one of the command centers as it looked like the clash with the Celestials would soon begin, their legion being close. Chapter 478 Simultaneous Breakthroughs. In the time-space of the spiritual world, a particularly arrogant emperor penguin raised its beak high as it felt the course of a new supreme energy travel through his body. The aura of chaos that normally destabilized the essence of those it entered felt like a docile stream as it passed through his vessels and core. His breakthrough into the domain expansion realm that was at the cusp of occurring actually happened right away with the addition of this new energy, RAA. Ra! RAA, he let out fearsome battle cries, but he wasn't the only one, as many of the other harbingers and beings that were receiving domain rank cores from his master the past few days were all experiencing breakthroughs into this realm simultaneously. Rumble essence rapidly converged around the numerous beings stepping into the domain rank as they all felt the newest boost from the addition of the new Guider type ability Dark Guider. Apart from the golden energy of fate coursing through them, a dark scintillating energy of chaos was now vibrantly coursing through them as well, their bodies feeling the boost in power once more. They could be considered bona fide beings at the domain rank, but their power was unlike any others at this realm as they were receiving huge buffs from two Guider type abilities. The Emperor Penguin rose to the skies as he felt this fearsome power, his fanaticism towards his master only growing as he sought to prove his strength in battle. Come to the forge, his thoughts were cut short as he received a command from the spiritual world itself, his arrogance being cut short as this was the only entity besides his master that could push him around. A silver light flashed as the figure of the Emperor Penguin appeared outside of the blacksmith's forge, entering it thereafter as he was met with a floating item set that shone with the luster of chaos. As the first beast of this spiritual world, you represent all of your brothers and sisters whenever you move. Master gave me the right to choose who will be wearing the created chaos set items, and I'm going to be biased and give you one of them. You must live up to your name as the Emperor Penguin. The voice of the spiritual world that seemed more commanding when communicating with the arrogant penguin rang out, the beak of the penguin nodding up and down as it received the item set that nobody else had gotten their hands on yet, Baleful Chaos Bringer set, an item set made from the materials of chaos behemoths. Contains a scimitar, breastplate, briefs, boots, armguards, and helm. Varying levels of boosts are given when the set items are worn simultaneously. 2 set items reduces the cooldown and mana cost for all chaos abilities by half, as well as doubling their effects. For set items grants the wearer a chaos barrier that reflects 30% of all incoming damage back to the caster. 6 set items. A passive chaos storm is initiated by the resonance of all 6 set pieces. This chaos storm swirls around the wearer as it tears down the defenses of their enemies while boosting their own attacks. 250% fate element resistance, 250% all element penetration, 250% all element resistance, 100% chaos damage applied to all abilities. The set bonus of the spectacular, Baleful Chaos Bringer set became apparent in the eyes of the Emperor Penguin as he glanced at the smaller descriptions of the items themselves and all of their boosts. His eyes shone with brilliance as he adorned the item set, his fluffy body being covered by the dark chaos armor as it was soon fully hidden. Only a fearsome shape of an armored penguin wielding a scimitar that shone with a deadly edge becoming visible. Rumble, a chaos storm erupted from him as he enjoyed the feeling of strength the item set provided, but this didn't last long as he felt an immense pressure descend down on him a second later as the chaos storm continued to spread out in the blacksmith's forge. Don't get conceited and damage the things in the forge. Remember that all of this strength is made possible by the master. Just try to be more useful now to him now. The cold voice and pressure of the spiritual world descended on the Emperor Penguin as his beak pointed down in a docile manner, stopping the advancement of the ability given the 6-item set boost while also being reminded once more that beside his master, the entity that was the spiritual world was the only other one that could take him off his pedestal no matter his strength. This was because he was a beast born from this unique world, his origin being tied closely to it. I shall go acclimate to my new realm and items while waiting for master to call us. The Emperor Penguin spoke out with the tone of someone bullied, but it still held a tinge of arrogance as he flashed away from the blacksmith's forge, going on to test his new strength and abilities in the time-space of the spiritual world. Besides him, numerous beings in the spiritual world broke into the domain expansion realm thereafter as they were also adorned with their own set items. The remaining 2, Baleful Chaos Bringer set, went to Elena and Barbados, their realms breaking through the fastest while also holding their own unique strengths. Aside from the limited chaos sets, the spiritual world system was working to rapidly produce set items from the fate behemoths that Noah's main body continued to take down in the celestial realm. Even though standing against celestials with the opposing chaos sets was ideal, having armors made from fate behemoths also provided a level protection from the element itself. Thus, other beings would be adorned with newly created fate item sets that were being created right at this moment. They had to be lucky enough to first enter the domain expansion realm. And for the war to not break out too soon before the creation of the fate set items were finished, but just on Noah's side, numerous beings were stepping into the domain rank as they were fitted with fearsome items. All of them were waiting to participate in the first battle of many in a war that would later be known in history as the Last War. Chapter 479 primed. Commanding Mage Turner was glancing at the numerous powerhouses around the war room as his eyes carried a trace of seriousness. In the war room, a majority of the beings were releasing unique auras of the world realm, these figures being some of the revered powerhouses that were fairly well known in the Dark Expanse. Besides the world rank Mage Turner, there were 3 other beings that stood in this same realm as him who would be leading their own forces against the legions of Celestials in the coming battle. One was the fearsome royal vampire known as Raku, one of the generals under the vampire ruler Vladivostok. The other was the dark wizard Shanora, a powerful being from the faction that preferred the mantle of wizards instead of mages. Of course, the last being to join them was the 9th Infernal Lord, whom they only knew by that title still. For world rank experts Turner, Raku, Shanora, and an Infernal Lord, these were the beings standing against the coming legions of Celestials, there being a tacit understanding between the two sides that they would not be releasing the peak powerhouses at the Star Forging realm in this first clash. Those were the types of forces used near the end of the war as they represented the peak power of both sides, and this war was just beginning. We expect their vessels to pierce into the Dark Expanse in a day or two, and we have our own ships and forces distributed in a defensive wall around the Viridis fortress to stop their advances. Commanding Mage Turner spoke out in a serious tone as the powerful figures looked at each other around the room. The dark wizard Shanora, who was dressed in what Noah would describe a cliché-witch costume, was glancing in the direction of his clone with shimmering eyes that held great interest, the essence of darkness swirling around her being agitated as time passed. We can talk about strategies and defenses all day long if we want, Turner, but why don't we get to know each other's strengths some more? It's not as if we get to be in the presence of an infernal lord every day. Her gaze shone with luster as she stared at Noah, his own gaze remaining impassive as he didn't spare the wizard any look, turning towards the commanding Mage Turner and speaking, "Where do you want my legion?" The commanding mage nodded as he pointed towards the table in front of them that had a projection of the wide Viridis fortress and displayed some of the forces around it, his hands causing the appearance of a miniature legion of red figures that signified Noah's infernal legion to be right at the center at the forefront of the battle. "We will have to rely on your power to withstand the attacks of the Celestials head-on, while we release our spells and magic from the sides to stop their advance and pick them off little by little until all of their strength is depleted." Noah's eyes shone as he heard these words, the meaning of this strategy plainly being that they wanted him to be a tank that withstood the damage of a huge boss while they dished out damage to slowly bring it down. "We excel in offensive tactics and destructive spells, but our defenses cannot compare to the power of infernal lords we have observed before. Is this strategy viable?" The royal vampire Raku spoke out carefully as he sensed the bubbling strength stemming from Noah's body. The dark mage Shanora still having her gaze locked on him as Noah replied, "It shouldn't be a problem, Rumble." His words reverberated with power as relieved expressions appeared around the room, commanding Mage Turner continuing, "All right, let's talk logistics." The meeting continued for another few hours as the powerful beings familiarized themselves with each other's forces and talked about possible plans in case things went wrong. The dark mage Shanora, who continued to glance towards Noah's vibrant aura of chaos, was the most peculiar, not exactly explaining why her gaze was locked on him for so long. At the end of the meeting, as Noah was stepping out, he heard a telepathic message released from her enter his mind. "I must apologize for the abrupt introduction and interest, but we don't usually have beings with such a thick aura of chaos swirling around them such as you. If we are able to survive this little war that is coming up, I would love to discuss something with you. It somewhat pertains to the Dark Expanse, and someone with your advancements in chaos would be most fitting for it." Words that seemed to have a tinge of fanaticism rang in his mind as he didn't even turn towards her, simply nodding as he left the room. The figures of the Dark Expanse really held infernal lords in much too different regards. He would leave all other thoughts behind as he continued to look forward to the legions of Celestials first, his heart expectant on all the treasures and loot they were planning on delivering to him. As the legions of Celestials advanced forward and neared the Dark Expanse, the forces at the Viridis fortress fortified their defenses as they prepared for the eventual clash. It was a bustling scene of numerous forces that numbered in the hundreds of thousands preparing to participate in the war. the highest-ranking powerhouses conducting the movements of their forces like a well-oiled machine as they worked together to ensure a chance of victory. Noah was creating even more powerful forces in the spiritual world as more and more of his subordinates entered the domain expansion realm, his main body continuing to work efficiently in the celestial realm as he took down more and more fate behemoths at the domain rank. Getting a taste of the ability of Fate Stealer early as he saw his fate lines continuing to jump higher every time a fate behemoths fell. As he went further and further south of the celestial realm, he was gradually nearing the locations that would be considered largely unexplored, the wide areas where very few celestials traversed and were filled with mysteries. Chapter 480 Ready to Serve. In the unexplored regions that Noah was currently nearing, the behemoths would continue getting stronger and stronger, where after passing the area where the domain rank fate behemoths appeared, the danger level rose by a factor of 10. The reason for this was that the unexplored regions of the celestial realm were extremely unpredictable. Where one could come across a behemoth at the world rank, or they might just as well come across one at the star-forging realm, there were no laws that said in this location you would find behemoths at this realm or another, and it was completely wild and unexplored mystical lands holding their own secrets. This was also the reason why even after 1,000 years, the Celestials had only ever been confident to say they explored a bit over 10% of it, only their powerful peak figures like the Celestial Founder and the few at the star-forging realm being the ones to go even deeper into the celestial realm. Celestials at the world rank like Noah still had to be careful how deep they went. As the moment they came across even a single beast a realm higher than theirs, it was game over. At this moment as his clone prepared to clash with Celestials, Noah's main body was standing in a vibrant golden shining forest filled with huge ancient trees. As he glanced at the direction ahead of him, if he continued any further, he would be entering the unexplored regions where even the Celestials had not fully documented. Powerful figures like the Founder and other Celestials might have passed through these regions and found nothing of note, but as of now, no information existed for them. His face was serious as his body began shimmering with essence, unique origin, and other abilities being used as he chose to go in covertly. The possible levels of enemies varying by a large amount in these locations. The beauty of the celestial realm he was seeing right now had already become the norm, the tall trees where one could visibly see golden essence flowing through its leaves like sand only making him appreciate the scene of serenity. It was a scene that only those confident and powerful could consider serene, as the deafening silence would make others trembled while they traversed through. His figure silently disappeared among the thick foliage around him as he ventured further into the celestial realm, keen to know exactly what secrets it held, in an advancing prime worship that was followed by many just like it. Grandmaster Onilus had a bright face as he felt the aura of the dark expanse, the legion under his command successfully passing through the junction between it and the light expanse as he continued forward. The boons from the celestial realm were many and filled with wonder, but they did not come close to the number of fate lines one could gather when they changed the course of history for trillions of lives. He would be one of the forces at the forefront of this change in this coming war, and would gain much from the eventual results that would change the landscape of the entire Novice galaxy. His mood was jovial as he asked a grandmaster below him, "Have the vessels containing the citizens of those prime worlds lead as we near this so-called fortified fortress of the Alliance? We shall proceed with caution, I want no mistakes." "Yes, Grandmaster." Rumble, word software affirmation rang out as some ships veered forward while others went back, a shuffling of forces occurring as Onilus counted the beings under him. He had 5 other World Realm Grandmasters under his banner spread out into their own vessels, with another World Realm expert that actually stemmed from one of the more powerful prime worlds in the light expanse taking the lead of those forces, one of the few beings not under Celestials and having power at the World Realm, an existence known as Master Brightstar, a being that was the firstborn of a prime world on the cusp of becoming a realm. His birth absorbed so much essence of his world that even now it still remained at the prime world level. But it created for an astounding genius that had lived for many years, where he now gained a powerful level even without joining the ranks of Celestials. This meant that for the legion of Celestials heading for the Veritas Fortress, there were a total of 7 World Realm experts at the lead. Grandmaster Onilus's face was bright as they neared the supposed fortress, his eyes not hiding the hunger for war as his heart felt like it was screaming, "Throw the best you have at me. Let me inscribe my name as the first general to gain victory in this war." Let the name Onilus ring out across the Novice galaxy. His eyes shone with dangerous luster as his hungry gaze remained forward, the powerful Celestials around him showing similar lights as they looked forward to a grand battle. Around the Veritas Fortress, 4 distinct forces could be seen surrounding the enormous planet as an aura of oppressive power leaked out. One force was led by the royal vampire Raku, another by the dark wizard Shanora, the third by the commanding mage turner. Last but not least, and standing at the very center of these forces like the sharpest point of a blade, was an impassive infernal lord that floated above a 10,000 army of infernals that were letting out fearsome battle cries that were setting the tone of the coming fight. Oh, ready to serve, oh, ready to destroy, oh, even the faces of nearby wizards, vampires, and mages were trembling as a fearsome tune gradually took the soon-to-be battlefield. Commanding Mage Turner was watching the boisterous forces with eyes of hope as he waited to see the fearsome power of an infernal lord, his eyes noticing the appearance of beings that were not there originally when the infernal lord first came, but their bodies were releasing bursts of strength that caused his belief for this battle to be raised even higher. Around the infernal lord, numerous armored figures began to appear, varying in all shapes and sizes. Commanding Mage Turner blinked his eyes at certain times to make sure that his eyes were not playing tricks on him, as he could clearly make out the shape of a penguin that was covered in a spectacular set of dark armor releasing an abundant aura of chaos. There was also the figure of an armored kraken with deep red eyes that seemed to hold great excitement and vengeance as they stared out in the void of space, as well as the small humanoid figure of an armored woman also clad in an armor wrapped in chaos, her hands beginning to move as the aura of numerous undead began to spread out from the already numerous infernals. The surrounding beings watched with agape expressions as around the infernal lord, numerous figures began to appear en masse. The army of 10,000 continuing to expand as vibrant war drums rang out, ready to serve, ooh. Chapter 481. Ready to destroy, ready to destroy. Oh, the drums of battle only became louder as the forces around the infernal lord continued to increase. The auras of beings that were all in the domain expansion realm appeared around the infernal lord continuously, with many of them fitted in matching armors and weapons that only added to their fearsome aura. From those clad in items drenched in chaos, some could be seen with armors that blazed with the element of fire, and most recently appearing beings caused the forces of dark expanse to rub their eyes in shock at the armor they adorned seemed to actually be releasing an aura of fate. Forces that came from an infernal lord actually released the blinding gold aura that celestials were known by, giving a huge shock to the world rank experts that were leading the forces of the Veritas fortress as they spread out their auras to see if their eyes were deceiving them. But it was genuine, as around Noah, numerous spiritual world beasts, calamities of the sea, and even some of the humans and beasts from his homeworld and the beast world that were power level to the domain rank stood around him powerfully. An enormous draconic fire behemoth appeared to steal the show as he towered over 50 meters in the void of space, Draco appearing with all of his glory as a golden armor actually wrapped around the entirety of his body, the set item from the fate behemoths actually fully adapting to whatever the form of the wearer was, causing a shimmering enormous golden dragon to appear magnificently near Noah. Kazuhiko was also one of the few clad in a fate item set, his hands dual-wielding to beautifully inscribed long blades as his eyes could not contain their excitement. The Imperial Phoenix was next to him in her humanoid form as she adorned a similar set, those being lucky enough to receive the newly forged item set from Fate Behemoths being truly blessed as its boosts were nothing to scoff at. Kazuhiko was still incredulously looking over every single description of the 4 items as his gaze went towards the description of the set item itself, Raiment of Fate's Guard, an item set made from the materials of Fate Behemoths. Contains dual swords, breastplate, briefs, boots, armguards, and helm. Varying levels of boosts are given when the set items are worn simultaneously. 2 set items every time an enemy falls from the hands of the one wearing the Raiment of Fate's Guard. A fate charge is gained. 1 fate charge grants 30% all damage increase, 30% chaos resistance, 30% all element penetration, and expires after 10 minutes. For set items after collecting more than 10 fate charges, blades of liberation begin to descend for every fate charge thereafter. 6 set items each fate charge brings with it 2 blades of liberation that follow the will of the user for as long as the fate charge remains. The expiration time for fate charges increases to 20 minutes. Kazuhiko's pupils were shaking as he read over the descriptions of the full set bonus again and again. In his mind, he was just imagining how every time he defeated a being, the set bonus of this item set would allow him to gain a single fate charge that brought with it 2 blades of liberation and a huge boosts to his power. The more beings he defeated thereafter, the more charges and autonomous blades of liberations that would surround him. His mind was imagining a scene where tens of blades of liberation followed his every command as he descended into battle, his single figure surrounded by numerous golden swords, ready to serve, ready to destroy. The yells of the infernals only took him out of his stupor as his eyes looked forward. His expanded senses just being able to feel the rushing force and essence of many beings nearing them, the Celestial Legion was here. Rumble, a wave of power spread out as the appearance of the enormous golden warships became visible, many more appearing thereafter as Noah's face finally showed more than just an impassive expression, his body rising higher in the void of space as a sparkling blue armor appeared around him. He adorned Hydromancer's mantle as a brilliant blue light pulsed from him, his thoughts then letting the ability from the fledgling ether terror run free as ether emission was let loose, the purple energy of ether beginning to leak out and swirl around him menacingly. He also let loose the active ability of the Hydromancer's mantle, the Hydromancer's banner, that gave an all-around buff to those that could be considered to be moving with him. Rumble, this caused for a spectacular scene to occur throughout the Viridius fortress, every single being that was standing against the Celestials gaining a unique blue runic symbol above their heads as an enormous rectangular blue transparent banner appeared above Noah's head, commanding Mage Turner and the other powerful world realm experts felt this change and slight boost to their power as their attention was taken once more from the appearing Celestial Legion and to the Infernal Lord shining with brilliant colors in the void space. Their thoughts collectively being the same as they stared at this unique being. Just what type of Infernal Lord are you? No answers would arrive to them at this moment as Noah was not done, even more abilities being cast as this was one of the few times where he could actually go all out. It was a rare opportunity to let loose and farm an abundant amount of loot, fate lines, and chaos particles that he would not let it slip by his fingers so easily. Rumble, Chaotic Mandate, the ability from the Agent of Chaos skill tree that allowed him to be adorned in an armor of chaos similar to the Empyrean armament of the counterpart Law of Fate skill tree was initiated as above the worn Hydromancer's mantle. The appearance of a dark armor erupted forward, the blue and purple resplendence of colors was dyed dark as the aura of chaos spread out fully, Noah also freely releasing the chaos particles swirling in his chaos field as his presence just continued to get brighter and brighter in front of the Viridius fortress. He was practically and arrogantly screaming to the now visible Celestial Legion, "I am here." But even at this point, he was not done as he now began to cast the transformation skills that came from the numerous skill trees under his command. As the Celestial Legion appeared to kick off the start of a shocking battle, a single combatant was already causing widespread shock as the resplendence of abilities that caused the aura of this being to continue becoming more and more oppressive stole the spotlight of the whole battle. Ulu, Chapter 482. This isn't even my final form, already adorned with the Hydromancer's mantle and even the chaos armor from Chaotic Mandate. Noah still went even further as he grandly used abilities freely, his abundant reserves of mana allowing it with no problems as he cast the transformation skills. First, above the Viridius fortress, a bloody moon appeared that released an oppressive red light, this light going on to wash around everyone, but causing a particular group to look up in immense shock. "What the fuck?" the royal vampire Raku could not help but blurt out as he saw the appearance of the blood moon, recalling skills from the ancient vampires of the past as he felt the red rays of this moon bolster his power rapidly, as well as the powers of all the vampires around him. His shock came from the fact that this infernal lord also seemed to have access to the abilities of ancient vampires that even he, a royal vampire, did not have on top of every other spectacular abilities he had already cast. It was just shock after shock as even though the mages and wizards spread out left and right of the Viridius fortress were using their own magic as they veered mana to go through their wands and cast terrible spells, they did not seem brighter than this singular being that just continued to cast one ability after another. The wizards were already summoning huge golems and beasts that floated grandly in the void of space. The mages using magic circles as fearsome elementals appeared with resplendent cries, but all of this did not cause any eyes to open in shock as this infernal lord continued. Ancient Blood Scion was cast first as below the layers of armor. Noah began to adopt the form of an ancient vampire as his figure began to enlarge rapidly. This enlargement only became more rapid as he wasted no time, casting Archdemon Lord Transformation, and then activated the form of the Lesser Cthulhu. Thereafter, WAAA, ready to serve, ready to destroy. As his transformation took place, the infernals below him continued their chants louder and louder, seemingly building up to a crescendo of noises that overtook the whole battlefield. The arriving Celestial Legion was looking on with serious eyes as Grandmaster Onilus had a deadly expression, his golden eyes locked onto this figure that was showing a terrible aura unlike anything he had ever seen before. They had arrived and planned to make a grand entrance to instill fear into the hearts of their enemies with their numerous warships and forces. But this being stole the spotlight right away with a resplendent show of colors and abilities that allowed all eyes to be on him. In the void of space, Noah's figure continued to expand further and further, his monstrous transformation of multiple skill trees hidden beneath the Hydromancer's mantle and Chaotic Mandate armors. The many surrounding beings only seeing his figure enlarging more and more as his transformation completed at a towering 60 meters. Arapi, luminous and glistening pairs or dark red wings were the only thing erupting out of the armored body as the monstrous overall shape continued to be hidden by the two sets of armor wrapping around him, with his size continuing to shoot up menacingly. It was the height of commonly seen behemoths in the celestial realm, a stature that took the breaths of many beings away as the void of space quaked and rumbled. The now gigantic figure waving his right hand as an enormous golden trident of the sea appeared in his hand. Ding! The trident of the sea caused a ringing sound to reverberate as it resonated with the hydromancer's mantle hidden below the chaotic mandate, armor. The oppressive air and splendor that this infernal lord released only getting larger and larger as his arms moved, the enormous three-pronged weapon pointing towards the stationary celestial legion a few miles away from the Veritas fortress, ready to serve. Ready to destroy, woo-woo, instantly and eerily. The crescendo of noises from the infernals ceased at this exact moment as the hearts of many felt a strong pull. As the show of resplendent skills and colors ceased, silence overtook the battlefield as many looked at the larger picture around this infernal lord, an enormous golden dragon that was now slightly smaller than him, thousands of infernals patiently standing by. Numerous figures clad in different sets of armors with each of them at the domain expansion realm. The feeling of power this group gave off was immense as all the eyes on the battlefield and the void of space was on them. Noah stared at the stably stationed vessels of celestials that now stood opposite the Veritas fortress as he sensed the tremendous power in his body. His fire and water origin cores were rotating rapidly, absorbing energy and releasing their unique essence which coursed through him and made him feel simply fantastic. His fate lines were expertly hidden through unique origin, as only the field of chaos was apparent, the swirling chaos particles breaking past 400,000 at this moment as every single type of essence he held seemed to be bubbling, but even at this point, he wasn't done. Horrid vibrations released from his body as he activated yet another one of his recently gained skills. Size distortion was activated from the newly gained fledgling ether terror as his body vibrated rapidly, his power growing ever larger as his size began to shoot up to unimaginable heights. Those around him watched with slack-jawed expressions as even before the war began. It seemed that this infernal lord was intent on baffling as many people as possible. The forces of the dark expanse watched, but it wasn't only them. As similar to the battle of geniuses, they had their people sending numerous feeds of what was occurring here to the upper echelons that were observing the progress of this first clash closely, from the prime warships of the Celestials, similar to how Grandmaster Vredril had used the vessels to show what was happening in the Magus world when Noah and Athena were raining down destruction. All the events occurring here were currently being broadcasted to the upper echelons of the Celestials. The grandeur of resplendent abilities that Noah continued to show was witnessed by many as the name of this ninth infernal lord entered the minds of all watching. His size erupted up as it passed 100 meters, skyrocketed to 150 meters, and continued on until it stopped at 250 meters. More than 125 times larger than the height of an average man, and more than 5 times larger than the height of even the mountainous elite celestial behemoths. His sheer size was terrifying as every around him seemed minuscule in comparison, the wondrous colors being released from the hydromancer's mantle, ether emission, and the chaotic mandate, armor only extenuating his figure as he pointed the now enormous trident of the sea towards the celestial legion, his thunderous voice being the first thing to ring out before the first battle of the last war was initiated. I wonder if in this battle, is that little founder of yours watching? Chapter 483 Imposing. The words of the gigantic figure of the infernal lord caused shock and movements to spread throughout the battlefield from their extreme arrogance, but they caused reverberations even further as many forces were ultimately watching to see the results of this first conflict. The Grand Mage Adrusim was surrounded by numerous powerful mages and the faction of wizards that made up the alliance as their eyes watched with unblinking eyes, they having already done their part of distributing their forces and now were simply waiting to see what the results of the battle would be. In another location in the dark expanse, the vampire ruler Vladivostok was watching the bloody moon appearing in the void of space above the army of infernals as the seer he was on fell to the side. Him being one of the more shocked beings as he recalled this skill from a long-forgotten past, it came deep within the Latalis expanse, with its source being from the revered progenitor itself as it was an ability that had only shown itself in the War of the Righteous. It had long since been lost in the dredges of time, along with the powerful beings that could use this skill, yet now, it was appearing once more, and in the hands of an infernal lord. What exactly was happening? The gaze of Vladivostok shook as he recalled the only location that might have answered, waving his hands in front of him as he created a runic magic that was the prerequisite of a portal forming. This was similar magic that the vampire king of the underworld had used months ago to send a special someone into an ancient blood world. And Vladivostok was trying to do the same now as his thoughts led him to quickly check this ancestral ground that was all the vampires had left at this moment for answers. His essence moved as he watched the runic circle complete with anticipation, but was shocked thereafter as when the red portal began to form while seeking a connection to the targeted ancestral world, it trembled and fizzled halfway through. Not being able to form a connection, Vladivostok looked towards the failed connection of the ancient blood world he knew so clearly as his gaze turned ashen. He tried again and again, but the magic that allowed him to form the portal with the vampire's own ancestral world was actually not working anymore. This led Vladivostok to believe that something had happened with the ancient blood world. And this infernal lord being shown in front of his eyes should have some connections to it. What exactly had happened? Why was he able to use the skills of their ancestors? Vladivostok would get to the bottom of this, even if he had to offend the dignity of an infernal lord. The scene moves from the questioning vampire ruler and goes into the wondrous celestial realm where yet another figure was watching the arrogant words of the infernal lord, a pristine wineglass in his hands as his wild countenance had changed. The founder was not in the wildness of the celestial realm as he sat in a paradisiacal expansive hall that was filled with the colors of gold everywhere one's eyes wandered to. He sat in a pristine golden throne as he enjoyed food that very few could ever taste in their lives, the feat of the Veritas fortress being displayed clearly from the prime warships of the Celestials in front of him. This being was living the dream of all the big bosses, simply sending out his people to work hard in his behalf as he reaped most of the rewards. It was a truly rare position that very few could have the chance to enjoy. There was an unnatural smile on his apathetic face as he heard the words of the infernal lord, curious words leaking out from his mouth. The ninth and weakest infernal lord actually entered the celestial realm and saved those little rats earlier? Now that's just not fair. Don't you think? He was alone in the expansive golden hall, but seemed to be questioning something or someone as he continued. He recalled the same red moon that had appeared when his palm was descending down towards the rats that had entered his cage, now confirming the identity of the being that saved them to be this infernal lord. This was one of the more shocking thoughts that were spreading through the minds of many of the knowledge beings that could connect the dots. They found the identity of the being that actually stood against the celestial founder to save others not too long ago, and it was actually an infernal lord. The question in many beings' eyes was how this happened and why. How was he able to so quickly react? And why did he dave those particular beings? What history and connection were they missing? Questions upon questions entered the minds of many as they watched the initial scene of the first battle of the last war, the founder himself continuing his monologue in the Golden Hall. A creature of chaos created to oppose me. You shouldn't have any driving emotions but destruction. What exactly are you trying to do? His voice was as if it was directly questioning something, but he continued to be alone. You block me at every turn and stop my advancements for your own entertainment. But do you really think creating an anomaly of an infernal lord will help all that much? I'm very close, you know. I can. The gaze of Founder was bright as he reached his hands out as if grasping something only he could see in front of his eyes. I can almost touch that point now. I'm almost there. When I reach that point, I'll be breaking out of your influence fully. Rumble. His strong voice reverberated out as only he knew the target of these words, his apathetic eyes turning to the feet of the Veritas fortress as a smile curled on his lips. I'm watching, little infernal lord. Give me a show. Chapter 484. Like moths to a flame, Grandmaster Onilus heard the impetuous words of the infernal lord as his eyes blazed red with anger, the disrespect directed towards the founder being something he could not tolerate. Destroy them all. His words were simple and filled with wrath, the command going out to all the prime warships as the vessels had their world cannons meant to destroy stationary worlds aimed and loaded, destructive red rays of light beginning to shoot out of the many warships. Rumble. The forces of the dark expanse were prepared as the aura of world rank being erupted out, shimmering shields of all sorts of colors being created as the rushing rays of destructive lights met resistance. If one took a larger view of the battlefield, they would notice many of these beams of destructive red light aimed towards the mountainous 250 meters infernal lord that stood imposingly, to defend against this first attack by the collection Celestial Legion. The wizards had pulled out their powerful wands as rays of red lights released from them and converged together, fully defending against the rays of light through sheer numbers and power as they worked with the world realm experts. Noah himself looked at the destructive rays of light that he once saw descend on the lost world, this time their power not feeling all that oppressive for him as these rays that could destroy a world. He raised his trident of the sea towards them as numerous beams of plasma were released from the weapon. These beams of plasma were actually dark in color because of the abilities under the Agent of Chaos that layered his attacks with the power of chaos. This also proved to be useful when it came to the rays of ether that his identity as Crixus had cast as a celestial, his enormous eyes watching carefully as he cast, sever, and saw the released rays being balefully dark in color, their aura of ether enveloped and reinforced by the power of chaos as they looked like terrible dark rays of light, WAA. What followed thereafter was a wondrous scene of red rays of light needing chaos rays that shattered the void of space, Noah going the route of offense being the best defense as his own attacks thundered forward, HMPH, a snort rang out on the battlefield as from the numerous prime warships, golden figures began to fly out and rapidly fill the void of space. The golden figures were quickly overshadowed as the even larger numbers of beings from the prime worlds of light expanse also made their appearance. At the forefront of all of these forces, Grandmaster Ronilus had his eyes shining with a gold splendor as he stared at Noah. You all can have any of the other world realm commanders, but this childish infernal lord is mine. Words of the Grandmaster with more than 3 million fate lines reverberated strongly as a gold aura began to permeate around him and fill everything in the surroundings. His eyes were dead set on Noah as the other world rank Grandmasters and the single world rank expert. From the force of the prime worlds had the royal vampire Raku, commanding Mage Turner, and the dark wizard Shanora on their sights. Each side had forces that spilled over hundreds of thousands, the numbers of those standing on the side of Celestials being slightly more as it was packed with beings across the chosen prime worlds of the light expanse, ready to serve. Ready to destroy. The infernal legion had begun chanting again as they saw the appearance of the many figures, feeling the smell of battle and bloodlust as their weapons called for destruction. Noah's eyes snaked across the void of space as he observed all the forces, everyone currently on a standstill as the stare down before everything turned into a scene of hell continued for another few seconds. If things went according to plan, the forces would rush towards each other as the powerful world rank figures from Celestials clashed with their respective matches on the side of the Veritas fortress, and the moment these powerful figures began falling, the direction of the war would be decided. Since the Celestials had more powerhouses at the world rank, the side of the Veritas fortress would soon be overrun as the experts on the other side could simply group up to attack and destroy. Thus, the figures of the dark expanse were feeling some worry. When the two forces rushed towards each other, this scene of chaos would be one where the Celestials could take the most advantage of, and even possibly grant them a victory. As Noah stared at the hundreds of thousands of beings, especially the golden shining Celestials that were placed at the very center of these forces, his eyes flashed a dangerous excited color. To him, these many beings represented an expansive amount of loots and something even bigger fate lines. His heart was screaming out for him to take all of these Celestials out by himself if he could, and feeling his heart tell him this, he wanted to make it a possibility, and so he did. Let's play. His words were the spark that caused the forces of the Celestial Legion to begin rushing towards them, those from the dark expanse staying tightly around the Veritas fortress as they fortified their defenses. The moment Noah's words finished though, his mountainous 250-meter figure disappeared from its position, and shockingly teleported right at the center of the Celestial Legion that was rushing forward, right at the very center where most Celestials were located. Grandmaster Ronilus at the forefront, who was already rushing towards Noah, felt this change as he turned back in shock, his wrathful face screaming out as he turned directions quickly. He wasn't the only one as two other world-rank Grandmasters saw this, their eyes quickly communicating with each other as they also turned and went towards the Infernal Lord. Vile creature, the Infernal Lord has shockingly teleported to the very center of the hundreds of thousands of enemy forces, at the heart of the Celestial Legion where most Celestials were clustered. 3 world rank experts were heading his way as he smiled and spoke out slowly, his mind curious of a few things: domain of chaos, domain of water, domain of fire, sea domain, desecrate, essence disruptor, destabilize. He released numerous domains from the laws he had control of, as well as the buffing and debilitating sea domain from the Hydromancer's mantle, as the mile around him became a terribly hellish place to be in for any of his enemies. The desecrate and other abilities that affected enemies and surrounding space were going even more overboard as terrified looks began to appear on the faces of Celestials that were affected, their bodies feeling the horrendous effects. At this junction, when Noah stared at the thousands of Celestials trying desperately to put up their defensive abilities and the attacks from 3 rushing world-rank Grandmasters, his mind was actually curious to know how beautiful his next skill towards them would be. He was naturally thinking of the extremely powerful and overly reinforced Sever, that from a single ray of purple-blue ether, it could now erupt with numerous rays of ether that were drenched dark from the chaos element, and had even gained the quality of chaining between enemies from the ether chain support. He wondered just how spectacular the sight would be of this extremely destructive ability being constantly spammed amidst thousands of Celestials who would in no way have a result to defend themselves. The result would cause the three converging world-rank grandmasters to have shivers run down their spine as Noah spammed the command of sever in his mind, essence bubbling as blinding rays of dark ether overtook the battlefield. Chapter 485 2 In a bold and shocking move, the ninth infernal lord had teleported in the direct center of the celestial legion as the surging momentum of the entire force was disrupted, three world-rank celestials changing their directions as their bodies rushed towards him. Even though Noah had abruptly teleported, his commands were relayed seconds before as the infernal legion moved forward orderly, their sharp weapons getting ready to clash with the coming army. The Emperor Penguin, Draco, and all the others were also shooting forward with vigor as they finally got a chance to enter the same battlefield as their master. The feelings they had currently were those of extreme happiness, the one wish that many of them longed for so long actually being achieved today. Reverberation spread out across the void of space as essence converged in the bodies of hundreds of thousands, but all of this seemed minimal when one looked at the dark armored body of the ninth infernal lord that had begun releasing truly destructive dark rays of light from his hands. Rumble, the dark rays of light were rays of ether that were drenched in the law of chaos, at their base having the terrible power of ether that was backed by numerous support skills. All of these support skills would make for a terrible sight as at first, 6 dark rays of light shot out and instantly neared 6 unlucky celestials, their eyes filled with terror as because of already cast abilities like Desecrate and the numerous domains that Noah had cast, they could not even move their energy to raise their defenses. They watched with terror-filled eyes as the dark rays of light struck them, their bodies being hit with a violent energy that tore them all nearly in half as their lives were ended instantly from the combination of ether and chaos. Those that were unlucky enough to not die being hit by the fatal ailment support that caused the energy of ether to ravage their bodies until they died. But what was truly horrendous was the scene that followed thereafter, as from the bodies that looked like they had their strings cut, the dark rays that had hit them actually snaked to nearby celestials as if they had their own wills, as if they were somehow attracted to their bodies, swiftly connecting with the surrounding beings in a chain reaction. Zap! 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 The chain reaction looked like a dark line that zigzagged from one celestial to another. Each time it made a connection, causing a being to face their death as a truly fear-inducing scene opened up in front of Noah's eyes. From the 6 rays of ether, more than 60 celestials were hit and chained as they all died, no matter if they were at the void or domain realm. And Noah's body had already released more than 12 rays of ether a second later as he constantly spammed the Sever ability. Grandmaster Ronilus watched with a wrathful face as in the midst of celestials, dark rays of chaotic essence that chained from one celestial to another began to spread wildly, droves of celestials dropping like flies thereafter as these rays seemed unstoppable. Vile creature, he screamed, put as his body glittered gold, in the space around him the appearance of ridiculously large golden spears came to life as they thundered towards the figure of the infernal lord. The other 2 world rank experts released their own attacks, space creaking as the energies of 4 world rank experts were released in the surrounding space. Haha, sap! Zap! Zap! Wild laughter was the only thing that met their attacks as Noah continued to release rays of ether that chained from one celestial to another, his happiness not just stemming from the beautiful ability, but because of the numbers of fate lines that had begun to shoot up rapidly. The percentage under the law of fate constantly began to change in eyes as every moment a celestial fell. It jumped higher and higher from the effect of Fate Stealer. Rumble, the attacks of the 3 world rank experts reached his heavily armored body as a majority of them were simply deflected off, only a few managing to even pierce the swirling armor of chaos as they hit the Hygromancer's mantle below that. Onilus looked on with increasing fury as their attacks did not even reach the body of the infernal, their bodies feeling pain in turn as they shockingly received reflective damage from the abilities of C domain. Onilus's body began shining even brighter as he healed himself and prepared to release an attack that could be considered an ultimate one, his fury reaching insane levels as too many things he didn't understand occurred in this battle. The defense of Noah that Onilus and the others were baffled by was actually something simple, as he was truly boosted by too many defensive abilities from his transformations, but especially the ones from Hydromancer's mantle that tripled his defense in this area where he released C domain. He was so reinforced that he would be shocked instead if the world rank celestials had managed to pierce his armor on the first try. They had to put some time into it. Oh, ready to serve. From the distance, the battle cries of the infernals could be heard as Noah's hands continued to rain down dark rays of ether that reaped the lives of celestials every second, his body taking on numerous attacks from 3 world rank experts as he was not bothered by it one bit. It was a shocking scene in the battlefield as one could observe a 250-meter tall figure reeling dark rays of light that wiped away hundreds of celestials every few seconds. his body tanking the attacks of 3 other world rank experts with ease as his chilling laugh of enjoyment rang out across the void of space. It was at this juncture that the bodies of the 3 celestial grandmasters shone the brightest, the varying number of fate lines in the millions rising from their bodies as behind the wild infernal lord, the palpating appearance of an enormous golden spear that was over 100 meters materialized, with Onilus at the center. The celestial grandmasters pooled in their essence to create a singular enormous spear from their combined powers, this single spear thundering down towards the infernal lord and finally tearing through his defenses as it rapidly rotated and drilled into his body with a splendor of gold, happy expression finally appearing in the eyes of the grandmasters as they observed the spear to enter the chest of this infernal lord. This was a spear that contained enormous amounts of the essence of fate, something deadly to infernal lords that were drenched in the law of chaos. It pierced through the heavily armored chest of the infernal lord with its tip appearing drenched in blood clean through the opposite side. With this attack, they had effectively heavily injured this monstrous figure, seeing a clear path ahead as he would be weakened to great degrees hereafter. Right, ha! A wild laughter was all that met their happy expressions as even with an enormous spear piercing his chest, the mountainous infernal lord did not spit out blood or even stop the casting of his skills, the only thing changing being that his aura was becoming even more menacing. The Celestials, not knowing they had pushed Noah to cast his next terrible skill, he could be considered injured, yes? So all he had to do was to heal himself. Now shockingly, there were a large number of beings running away from him that fit his requirements for healing very well, their minds already in disorder as he cast the wide area ability he had just gained for the first time. It was an ability that would even cause the enthralled watching forces of the dark expanse feel shivers down their spine. An ability that would actually come to be commonly known in the future as one of the loved skills of the 9th Infernal Lord. It was domination. Chapter 486 Rivers of Blood in the Void of Space. The vampire ruler Vladivostok was watching with squinting eyes at the live feed of the battle, his eyes honing in on the person that had taken a central position in this battle already, the being who could somehow cast abilities of ancient vampires from a long-forgotten era. He watched with shocking eyes as an enormous golden spear pierced from the back and through the chest of the infernal lord, rising from his seat with worry for the battle. As this was a lethal attack in his eyes, the infernal lords were drenched in the law of chaos, and getting a spear filled with fate essence piercing their bodies like this meant they had taken heavy damage. Yet under the eyes of many, the infernal lord actually laughed as his body was pierced through, no scream of pain or wrath from taking heavy damage, but a laugh. This was because his body was rapidly gaining more and more fate lines on top of the ones he already had, the law of fate having a home in his body, so how could it harm him in a lethal manner? The injury was one he would consider light, but it was still an injury nonetheless, so Noah chose a straightforward way to heal it. It was through domination, 5/5. The eyes of the fledgling blood ancient release a dominating light that enthralls any with weak souls. The bodies of the dominated can then be controlled to either replenish the blood ancient with blood bag, or deal damage to surrounding enemies by blood bomb. Under the watchful gazes of numerous beings, the appearance of red eyes beneath his armored head could be seen as a single word spread across the void of space with clarity: domination. Rumble. On the 250-meter-tall body, the dangerously bloody eyes were now particularly vibrant and visible, a red light releasing from them as it went on to sweep to the thousands of celestials still remaining in the surroundings. Vladivostok watched this light being released from this infernal lord as his body trembled, his heart having seen very few figures use such an ability in the past. What Vladivostok didn't know was that this ability was not even passed down through Noah the normal way, but unlocked from his own methods through the unique skill points that made skill trees possible. The trembling eyes of Vampire Ruler watched on as anywhere the red light passed, the beings caught within began trembling as their eyes turned cloudy. The 3 world rank celestials were also affected by this red light, but their bodies shone gold as they pushed it out and regained their clarity. The same could not be said for the numerous other celestials though. Anywhere the red light passed, the beings that could not fully defend their souls fell under the influence of domination, as their eyes turned glossy, their gazes turning blankly to the enormous infernal lord as he gave a single command in his mind to all those who had fallen under his control. He could either choose blood bomb or blood bag, and he chose the latter as he found its effects did not differ too much from the former. Numerous powerhouses watched on as the beings affected by the red light began ballooning up as something wriggled out of their bodies, each of them shockingly bursting into a shower of blood as a gory scene overtook the battlefield. Pop. 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 In the expansive void of space, one could hear a sound as if popcorn was popping loudly in a microwave. but the things popping were the powerful beings at the void, soul, and domain rank as regardless of their realm if they fell under domination. Their bodies ruptured in a shower of blood as it began flowing in a straight line towards a laughing infernal lord. Ha ha! Ha! The laugh reverberated throughout the void of space as many beings watched rivers of blood forming from the thousands of beings affected. The mouth of the infernal lord opened wide as these rivers of blood rushed in endlessly. The ability of blood gourmet was amplified as Noah tested the blood of powerful beings in proportions he never before imagined, his mouth gulping down numerous times. Among those watching, Vladivostok looked on in shock as he affirmed his thoughts about this infernal lord having traits of an ancient vampire as he watched him devour rivers of blood, observing as his body began to shine a brilliant shade of red, the place where a golden spear had pierced beginning to wriggle and reform as the aura of tremendous life force leaked out. It was life force from too many powerful beings that was absorbed by a single one, the sheer scope of it causing the entire battlefield to turn into a LUL as the truly powerful beings pulled themselves back to observe the battlefield on a larger scale. To their shock, they found that by the time that this infernal lord had teleported amidst the forces of the Celestials in the single minute that followed, he had gone off a reign of terror that had actually decimated more than half of all of the forces of Celestials that were on the battlefield. The eyes of Grandmaster Onilus turned crazy as he glanced around the battlefield and saw the empty void of space filled with bones, numerous Celestials that were not in the scope of influence of domination still scrambling away fearfully. Onilus realized that since the beginning of the battle, his forces and even himself had just been scrambling around the palm of this singular infernal lord, and more than half of all the Celestials brought to this war had already died in the span of less than a minute. Rumble. The vibrant color of red shone luminously from the 250-meter mountainous body as a primal yell of enjoyment and destruction was released from Noah's mouth. Ooh! The roar echoed throughout the void of space as the eardrums of weaker beings burst, the brilliantly red eyes of the infernal lord now turning to the wrathful expressions of three world realm celestial grandmasters that could do nothing to stop him while he obliterated more than half of their forces. As his cell screamed out from the enjoyment of devouring rivers of blood, his origin was screaming out joyfully as imperceptible wisps of gold light that signified the fate lines taken from all the Celestials he had defeated continued to enter his body. When he observed the stat panel in the corner of his eyes, it shockingly showed constantly changing numbers that just continued to shoot higher and higher. The current total number of fate lines having already passed 1,582,295, 1,582,295. Just from the massacre of thousands of Celestials from varying levels of void to the domain expansion realm, more than 1 million fate lines were added, his percentage in the supreme law of fate quickly shooting past the 10% mark. In a matter of a single minute. Who could call themselves a genius in front of such a sight? Who could say they are talented in the law of fate if they knew what this single being had added more than 1 million fate lines in just a minute? Could the numerous exclamation points written even get across this point of grandiosity? It was ridiculous, improbable, and simply scary. Noah's eyes that were filled with bloody fervor landed on the wrathful world-rank celestial grandmasters as his abilities finally moved towards them, his body rumbling with joy as he moved to singularly battle against three world-rank experts. Chapter 487. A penguin leads the way, as the shocking scenes around Noah continued to play out. With his mountainous figure now turning around to pay attention to the three world-rank experts after he had erased more than half of all the Celestials on the battlefield, the battles between the other figures were also resuming or starting with intensity. There were in total 7 world-rank experts from the Celestial Legion, and as 3 of them had grouped up against the Infernal Lord, there were 4 freely running rampant as they collided with the forces of the Veritas Fortress. Even though Noah had fully disrupted the battlefield, there were still hundreds of thousands of forces that moved forward under the command of those above them to clash with each other. Among those moving, the single world rank expert that wasn't a celestial, Master Brightstar, had a dark expression as his shining saber clashed against the magic of the commanding mage Turner. The commanding mage had summoned a spectacular fire elemental that he stood on, blue and red flames equally covering this elemental's body as Turner himself stood atop it releasing terrible spells of the fire element. The tens of thousands of beings from the many prime worlds also came in contact with the opposing mages that stood with Turner, beginning battles of their own. As a chaotic battlefield fully bloomed in the void of space, in another location, a world-rank celestial grandmaster clashed with the dark wizard Shanora, his cast of an enormous blade of liberation stopped by a floating dark golem that Shanora stood on with an enthralled gaze. Her eyes occasionally going to the mountainous figure of the Infernal Lord as hidden thoughts coursed through her mind. She waved her wand towards the celestial grandmaster as spears of darkness bloomed in front of her, keeping this world rank combatant busy as the wizards around her also clashed with the forces of the Celestial Legion in the area. Another world rank Celestial was being kept busy by the shocked and buffed royal vampire Raku, who was enjoying the boosts of the recently appearing blood moon in the void of space, his mind in disarray as he observed the abilities he had only heard about in history be utilized by an infernal lord. The forces of vampires he had with him were actually holding the toughest and tightest defense against the Celestial Legion because of this unexpected boost that remained in the void of space. A blood world blooming from Raku's hands as he prepared to trap the Celestial Grandmaster and finish him on his own turf. Ruku, Shanora, and Turner were each able to match 3 world rank Grandmasters, but this still left one Celestial Grandmaster running freely as no combatant of the same realm came to match him from the Veritas Fortress. His eyes were cold as he carried with him 2 dual shining blades of light, cutting down lower ranked forces from the dark expanse like flies as he neared Veritas Fortress with tens of thousands of beings. This gap in defense would be deadly if it wasn't quickly filled, and commanding Mage Turner was about to send commands to distribute more forces to hold this rampant Grandmaster back, which would cause more lives to be lost. But he did not get a chance to do so, as in front of the advancing Grandmaster, the Infernal Legion appeared strongly, going towards the tens of thousands of beings as they released fearsome war cries, ready to serve, oh, ready to destroy, oh. A clash instantly erupted as the Celestial Grandmaster raised his hands high and prepared to unleash deadly skills upon the Infernals that only had 10 domain rank experts at their peak, but his gaze was filled with the appearance of new beings as he actually felt a threat appear in front of him. His eyes squinted as he observed the figure of an armored penguin appear, his body reacting to the aura of chaos released from this penguin as even more figures with similar auras appeared around him. The other 2 were women, one tall with long legs and the other with a shorter stature, but their bodies still released the dreadful aura of chaos. The Grandmaster could actually observe particles of chaos rotating around the bodies of the 3 figures akin to that of a storm, and it was this that made his body feel a threat. These 3 figures were further reinforced as Kazuhiko, the Imperial Phoenix, the Kraken, and numerous other spiritual world beasts appeared and surrounded the world rank expert. The others were either adorned in armors that actually released an aura of fate or had an aura of infernals, their eyes locking towards the singular Celestial Grandmaster as they boldly prepared to stand against a being an entire realm above theirs. Such a feat was normally left to their master, and it became even harder when one reached the peak levels where the gap between realms just seemed like an expansive gulf that could never be crossed, but they were confident enough to do it, and it was because each of them was receiving incredible boosts from 2 Guider-type abilities. They were given boosts to their attack and defenses in the hundreds of percentages with the Yi Golden Guider and Dark Guider abilities, their bodies also carrying with them the stable aura of both chaos and fate as they raised their weapons towards the powerful expert with no fear. Raa! Ra! Raa! A battle cry was released from the Emperor Penguin as he used the 6-piece set bonus to the fullest and let loose the Chaos Storm. Elena and Barbados doing the same as they layered 3 terrible storms of chaos to descend onto the battlefield. These 3 would act as the close combat fighters, with the others releasing attacks from the distance as they all worked together for the goal of bringing down a being at the world realm, a being holding the strength of an entire world. But their confidence did not just come from their new boosts and item sets, it also came from the knowledge that a few of them held abilities from the 7 deadly sins. The first ability that gave them all confidence was one held by the Emperor Penguin, the holder of the sin of pride. It was pride embodiment, when meeting foes holding a higher level of strength. The user gains the power of hubris itself. This power can be used to strengthen attacks or defenses. The level of enhancement is dependent on the true pride lying deep in the user's heart, which could be nurtured to grow so large that nothing is allowed to overshadow it. Rumble, this single ability caused the aura of the Emperor Penguin to continue to rise nonsensically, his body ballooning more and more as his beady eyes shining with gold splendor. Aura of Pride, also being on full display, with Pride embodiment, as well as his items set and boosts from the 2 spectacular Guider abilities. He was confident of being able to withstand the power of this world realm expert and act as a tank for the others. RAA, Chapter 488. So what? As the Emperor Penguin looked forth arrogantly, his body rushed towards the Celestial Grandmaster with no fear in his eyes as he chose the straightforward method of attacking. But one should not forget that the holders of wrath, gluttony, lust, and greed that 4 harbingers held were also present in this battle. Kazuhiko's eyes flashed as he used Emperor of Greed, the 2 golden swords in the hand of the Grandmaster that were going to meet the Dark Scimitar. Flashing towards him from the arrogant penguin actually disappearing, the 2 glowing blades appearing in Kazuhiko's hands as they changed ownership, his body shone with the luminous gold splendor of the item set that released strong waves of fate essence as he struck forth with his newly gained weapons. The Kraken felt the enormous amounts of wrath in the battlefield as it used wrath absorption, rage empowerment, anger avatar, and fury channeling consecutively, its wriggling body expanding rapidly as visible rays of destructive red light shot forth from it. Its anger, its misgivings, all the unfairness it felt in the past, it released it all as a deadlier attack than any that had come before. The Imperial Phoenix and Barbados waited for a prime opportunity to utilize their own ultimate skills as they leashed out attacks of their own, these harbingers actually taking and controlling the pace of the battle against a being an entire rank above them as they fought in a fashion never before seen. Aside from the harbingers and other beasts surrounding the world-rank Grandmaster, a particularly mountainous draconic fire behemoth, the young dragon Draco, was breaking the sound barrier and swallowing the figures of celestials and any that came around him whole, his huge figure moving through the void of space with utter impunity, ROIR. The eyes watching from the shadows looked on in shock at this sight as in a grand hall that Idrusim was in with many mages who were monitoring the state of the battle. Bustling discussions occurred as they observed the spectacular scenes playing throughout. Even if it is in groups, being able to withstand a being an entire realm higher is exemplary. Exemplary? It shouldn't even be possible. Just who are these armored beings the Infernal Lord released? Numerous questions and discussions took place as the pace of battle was analyzed. The appearance of beings with spectacular item sets that showed off improbable levels of strength for the realms they were in taking the attention of many. But the singular figure that remained at the center of attention for everything was the Infernal Lord himself, the being that was standing against three world-rank celestials. Boom! His mountainous figure waved the dangerously shining trident of the sea to sweep down at Grandmaster Onillis, who in turn stood firm as he projected a transparent golden shield that was shattered at the moment of impact. The other two Grandmasters rained down golden spears and blades of liberation as they also released pure fate essence in efforts to overwhelm the chaotic Infernal Lord, but they found that even when his body was bathed in the golden aura of fate, he didn't seem to be taking any injuries. Armageddon. They heard a simple word that was followed by the shaking of space itself, the blue region filled with the sea domain, around them turning a tinge of red as it turned hellishly hot in a matter of seconds. Above them, the appearance of flaming asteroids rushed towards the golden shining world-rank celestials as their expressions hardened, using the profound power in their bodies to reinforce their defenses so they could withstand the hellish environment while surviving the attacks of the Infernal Lord. It was a battle of three world-rank celestials against a single world-rank Infernal Lord, and yet it was the three Grandmasters that were actually at a disadvantage as the Infernal Lord continued to senselessly release skill after skill as if his energy reserves had no limit. So what if it was three world-rank experts? So what if they each had fate lines in the millions? Against his own power that was boosted multiple times over by numerous skill trees and items, Noah could arrogantly ask, so what? Zap. 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 Numerous rays of dark-colored ether were released from him as they smashed onto the body of Onillis, and then went on to chain to the two Grandmasters near him before they returned to chain to Onillis again. Over and over, they had a powerful golden aura of fate protecting their bodies, but every time an ether ray chained between their bodies, this protective layer got thinner and thinner as their faces became more and more serious. Ice Age. After using the Armageddon ability from the Noah vastly changed the surrounding environment once more as he brought in the polar opposite, using the ability from the that causes the temperature of the surrounding regions to go towards absolute zero. Shimmering white frost spreading out with him at the center as the Grandmasters were hit with yet another debilitating attack. Wretched devil, Grandmaster Onillis howled forth while expanding more and more energy to protect himself. Numerous attacks smashing into Noah's body as bursts of armor erupted out, any strike that actually landed on his body only drawing minor injuries. Noah paid no attention to their attacks as whenever he became even remotely injured, he uttered a few words to cast yet another ability from the, it was, rejuvenating flames, that caused gold-colored flames to appear next to his injuries as they became rapidly healed thereafter, his dominance over the pace of the battlefield continuing. A wide array of resplendent abilities continued to release from his body as he continued to stand against and even overwhelm the world-rank experts, throwing out chaos orbs or miniaturized shattered stars while continuing to chain chaos-filled ether rays between them to constantly rip apart their defenses and wear down their energy. From the wrathful eyes of the three Grandmasters, one could see a tinge of fear appearing as they fully realized the pace of the battle as the momentum of the Infernal Lord in front of them just continued to shoot higher, a single thought crossing their minds that began to only expedite the fear. Are we actually going to lose? Chapter 489 Overkill. The watchers that were observing this first battle of a long war actually watched on in stunned silence at the scenes playing themselves out in front of their eyes. Some portions of the battlefield could be considered what one should normally expect in a war, with beings of opposing but similar levels of power fighting against each other until the other side came out on top. Yet on other portions of the battlefield, the things they were seeing were enough to shatter any known norms. In one area, an infernal legion was cutting down any beings they came across as they sang a symphony of destruction with every swing of their weapons, their path paved wide open with nobody from the Celestial Legion to stop them. As shockingly, the last world rank Celestial Grandmaster was actually being held back in a tight battle against multiple domain rank armored beings, RAA. RAA, an Emperor Penguin valiantly took the strikes that held behind them the force of an entire world as he retaliated, his body shimmering with the dark aura of the Chaos item set while a chaos storm raged around him. It was tinged with wisps of gold as the immense aura of pride also leaked out, the abilities of the sin of pride being put in full display as his very being was amplified to greater heights because he stood against an enemy a level higher than him. Kazuhiko and the other harbingers used the gaps created by the Emperor Penguin to land terrible attacks as those who adorned the Fate Chaos sets, in particular, were using the set boost to build up Fate charges and allowing for the appearance of numerous blades of liberation that should have been colored gold, but they held a mix of darkness as the abundant chaos essence they had from the Dark Guider ability freely flowed to their attacks. The world rank expert had no chance to slack off as he withstood attacks left and right, but this wasn't the most shocking scene that was occurring across this battlefield, the ongoing battle of an enormous infernal lord that towered over 250 meters, his body clad in an armor releasing wisps of chaos as well as the emission of baleful ether. It was the battle with this single being at the center that took all the attention as he wildly fought against three beings at the same realm as him, WAA. The enormous trident he wielded smashed down towards the central figure of Onilus as the Grandmaster released Fate Essence to form into the shape of huge golden palms, his fate lines rumbling as the two palms grasped onto and stopped the descent of the vibrating weapon. The other Grandmaster tried to use this chance to send out deadly attacks, but they seemed to simply be getting brushed off on the body of the mountainous figure as the numerous layers of armor he had on did almost all of the defending on his behalf. The eyes of the Grandmasters held a tinge of unwilling fear as they knew what all of the faraway watching forces knew. As the battle continued, the three of them were actually on the path of a terrible defeat. The infernal lord in front of them seemed to be jumping with boundless energy, his attacks relentless as he released one after another without any reservations. While on their side, their defenses were getting weaker and weaker as the abundant energy in their bodies was actually becoming depleted. This meant that in the next few minutes, they would begin falling one by one if nothing changed. Onilus knew this very well as his eyes battled the fear out to try and replace it with fury, his unwilling voice resounding out as his body began to burn a brilliant and even brighter gold color. "Burn your soul." Unwilling looks appeared on the faces of the other two Grandmasters at these words, but they seemed to have no choice as they went to the only option that could provide them a possible victory, but at the cost of their burning their very origins and heavily reducing their level of power permanently. Burn the soul, ignite your origin, rumble. They adopted valiant faces as the strong aura of fate descended towards them, their power beginning to rise rapidly as they prepared to release attacks more powerful than any they had been releasing in the past hour. But would they really be given a chance? For the first time ever, Noah had a cruel smile as he drenched himself in the aura of chaos and baleful ether, enjoying the all-around feeling of power as he went on to cast only two skills that would go on to figuratively cause the jaws of all those watching to drop to the floor. The two skills were actually unique skills, ones that he had gained months ago when battling against the demon lords and demon kings of a now subjugated world. He had not put them to much use in the past months as he had designated them to the constructed dungeons of his homeworld, their uses being further limited as they truly only worked best when he was battling enemies at the same realm as him. But any time in the past few months, he had always faced enemies that were a realm or two higher, the effectiveness of the two unique skills not being able to add much as he left them to continue their assigned tasks in his home world. But now that he was at the world rank, a rank that only true experts in the novice galaxy could enjoy, he saw himself putting these skills to use more and more in the future as he continued to test their effectiveness as well as their limitations. Rumble. Essence wildly erupted as his lips silently moved, the energy that the three celestial grandmasters were collecting being blown apart as around them. The figures of oppressively powerful beings were summoned with ease. Two were large and fearsome, their bodies reeking of darkness as their eyes shone red, and three were actually fairly small and had curvaceous figures with their bodies palpating with wicked strength. The jaws of many beings figuratively dropped to the floor with the appearance of these five figures as each of them, held the power of the world realm. What followed thereafter was simply overkill. Chapter 490 Overkill 2. Overkill to an insane degree is with the appearance of 5 new world rank experts, all color drained from the faces of the celestial grandmasters. The ones that were in their own battles against the experts of the Veritas Fortress or the single world rank celestial that was actually in a sorry state while being matched against an arrogant emperor penguin and other armored beasts. None of them could provide any help and support as they watched on helplessly. This was because the worlds were many, the Novus galaxy being extremely wide. So many beings knew that many skills existed all around, but even they had not yet come across the abilities that this infernal lord portrayed, especially ones that allowed him to simply summon 5 combatants at the world realm. Many were first asking themselves, what kind of an ability was that? But the most important question to them was the natural universal law that required essence in exchange for abilities, so they knew that logically to somehow summon creatures at the level of the world realm, the mana requirement was enormous. How could this being that was already releasing skills as freely as he could over the past hour still be able to do something as ridiculous as this? As the shock of those watching only increased, the beings in the actual predicament were trembling as the 5 summoned creatures at the world rank released attacks towards them right away. Noah himself did not relent as he went for a joint attack that would obliterate the 3 grandmasters instantly, his eyes glistening as destructive portals of terror began to appear en masse in a circular fashion around their figures. This was on top of the rays of dark ether that were also thundering down, ready to chain between the bodies of the 3 grandmasters as many times as they could. Many beings watched the unfolding of all of these skills as if they were in slow motion, the other fighting celestials trying to make their way over to the position of the infernal lord. But they were kept at bay by their enemies, so they could only watch. Boom, a space-rending cry erupted out as the eardrums of any nearby beings burst, the weaker ones dying from the impact right away as their brains turned to mush. Silence reigned in the battlefield as the surrounding miles around the infernal lord were eerily quiet. A mountainous infernal lord of over 250 meters floated in space, surrounded by 2 abyss phoenixes and 3 world rank witch slaves. In the mile around them, only the bloodied and lifeless bodies of numerous beings floated in the void of space. The silence continued as the destructive energies around them cleared. The scene of where the 3 world grandmaster used to be opening itself to the eyes of many as a horrendous sight played out. Portions of dismembered body parts could be seen in a gory show of blood and bones, the only thing remotely recognizable remaining being the disfigured body of Grandmaster Onilus. He had lost half of his body as one could notice distinct golden lines of fate trying to recreate the other half unsuccessfully. His bloody mouth where a few teeth remained moving in an incoherent fashion as only the nearest being, Noah, could hear what he was saying. My name was going to spread across the Novus galaxy. Noah's eyes coldly glanced at the world rank grandmaster that had appeared in the skies of the celestial realm not even 2 weeks ago. He was a whole realm higher than him then, with his strength seeming oppressive and out of reach. Yet this same being was lying disfigured in the void of space just a few days later, the time of his death nearing, and by his hands at that. I read the flow of fate. It is not supposed to go this way. The words seemed to be coming from a being that had his soul taken away, seeming devoid of any feeling and emotion as they just felt like ramblings. Noah looked forth as his eyes turned bright red, casting the wondrous ability of domination on this heavily injured being as he spoke out. Your name will not be remembered, and things rarely go the way we plan. You can die knowing you achieved nothing. The light of domination erupted out as it reflected on Onilus's dead eyes, his muscles spasming as they calmed down completely thereafter, his soul completely being dominated. Noah's eyes then shone once more as he gave a command, the body of the world-rank celestial grandmaster exploding in a shower of blood that soon flowed towards him enticingly. Celestials and those from the dark expanse alike watched in shock and horror as in a matter of minutes, 3 world-rank experts were completely decimated, all that remained of them being bits of blood and bones. Chapter 491 A Grand Symphony of Chaos. The death of 3 world rank experts all at once carried a heavy toll for the Celestial Legion, the eerie silence continuing for a few seconds before they all saw the body of the Infernal Lord, actually vibrating as it began to release an even more fearsome aura of power. Incredulous looks appeared on commanding Mage Turner and on the expressions of many of the beings of the battlefield, their faces simply carrying sheer disbelief and confusion at this point. What they didn't know was that the burst of power from Noah was coming from the fact that he was at this moment gaining hundreds of thousands of fate lines all at once from the deaths of the 3 world-rank celestial grandmasters. This immense flow of strength that was given as comprehension of a supreme law made his already fearsome power feel even more oppressive, as the number he was gaining all at once was simply too much. From Onilus alone, he was a being that held 3,505,800 fate lines. 12% of this was 420,696 fate lines from Onilis alone. The other two grandmasters had fate lines ranging slightly above 2 million, each of them giving Noah around 300,000 fate lines. This was an addition of more than 1 million fate lines instantly, increasing the percentage next to the law of fate by another 10% as it now stood at 28%, and this was only mentioning the benefits in the law of fate. There were also the invisible streams of light that was the loot from the bodies of the three world rank beings that shot forth into Noah's expansive space right away, granting him numerous world rank cores in techniques of the same realm. There was also the disorder caused by the death of these three beings, bringing their own bursts of chaos as numerous chaos particles were converging towards Noah senselessly. Oh, the eerie silence everyone was enthralled in was broken as the Infernal Legion felt the grand movement of chaos energies, their bodies calling forth for more destruction as they resumed their slaughter, ready to serve. Ready to destroy, rumble, everyone was soon returned to the foray of the battlefield as the forces of the Celestial Legion were now fighting disorderly, the loss of 3 grandmasters being horrendous. Raa. Ra. Ra. The Emperor Penguin moved with even more vigor when he saw his master had taken down 3 world rank experts, his only thoughts at the moment being, am I so weak that I cannot kill even one? Raa. His attacks became more relentless as the other harbingers piled on with even more vigor, the 4 remaining celestial grandmasters finding themselves in tight battles as their hearts were now filled with terror. This was because they knew that the single infernal lord who had taken down 3 of them was now free and alone on the battlefield. This meant he would be moving to choose his next target soon, and this act would hit the nail in the coffin for this battle. It was even more horrendous as ridiculously there were 5 figures at the world rank standing protectively around the infernal lord, who at this moment raised his head as his eyes shone a splendor of deep red. His body felt vigorous and coursing with strength, the feeling of nearing the 50% mark of a supreme law, even if 22% remained to get there, made him tremble with excitement as his eyes scanned the battlefield. He saw the figures of fighting harbingers, the dark wizard Shanora, commanding Mage Turner, and even the royal vampire Raku. All of them were fighting their own battles as Noah had already finished his eyes then turned to the scrambling remaining forces of Celestials that were near their prime warships, some of them already rushing towards them as fear had overcome them and they wanted to run. His lips curled up in a smile as he did not want to let any loot escape his grasp, the cruel thought he had causing his body to teleport right away towards the prime warships that could destroy worlds while sending commands to the primal spirits and witch slaves to go to different directions. The fearfully scrambling figures of Celestials rushing to their warships felt the descent of the overpowering aura as space instantly became destabilized, chaos beginning to rain down as a grand symphony of chaos continued. The forces from the numerous prime world watched on helplessly as even the beings that had taken them from their homes to fight were trying to flee, yet what could they do? Defectors had already started to appear as they laid down their weapons when faced by the tens of thousands of forces from the dark expanse, with others being unlucky as those that were against the Infernal Legion or the terrible Dragon Draco were cut down no matter if they were holding weapons or not. This was a war, and war never changes. It was a scene of carnage that one could call cruel, but it caused the battlefield to become even more bloody as in one region, another Grandmaster was about to fall. The world rank expert, surrounded by an arrogant Emperor Penguin and other armored figures, had expended nearly all of his energy, his expression that of hopelessness as the battle was nearing its end the moment a world rank which slave began to head his way. He began burning his soul unwillingly for more strength, but this was the time when tens of blades of liberation from the fate item sets that Kazuhiko and the others wore rushed down, as well as blinding suns from the Emperor Penguin, and numerous other final attacks raining down as the harbingers wanted to finish the battle before the aid of their master could even arrive. Boom! The life of another world rank celestial grandmaster was ended as the loot from him was distributed in rapid forms of light that shot into the bodies of those that had been attacking him, the ones dealing the most damage receiving skill books of the world rank as well as cores of the same level. Raa. A victorious cry emerged from a particular Emperor Penguin as it spread across the void of space and acted like the sound of the horn of the end for the Celestial Legion. Chapter 492, A Grand Symphony of Chaos 2. The founder was still calmly enjoying exquisite meats that came from the bodies of supreme behemoths while he sat alone in the expansive golden hall atop a regal chair. As he saw the chaotic scenes of the battle where 3 world-rank celestial grandmasters had just lost their lives, all he did was pause briefly before bringing another piece of a glistening thigh towards his mouth slowly moving in a soliloquy thereafter. I see. So that's what that feeling was all about. His gaze was as apathetic as ever as he nodded, his eyes shining gold as they focused on the figure of the infernal lord that was now going around destroying the prime warships and any of those that wanted to board them. The eyes of the founder also focusing on the figures of world rank being summoned by the infernal lord as the golden light only became brighter. The coming of this so-called ninth infernal lord was touted as such a big thing by fate, that his appearance meant the beginning of the last war and blah blah blah. But isn't this just subpar? Shocking words of extreme disdain released from him easily as his eyes observed the movements of the infernal lord and uncovered numerous secrets. Proficient in multiple laws, sure. Transformation abilities to boost his power output, and he's even dabbling in the law of fate as well. All made possible by your intrusion, I'm sure, but the final attack he used to take out those 3 weaklings is just a failure, don't you think? It felt like he was talking to himself, yet he also wasn't at the same time as his eyes shone with splendor, analyzing things in a manner that very few would be able to in their entire lifetimes, a final skill that summons 5 beings at the same rank as himself. Seems scary enough, but if you peel through all the bravado and falsehoods, you can see that these beings are simply husks with no souls nor any accomplishments in the universal laws. If this creature you've made ever comes near me with such failure of abilities, he'll die right away, you know? Although the abilities stemming from the law of chaos seem proficient enough, but this really is a waste of my forces to test what exactly you would throw at me as I begin this last war. Words that would cause the sent celestials to despair released from him, his thoughts revealing this initial legion sent forth into the dark expanse being only a test to observe exactly what was in store for the coming war. I must say, it was thoroughly disappointing. At this point, I think your best bet would have been to strengthen the old infernal lords and bring a few more of them up to the nebula realm. Maybe then they could match me in a worthy final battle before I break out of this cage. But this little present you've prepared? Ha! Contempt was vibrant on his face as mysteries unknown to many unfolded from him, a slight smile appearing on his apathetic face as he enjoyed his sumptuous meal while watching a battle where thousands of beings from the light expanse and hundreds of his celestials were dying every second. Yet as all of this continued, indistinct fate line after fate lines were descending from the skies and coming to tightly wrap around him, his gaze not leaving the feed showing what was occurring at the Viridius fortress as the decimation of his forces continued. Your earlier moves were very cunning. Using love to turn one of my brothers against me and making the other lose all hope as he senselessly wanders along the Letalis expanse. But this ninth infernal lord that fate is being all bubbly about, let's just watch and see, maybe there is still something I haven't seen him. The apathetic founder continued on with his monologues in the celestial realm as in a completely different location, in one of the most hellish infernal realms where the powerful infernal lords resided. A singular figure clad in a white robe was floating peacefully in the blazing red skies, their gaze happily watching a similar scene as the founder. As they observed with great interest, the figure was dressed in a white robe that was in extremely stark contrast with the hellish and chaotic atmosphere of the infernal realm, but it seemed to be very fitting as it matched the flowing white hair and blue eyes of this being, the happy smile being one that would cause the hearts of many to flutter. Not too shabby, but still a long way to go. A clear and sonorous voice rang out from her as she changed her position, waving her hands towards the illusory screen showing the ongoing battle as it faded. To her, this battle was already considered finished, all that was left thereafter being the unfortunate scene of chaos that came from these wars, blood continuing to flow freely in the vast expanse of space. For the truly powerful figures of the novice galaxy that bothered to watch the scenes at the Viridius fortress, the first battle of the long-coming war was effectively over, and they had discerned a few important things from it. One was the appearance of the ninth infernal lord foretold by fate. The other was naturally the directions of the winds of victory of this war actually going to the side nobody expected. The dark expanse, in the first battle initiated by the Celestials, it actually looked like they would be taking a huge loss. The Grand Mage Drusim was watching the ongoing scenes of the battle with a shocked smile as he laughed jovially, the mage's tower he was in turning particularly rowdy as they observed the happenings of the Viridius fortress. In another location, the vampire ruler Vladivostok should have also been happy, but he held a troubled expression as he saw the power of this infernal lord that was somehow connected to the vampire ancestors. He had to find out exactly what was going on around this issue, stealing his heart as his power at the star-forging realm exploded, setting out to confront this infernal lord right away for answers. Some were joyful, some gaining a new sense of fear, but the results remained the same. Back in the battlefield, the symphony of chaos continued as Noah spread his senses out wide, sweeping it across the void of space as he confirmed not a single celestial remained. Complete massacre. he sent a command to the Infernal Legion to stand down and stop needlessly taking the lives of the surrendering beings of the prime worlds that accompanied the Celestial Legion, his body that was thrumming with power settling down as he looked around to the only places where battles were still ongoing. Only the single Celestial Grandmaster matched against the Dark Wizard Shanora still stood, all the other world-ranked Grandmasters facing their death. It was actually Grandmaster Ramiel who controlled the 7th Celestial Star, his character being so meaningless that he was only being mentioned now, his defeat not even needing to be expressed with more words, the only other world rank expert that stemmed from the Prime Worlds. Master Brightstar had surrendered with his gaze that of confusion and despair as commanding Mage Turner had his essence tightly binding him. The world rank summons that Noah commanded had helped rapidly bring the battlefield into order, their entrance accelerating and stopping most of the battles as only a single world rank Grandmaster remained, the gaze of Ramiel being that of despair as he felt the auras of numerous world rank beings coming towards him. Noah's eyes focused on this remaining world rank Grandmaster as his figure teleported right away, intent on fully finishing this grand battle as he counted the enormous gains. Chapter 493 Week. The last world rank Grandmaster from the Celestial Legion fell as the 9th Infernal Lord himself appeared hungrily in its hopeless battle with the reinforced Dark Wizard Shanora. The enormous palms of the Infernal Lord coming forth as they grasped onto the fearful body of the being that had all of his energy spent with his eyes shining the light of domination. The world rank Celestial that was already heavily exhausted stopped struggling in his palms as he pressed down, the uncomfortable sound of flesh and bones creaking ringing out as it resoundingly closed the chapter on the strongest opposing beings of this battle. Oh, ready to serve, oh, ready to destroy, oh, a cacophony of noises from the Infernal Legion was the only thing ringing out as others simply stared around in confusion, happiness, fearfulness, and terror. Noah's mountainous body rose high as the vibrant yells of the Infernals were all that reverberated. His gaze arrogantly overlooking the battlefield and the portions where thousands of golden-robed Celestials were lifelessly floating, he then looked towards the few prime warships that he had not destroyed as his figure rose towards them, his grandeur causing even the chanting Infernals to come to stop as his gaze stared towards the warships, as if he could see the beings that were peering in. Commanding Mage Turner looked towards this Infernal Lord with a shocked expression as he and many others knew what was about to happen as this powerful being looked out into the void of space. Did he really plan to address the powerful experts watching this battle? Was he going to give a speech to boast of his victory while slapping the face of the higher-ups among the Celestials? They watched with bated breaths as they waited to hear the words that this Infernal Lord would use to address the watching Celestials. The armored figure's eyes shone a luminous red splendor as he opened his mouth and spoke in an extremely domineering and reckless manner. Weak, rumble, only a single word, weak, a single word that was filled with arrogance and disdain, but it carried with it immense meaning as it shook the minds of all those that heard it, the Infernal Lord teleporting thereafter as he did not even bother to speak a single more word. Woohoo! The feeling of victory only came after this shocking statement as many beings looked at each other. We won, we won. Victorious, only after a while did the feelings of victory permeate throughout the forces of the Veritas Fortress, their gazes unbelievingly staring at each other as they hugged those near. This was because for many of them, they had inscribed the terror of Celestials into their hearts, and knew that in this battle, they were very likely to die very cruel deaths, yet it was not them who had this fate today, but the Celestials themselves. The yells of victors spread throughout the battlefield as those who surrendered stayed as quiet as possible, awaiting to see exactly what their fate would be. The world rank experts fighting for the Veritas Fortress looked towards the mountainous Infernal Lord that was now waving his hands. The summon world rank beings leaving their sight as they then observed with shining eyes as he teleported around the void of space where tens of thousands of bodies of defeated Celestials and beings from the numerous prime worlds laid. They saw the Infernal Lord appear beside these bodies as a red light erupted from him and washed over the bodies in droves, their eyes not fully understanding what they were seeing, but they prepared to take a look at their forces as well as the surrendering beings that numbered in the tens of thousands from numerous prime worlds of light expanse. The red light they saw shining as Noah moved across the void of space littered with body was actually just him reading the memories of the dead beings. His mind already planning ahead multiple steps as the memories of thousands were something extremely valuable that he was planning on using in the near future. His body continued to feel the descent of numerous fate lines and chaos particles, but his fate lines were so far ahead and still constantly changing that he felt his progression in the law of chaos would be left in the dust if he didn't find a way to rapidly move the progression along like in the law of fate. He glanced at his stat panel briefly as he teleported across the battlefield and read the memories of tens of thousands of dead beings, numerous unknown thoughts moving through him. Noah Osmont, titles, Infernal Lord, variant. Bloodlines, Vampire Progenitor, Awakening, Fate Lines, 3,109,498, Chaos Particles, 794,362, Origin Cores, Fire 3, Water 3, Domains, Fate, Chaos, Space, Fire, Water, Vitality, World, Focus, Strength, World, Laws, Fate 31%, Chaos 7.9%, Space 8%, Fire 37%, Water 37%. His fate lines had ridiculously risen by more than 2 million in just this single battle, his heart seeing this as the biggest boon as it actually made him look forward to even more battles like this. The number of chaos particles had stably rocketed to close to 800,000, their number also rising rapidly from the chaos and destruction that was carried out in this battle. RAA, the Emperor Penguin was arrogantly rising in the void of space victoriously as he was followed by the other harbingers and a mountainous Draco. Their eyes set on their master as he moved across the void of space collecting the memories of thousands. They weren't the only ones watching closely. The world-rank royal vampire Raku along with his forces were also looking towards him with a difficult expression. This was because they saw too many things that pointed to secrets of ancient vampires from this infernal lord. But they couldn't bring themselves to go forward and ask as the oppressive air this infernal lord released was heavy. They also had a sense of intuition that told them something big would change the moment they wanted this mystery to be addressed. But the current forces of vampires at the Veritas Fortress did not have to fear. Because the vampire ruler himself, the being that oversaw the many vampire clans in the Dark Expanse, was rushing over here at this instant to solve this mystery himself. Chapter 494. At least it will be fun. In the unknown location in the Celestial Realm, the founder wiped his mouth with a sigh of contentment reminiscent of someone that had a really good meal, his eyes watching the fading figure of the Infernal Lord as the battle at the Veritas Fortress wrapped up. To him, this event actually did not seem to hold much significance. The biggest emotion he released out of all it actually stemming from the lustrous meats of the supreme behemoths he was enjoying while watching the battle. Weak, hot, he held a smiling expression that looked extremely eerie with his eyes that never released an ounce of emotion themselves, numerous thoughts crossing his mind as he thought about his life. Weakness was actually not a familiar feeling for him, his heart not having felt it for quite some time. Even now he only curiously thought about it, as it was not even in his mind that he would ever feel such an emotion again. This was because he knew too many things. He had achieved too much. Lastly, he had a very clear goal that was very much within his reach, thus, fear was not something that he ever thought about. This recent loss at the Veritas Fortress only further giving him more information that would go towards building the future he wanted to create. With such a character of an infernal lord joining in, at least it will be fun. He left behind such words as his figure turned into particles of light, moving from this location to another as he went to lead his people that were currently reeling from the shock of a loss right now. The Celestials across the numerous celestial stars were receiving the news or had watched it with their own eyes in anger and horror, watching the complete obliteration of their forces as not a single one of them managed to return. The Celestials in the 7th celestial star were left without a leader momentarily, Grandmaster Ramiel's life being taken as easily as all the other Grandmasters. This student that had left a golden prison deep beneath this celestial star would never get to return as he faced eternal darkness. In the hidden underground prison on this 7th celestial star, the pierced figure who had revealed himself as the karmic sect leader to Noah, also the being that was known as one of the founders of the Celestials, was actually sighing with a sad smile as he sensed the passing of his disciple. Which one of us ever knows what fate has in store? He posed a question to nobody as on this particular day, his face was brighter than normal. This was because what little calculations he could do right now told him that with the beginning of the last war, fate was moving rapidly once more as the shackles that bound him would soon be no more. The person responsible for releasing him had taken his time, but one could never rush the workings of fate, as things would always occur when they were meant to. He was reminiscing in his golden prison when at the next moment, he heard bustling movements beginning to spread out all around the 7th celestial star, the beings dwelling within moving with vigor as his ears perked up. What the chained being found was the forces of this celestial star being riled up, having received commands that came directly from the founder for them to prepare. His eyes shone with a bright light as he continued to observe the happenings of this celestial star, trying to foresee the future as this incident was not just occurring on the 7th celestial star. All across the light expanse and in the celestial realm, the millions of celestials had received a single command from the founder in response to the colossal first loss at the Veritas Fortress. That command was for all of them to prepare and be ready. For the sake of bringing order and balance in the universe, the loss of a single celestial legion could be overlooked. What they needed to do now was prepare to not just send out a single legion, but form hundreds of celestial legions that would be placed under the command of worthy generals. In the mind of the founder, the inconsequential loss at the Veritas fortress was nothing, and the full war would begin soon as movements were underway to move billions of forces from the light expanse. Place them into hundreds of legions under the command of celestials, and then use this terrifying force to head towards the dark expanse. What was happening now was them entering into a period of an actual full-scale war, a war of attrition that would span for who knew how long. Rumble, waves of fate and chaos continued to flow through the river of time, the tides of war being fanned as those in the dark expanse knew what was coming. The Grand Majordrusum and the Infernal Lords knew full well the strength of the Celestials, their forces being prepared in earnest as they did not let this single victory lull them into a feeling of power. It was not a single victory that would decide the course of this war, but a balance on wins and losses over the span of months or years, however long it took before a deciding event took place to end this last war. Two of the forces who could be considered the leading figures of the Dark Expanse were now actively moving, primarily being the Grand Majordrusum and the Infernal Lords. There was another figure that stood at the peak of the star-forging realm similar to Adrusum, who at this point in time was not actually rallying the numerous vampire clans spread out in the Dark Expanse, but he was actually nearing the Veritas fortress to confront the ninth Infernal Lord for the mystery of why he had the abilities of ancient vampires, and find out exactly what the connection was. Chapter 495. A star-forging expert arrives. Noah's mountainous form had reduced as he floated in the void of space, his eyes overlooking the tens of thousands of bodies floating in a mess of bloody gore. The Harbingers were clustered around him as they sensed their master's introspective look, Barbados and Kazuhiko being the ones that could still bypass the aura that Noah released to be the ones actually conversing with him at this time. "We've come a long way, little fish." The fiery Barbados had gradually become more and more docile over time, her gaze currently shaking incredulously as she observed their surroundings with sparkling eyes. When she chose to betray her own kind and follow Noah, she had done it for her own selfish reasons of wanting to be free to do whatever she wanted, and she had thoroughly enjoyed her time since then to the point where she still could not believe it, traveling wondrous worlds and being a part of a unique one that was unlike anything she had ever experienced before. Enjoying the ridiculously talented beings' company and food, as well as achieve a realm of power that was out of her wildest imagination, all of it was made possible by her decision to follow this single man, and now she floated in the void of space of the Dark Expanse, having just stood against a powerful being at an entire stage above her as she and those working with her achieved victory. It was unbelievable, surreal, and most of all exciting. Her wild heart was feeling calmer and calmer as she experienced so many things the past few months, her gaze towards the bloody void of space actually holding a tinge of happiness. Behind her, the hidden face of Elena that was filled with wild fanaticism glanced at Noah, numerous thoughts crossing through her mind that only she knew. At this point in time, another voice resounded out to the right of Noah. "I just want something at least similar to the abilities you have. Come on, what skill tree did you unlock that gives you chaining chaos lasers? Or the abilities in the Bloodlord skill tree? I should at least be able to get those? Right?" Kazuhiko was looking at Noah in an imploring tone as he had observed the spectacular abilities he released to decimate the Celestials, wanting the same for himself as he also wanted to dominate the battlefield in such a way. I'll tell you the route I followed for Bloodlord. You should be able to reach it if you can raise your proficiency fast enough." Noah laughed as he replied and stopped staring at the bloody expanse of space, looking at Kazuhiko and Barbados as these were the few figures who could still converse with him with ease, reminding him that he still had those he could comfortably talk to and even joke around with. He glanced at the rest of the Harbingers that were no doubt reveling in the victory as they counted their spoils of the battle. Sending his thoughts across as he saw the forces of the Veritas fortress look towards them. "You guys head back to the spiritual world first, I'll deal with everything else here." The Harbingers ascertained his words as the numerous figures around him began to disappear one by one, where he was soon only left with the silent but sharpened infernal legion that floated powerfully in the expanse of space. He sent a command for them to remain stationary as he went towards the figures of Commanding Mage Turner, the Dark Wizard Shanora, and the Royal Vampire Raku, who was looking at him while constantly fidgeting. These three world rank experts had been cleaning up the battlefield while ascertaining the losses and taking care of the tens of thousands from the forces of the prime worlds that had surrendered. The fate of these beings that were not necessarily blameless in the war but could still be considered victims being treated in a very humane manner. Some of them fully believed in the propaganda of the Celestials and came to the Dark Expanse with that purpose. Others were skeptical and only came along because the Celestials oversaw the light expanse and could not really be told no when they gave a directive. There would have to be clear distinctions in the future in how forces such as this would be handled, as those in the dark expanse could not just open themselves up to attacks or not defend themselves against those that didn't have the title of Celestials but still participated in the war nonetheless. Noah had his own thoughts for the future as he glanced at the spread forces of crestfallen beings, the memories he had collected for those that died from the many prime worlds set aside to be used for something grand in the near future. I have to give you our heartfelt gratitude for helping us keep control of the Veritas Fortress and not allow the Celestials further into the dark expanse, O Infernal Lord. Commanding Mage Turner had began speaking to him in a much more respectful tone. Then before as he neared, the other world rank experts actually turning mute as they could not even bring themselves to address him, Noah nodded towards them as his mission here was finished, where he would soon go back to report to the infernal realm. His gaze landed on the royal vampire as he had an entirely separate train of thought about this being and the tens of thousands of vampires that still stood behind him, all of them having quizzical expressions as they looked towards him but neither of them bringing themselves to say anything. Noah knew his display of abilities of the heavily advanced Bloodlord skill tree would catch the attention of the huge faction of vampires in the dark expanse, and he had done this intentionally as he waited to see if they would be provoked enough to move, his bloodline allowing him immense leeway when it came to vampires. His red eyes turned to the royal vampire Raku as he decided he might as well begin with the vampires here. But at this moment, the aura of a powerful being began to descend onto the Veritas Fortress. The gazes of the world rank experts moved as they looked up in shock, noticing a red streak of light barreling forth towards them as their bodies unconsciously moved their essence in case it was a new enemy, but they calmed down as they sensed the descending aura that felt more and more familiar, rumble. It brought with it space rumbling majesty as the figure of aged but devilishly handsome vampire appeared in the void of space above the Veritas Fortress. Bright silver hair running down to his shoulders and shockingly red eyes that showed experience and age glanced around. His eyes were squinting as he locked them towards the tens of thousands of vampires. And then towards the being they were all wondering about. His power wildly flew out as it announced grandly the star-forging realm being, the vampire ruler Vladivostok, had arrived. Noah's eyes glanced at this being calmly as a rumbling voice rolled out from the aged face. I'll have to take some of your time to ascertain a few things, O Ninth Infernal Lord. Chapter 496 Neil, the Grand Mage Adrusim had already stopped watching the feat of the Veritas Fortress as he continued to be increasingly busy, numerous communications reaching him as he sent back even more commands to start getting the forces of the Dark Expanse ready. He was in the middle of glancing at an enormous star chart which outlined the numerous stars littering the Dark Expanse, observing how he could possibly move the forces and their distribution in order to withstand the coming legions of Celestials. He was one of the key figures who had to work and communicate with the Infernal Lords, know the movements of the clans of vampires, as well as manage the mages and wizards that were spread out across the Dark Expanse. He was extremely busy after watching this first battle, and it was why his mood turned extremely sour when he received the news that in the Veritas Fortress where the battle had just wrapped up, the leading figure of vampires, Vladivostok, had appeared to confront the Ninth Infernal Lord. You fool, you better not sow discord right at the cusp of a war. He uttered out as he also recalled the abilities he had observed from the Infernal Lord that seemed extremely similar to those from the vampire clans, but he did not think they would be something major that would cause this being at the star-forging realm to move. Watch things here, I'll be right back. He sent a command to the commanding mages around him as his figure shimmered with the color of stars, disappearing from the mage tower as he also now went towards the Veritas Fortress, hoping that one of the leading figures of the Dark Expanse would not sour the relationships between the Infernal Lords. The three world rank experts from the Veritas Fortress looked towards the appearing vampire ruler, Vladivostok, as their eyes opened wide in shock. The peak star forging realm being at the cusp of entering the ultimate realm in the Novice Galaxy had actually made himself appear in front of them, with his attention directed towards the brightly shining Infernal Lord. They recalled the numerous skills that this fearsome being had displayed on the battlefield as they made some connections, watching to see exactly what hidden mysteries were about to unfold, but they would not get a chance to, as they tensed while observing the Infernal Lord not send a single word of reply, his expression calm as if nothing had happened while he glanced at Vladivostok. A trace of anger seemed to appear on the star-forging being's face, but he tried not to show it as he had to first get to the bottom of why this Infernal Lord had the abilities of ancient vampires. Vladivostok glanced at Raku, who was standing by the side awkwardly, his face shaking at this behavior as he glanced at the other world rank beings by the side watching on in anticipation. He waved his hands and cast forth a Blood World to make sure whatever mystery he was about to uncover remains hidden. the expanding bloody domain going on to cover him, and the figure of the infernal lord who still had not made a single move or uttered any words. Those in the surroundings watched as a blood world fully encased the newly arriving ruler of vampires as well as the infernal lord. Whatever anticipation for them finding out the mysteries shattered as their senses could not even penetrate to see what was happening within. Inside the blood world, Vladivostok spoke once again, this time with more firm tone as he recalled the levels of power between him and this infernal lord. I do not intend to cause any conflicts with the infernals, and am only curious about the abilities that only our ancestors knew that you have freely displayed. This is especially so because of your unique origin that I had to come. His words were not looking down in any way as he knew the status of an infernal lord and what it signified, but he was still talking in manner of a senior talking to a junior because of their levels of power. Noah glanced at this being at the star-forging realm as he actually adopted a light smile. This was because when he stared at this powerful being a rank above him, he actually felt not even an ounce of threat. This was because his bloodline, his very origin told him that this being was considered nothing more than another vampire in the eyes of the one holding the bloodline of the progenitor. One must recall that this was the ruler overseeing the faction of vampires in the entirety of the Dark Expanse. This was a star-forging realm expert. Someone that was a step away from the highest realm that anybody had achieved in the Novice Galaxy. Noah glanced at the vampire that was the central figure of the numerous vampire clans in the Dark Expanse as he spoke out calmly. You come in front of me and do not even acknowledge me, nor do you show the respect of a junior to their senior. Are you looking to be stripped of all your power and strength? Vladivostok had a startled expression as he heard ones he never expected, turning his head to the side as he wanted to confirm he heard correctly, his face gaining a trace of anger thereafter as he now spoke out while freely releasing his vibrant power. I have been nothing but Polet dash. Do not speak, rumble. In the middle of his sentence, Vladivostok was cut off as he heard the words of the ninth infernal lord once more, but this time around, they actually held a tinge of authority that actually caused his mouth to unconsciously close. His heart shook as at this moment as he wanted to speak, but he found he was unable to. At this instant, his mind moved at extremely high speeds as he was being guided towards a shocking and terrifying conclusion as his eyes dilated more and more while he looked at the figure of the ninth infernal lord. To him, an aura had begun leaking out of the being in front of him, an aura that made his very origin shake as a thought arrived in his mind that told him the truth. But he still could not believe it as his mind felt like it was exploding. Noah moved closer and closer to the vampire ruler as he floated until he was just a few inches from his face, glancing towards him with cold eyes as he understood the bloodline system of the vampires was really absolute. This being with a rank higher than him could actually not do a single thing to harm him. He glanced at the shaking eyes as he spoke out with a tone befitting the ruling figure of a certain race, causing the shock of Vladivostok to only increase thereafter. Kneel, rumble, a simple word. A single command, thud. Even though they were in the starry and dark void of space, the sound akin to someone's knees hitting the floor resounded as Vladivostok's body involuntarily kneeled. His thoughts finally being affirmed as the eyes of this star-forging being looked up towards the red glistening eyes of someone extremely special to the race of vampires. Kneel, and properly welcome your progenitor. Chapter 497. A Master and Servant. Vladivostok finally felt his mouth having the ability to move again as he glanced up towards Noah with a shaking face holding an unbelievable expression within the wide blood world the two of them were in. His silver hair danced wildly atop his aged head, his facial muscles nearly spasming at the shock. He uttered beneath his breath only for a second before his seasoned mind adapted and he looked back down, speaking out with a shaking voice that held a tinge of respect and fear. This lowly servant greets the progenitor, and hopes you will grant me mercy for my actions. The star-forging vampire ruler hurriedly blurted out words nobody would ever expect to hear him say to someone an entire realm above him, but as the vampire felt his bloodline begin to boil just because he was near this being, his disbelieving thoughts finally settled as he admitted to himself that somehow, unbelievably, this infernal lord in front of him actually held the bloodline of the progenitor, a being with the purest bloodline of his race. He did not understand why or how, but he knew it to be so. He remained on the ground as his body shook, the shock and fear he felt gradually wiping away as it soon began to turn into a sense of excitement. Rise. I'll take the time to discuss many things with you later, but if you have made your way here, so will others soon. Noah glanced at this being that was going through one emotion to another as he spoke, Vladivostok rising as his disbelieving expression was completely wiped away. Now looking at Noah with an expression of reverence as his mind finally felt like it was moving freely again and he understood the importance of the progenitor standing in front of him. This was the progenitor himself. His appearance here meant a great deal of things for vampires, as he was the singular leader of their race. Vladivostok forgot all about his bearing of a star-forging expert. Of a being that had been overseeing the many vampire clans in the dark expanse, as he knew in front of the being with the purest bloodline. Realms of power made no difference. His heart did not feel any sense of weirdness or unwillingness the moment he affirmed the being in front of him really was the progenitor, his tone even trying to be more servile as he spoke towards him. I had no idea of your coming, O progenitor, but it can only mean for a grand future for all of us. My rash coming here will most likely cause someone like Idrusim to come by. What are your commands? A voice akin to that of a servant asking their master rang out. Noah glancing at this being as he felt the vibrant power of the blood progenitor grant him utter control of a being an entire realm above him. He had many plans in mind on how he should move forward before the full-scale war broke out, and he had a great deal of things to get done before then, but now he also had the vampires of the dark expanse on his plate. He thought of the skill trees to advance, the planets to connect to, and the numerous fantastic things like the upgrade of a world or worlds into a realm, his mind moving as he chose a certain point in time to fit the vampires as well, gather the vampire clans of the dark expanse, their leading figures, and their most powerful forces in a week and then send me the coordinates. At that time, I will descend to properly take a look at the powerful beings of my race that have only become a mere faction of the dark expanse. The more he spoke, the more respectful and servile the star-forging being in front of him became, his next words causing a reaction that confirmed Noah's choice to add the vampires of the dark expanse on his to-do list even with all the things he had to do. Yes, master, rumble, from Noah's body, glimmering gold and dark essence were released as they went to wash over the now excited Vladivostok, who had heard a command to gather the vampires together to acknowledge their progenitor. This would be a momentous event of their race, something that had not happened in more than 1,000 years. His excitement only rose higher as just from being near the progenitor, he could feel his body gaining more and more strength. This being not realizing that he was now considered a subordinate of Noah and fit the specifications of the guider-type abilities that Noah always had active, his body felt the unique energy of chaos as he understood that, but he was even more shocked to sense the freely flowing aura of fate as he gave the progenitor an even more incredulous look, but did not raise a single question as he stood up, sensing the aura of a being he knew to welcome from a distance. Seeing the demeanor of the progenitor, Vladivostok understood his wishes to remain in secrecy for now as he spoke out. I will clear my mistake here first with no issues, O progenitor, and let you know as soon as I complete your command. His voice was strong as he spoke out like someone that would do whatever it took to accomplish the goal given. There was not an ounce of pride or arrogance for his mighty status of a star-forging expert, nor any status of a ruler that had been overseeing billions of beings over the past 100 years. In front of the bloodline power that was the purest, all of these distinctions were wiped away. Noah nodded towards this powerful being as the blood world around them began to fade. Seeing the aura of fate and chaos descend into the body of Vladivostok, Noah confirmed that the future event with the vampires would have their own abundant rewards, where he only imagined the millions of powerful vampires who could actually fight in the war fitting the conditions to be his subordinates and gaining the boosts of the guider-type abilities. This would be something that would heavily influence the dark expanse, as well as the direction of the war that involved the lives of trillions. To him, all this translated to was more fate lines and chaos particles, and especially abundant ones at that, as it would steer the direction of numerous powerful beings, unlike the weak ones on the numerous planets he was currently connected to. Rumble. The blood world fully disappeared as those outside of it looked in, seeing Noah floating in the void of space calmly as Vladivostok was near him, his face seemingly trying to be serious, but one could distinctly see the trace of happiness and excitement in his red eyes. Vladivostok glanced at the surrounding figures as he saw the materialization of the Grand Mage Idrusim in the distance with a dark face. His figure going towards this leading figure of the dark expanse as he telepathically bid farewell to the progenitor. Noah glanced at the Grand Mage he had yet to interact with, Vladivostok's figure shooting towards this mage instantly as he began speaking out, and the face of the Grand Mage gradually calmed down. Commanding Mage Turner, the Dark Wizard Shanora, and the incredulous royal vampire Raku were still on the side with a gape expression as even now they did not understand what had just happened. Noah glanced at Raku and the tens of thousands of vampires behind him, his eyes shining as he looked forward to seeing a scene of millions of vampires as he sent a telepathic message to Commanding Mage Turner bidding his farewell for now, and sending another command for the Infernal Legion to head back to the Infernal Gate that led to the second realm of Hell. Oh, ready to serve. The chants of the infernals resounded yet again as they made their way across the void of space, Noah leaving the cleaning up of the battlefield and the handling of the numerous beings from the light expanse to the Viridius fortress, his mind already planning his moves the moment he returned to the infernal realm. He heard the voice of the dark wizard Shanora that had mentioned she wanted to discuss something with him after the battle, but he paid it no heed as he already had too many things on his plate. His discernment with fate traversed telling him it would simply be something else that required him to put a significant amount of time into. And it was time that he actually did not have. He left Vladivostok to deal with the entrance of a grand mage as he took his forces away, bidding farewell to the location of the first battle that had granted him more than 2 million fate lines, his heart looking forward into the future as he moved forward. Those left behind at the Viridius fortress were only left with incredulousness and confusion as they asked themselves just who exactly was this ninth infernal lord. Chapter 498. What noble fate, in the golden bastion of the celestial realm where the four geniuses were placed in to finish their training, a dark-skinned girl was repeatedly watching the scenes of the recent battle at Viridius fortress over and over again. Her eyes were cold and filled with fighting intent as she watched a certain infernal lord move across the battlefield in a dominant manner, not a single creature being able to stand in his path as he obliterated anyone he came across. She watched as this infernal lord caused the body of the celestial grandmaster that had presided over the tournament not too long ago, someone they looked up to with reverence because of their strength. She watched this being's body exploded like a balloon with just a gesture of the infernal lord. Athena glanced at this scene and the numerous other scenes as essence began converging around her body, a multitude of thoughts flowing through her mind as her origin was unknowingly bubbling with power. When she looked at these scenes, she did not feel any fear or horror that others would feel, nor did she feel sad or have a sense of loss at the perishing of an entire celestial legion. She very strongly believed in fate, and knew that it was simply the fate of those that perished to do so, their sacrifices only acting as stairs to elevate their battle to bring order and balance in an even greater fashion. What she felt the most was actually the emotion of unwillingness and competitiveness as she looked at the figure of the infernal lord, ingraining it in her mind as she asked herself many questions. She was someone that was a genius in fate, and even held the title of a being with noble fate. Yet, why was it so that her power did not even match someone like her junior brother who had ascended to the world realm? With her title, how could she be so useless that when she looked at her power and compared herself to the newly rising ninth infernal lord, she knew she would not even stand a chance and would be killed even faster than the dead grandmasters? She felt unwillingness as she looked at her very origin and asked why would someone with her title not have power at this level. Rumble. Essence continued to madly converge around her as the unwillingness she felt to her core was further boosted by her battle intent as she looked at the spectacular scenes of battle, her origin madly absorbing essence as the war princess was unconsciously raising her realm by the sheer strength of her will. She had been enjoying numerous treasures for achieving her rank in the tournament, even though it was nothing near the effectiveness of the luminescent rainbow dews that Crixus and the three-eyed Fate Child received. She and Grandmaster Light were given numerous elite behemoth materials at the world rank and even cores of that same rank for each of them in an effort to further accelerate their realms. Her body that was already drenched in absorbing those treasures was now madly absorbing even more essence as time passed, her rank nearing the peak of the domain expansion realm as she wanted to break through to the world realm by sheer willpower alone. This was something only a genius holding the title of someone with a noble fate could do. Something that only the war princess with her strong lust for battle and unique title could achieve. As essence raged around her, she screamed in her heart for more strength, her rank continuing to shoot up as she inscribed the face of the ninth infernal lord to her heart. This was the type of strength she aspired to have, so she would simply go forward to achieving it. When she did, she wanted to stand against this infernal lord to really test what fate had in store for her. She would either perish or rise above as she really lived up to the title of having a noble fate. Otherwise, if she remained this weak, what use was there for her having such a title? Rumble, as one genius tried making a breakthrough and enter a higher realm. An even more monstrous genius had returned to the infernal realm as Azula looked towards him with an exasperated expression. This was because when Noah's ancient blood clone first entered the infernal realm to accept the letter of summons, he had shown his rank to be at the domain realm, yet when he went to battle, he revealed power at the world rank, the same realm where the 8th and 7th infernal lord stood at, and now this 9th infernal lord returned triumphantly after wiping the floor with an entire celestial legion. Azula shook her head unbelievably as she could not even bring herself to stay near this monstrous genius, returning to her castle as she wanted to increase her power even by little before the numerous celestial legions began making their way across the Novice galaxy. Noah stationed the Infernal Legion that was under his command as their eyes remained on his leaving figure, these Infernals actually feeling a strong bond with the swirling chaos that always followed this Infernal Lord. Having completed his task as the ninth Infernal Lord, he moved to reap the full benefits of the battle as his body changed out of the shape of a crowned Infernal Lord and returned to his normal one. Teleporting to a certain region in the light expanse, he appeared somewhere in the starry expanse of space as his gaze landed upon a particular prime world, this world holding no special identity besides the fact that it was one of the many worlds in the memories that he absorbed from the defeated figures of beings from the numerous prime worlds that made up the forces of the Celestial Legion. One of the bigger rewards he reaped out of the recent battle were these memories of thousands of beings, memories that he planned to use to connect numerous powerful worlds of the light expanse to himself as they forever disappeared from the eyes of everyone. He would also use this time to obtain the required world core for the upgrade of the spiritual world as the first requirement of domain rank beasts had been met, only this single requirement remaining, with the goal of amassing more worlds to himself and looking forward to another world-shaking upgrade of one of the most unique treasures he owned. His eyes shone with a golden luster as his figure silently streaked towards the prime world in front of him to get started. Chapter 499 Plucking Stars with Ease. As Noah's ancient blood clone started the connection of more worlds to expand the source of his strength even more, his main body was finishing a battle with a supreme behemoth in the deep unexplored regions of the celestial realm, Rumble. The world-rank behemoth that was shimmering with golden light and shaped like a four-headed golden lion slumbered to the ground after falling to the horrendous attacks laced with the essence of chaos and ether, Noah. Gaining another mountainous body brimming with wondrous materials, and this time it was from a beast that was actually at the world realm. The numerous loot for the behemoth rushed to his expansive space, as he waved his hands to cause the mountainous body to disappear. Aside from using its materials to craft new item sets, the meat was extremely sumptuous to enjoy as it contained abundant essence. In conjunction with his cook ability that made everything he touched into something tastier than even the food from five-star restaurants, his time exploring the celestial realm had been extremely enjoyable. This was the fourth world-rank behemoth that he had come across in these unknown regions, where he also came across treasures in the form of fruits that rejuvenated one's energy or came across regions that were filled with fate essence and conducive to training, but soon enough, he would have an entire region filled with fate and chaos essence to himself as he upgraded the spiritual world and unlocked the next features of the law space. So he momentarily stopped his exploration as he calculated a better pathway to follow with the abilities of SHA. In front of his eyes, a being with his original body teleported in as he waved his hands forward, a sparkling miniaturized spiritual world flowing towards him as the clone that was currently connecting numerous worlds came to hand him the unique treasure and disappeared thereafter to continue his tasks. This handoff of the spiritual world to the main body while the clone continued the world connections was for Noah to use this time to steer fate towards the best direction that fate told him to follow. From the use of the skills under, he saw once more that to increase his power the fastest while swallowing up the many things throwing themselves at him, he had to focus on a particular skill tree first, followed by the upgrade of the spiritual world, and then he had to finally get to freeing the being that was being held in the seventh celestial star, Rumble. Waves of essence silently stretched out as the miniaturized spiritual world was placed on the glimmering grass of the celestial realm, Noah's figure disappearing within it as he entered the time-space to begin right away. The skill tree he had to focus on was actually not the Fates Guardian, or Archlich Arrazon, skill trees that were still at soul rank, but the Blood Lord skill tree that he just recently brought to the domain tier with the addition of fledgling Blood Ancient. His focus was actually directed to this right away, and he had the capability to bring it to the world rank since he just obtained numerous sacrificial skills of that rank to use, all that was left being their requirement of proficiency as he began spamming the abilities to bring them up right away. His ancient blood clone that had just transferred the spiritual world over to him teleported to another location in the light expanse, continuing the process of entering deep into the cores of these worlds as he established connections with them and then used the world engine to teleport them vast distances across space in the quadrant where his homeworld was. Many stars were being added to this expansive corner of light expanse as all of them were veiled deeply, never to be found unless someone powerful was actively passing around and looking. He was plucking stars left and right as his movements would soon cause commotion in the already tense light expanse as the disappearance of numerous prime worlds began to gain notice. These actions that Noah was currently undertaking were bold, but he made countless calculations as he affirmed to himself in these times of a chaotic war, the disappearance of a few planets will only be a drop in the bucket, never garnering the attention of celestials for them to bother looking into it. And even if they did, the chances of them finding anything were extremely minimal. Thus, days passed as the clone continued the connections while looking out for a large world to obtain a core of in a smooth manner. The main body staying within the time-space of the spiritual world as he got ready to upgrade the first skill tree into the world rank. In these past days, the regions of the light expanse became particularly active as celestials began moving to amass the forces of being above void rank to add to their legions, this time the process being carried out orderly and carefully, as the full-scale war that would begin thereafter would be unlike anything that had happened before. It would be a large-scale attack across many regions of the dark expanse, with many battles being fought as the Celestials would either win many and advance further into the dark expanse while gaining control of more regions in the Novice Galaxy. Or if the repeat of the first battle is to occur, their advancement might be halted. Righteous fervor and strength filled the minds of the Celestials as they looked forward to wiping off the stain of losing the first battle, their hearts calling out for more order and balance as numerous celestial legions were being created every passing day. In the time-space, more than 3 months had passed with the passage of just a few days outside, Noah's main body shining brightly as he stopped the constant casting of numerous abilities and opened his eyes sharply. The time had arrived for the first world rank skill tree, Chapter 500, Juvenile Ancient, in the time-space of the spiritual world. Prerequisite world rank sacrificial skills were burnt, and from the ashes rose a brand new addition to the Blood World skill tree, with Noah choosing the option of Fledgling Ancient and gaining access to 4 entirely new abilities. His eyes gave a quick rundown of the abilities before he used his limited skill points to max them right away, wanting to see these abilities at their peak at once. World, Blood Lord. 45/45 abilities: Dawn of the Blood Lord, 5 out of 5, Blood World, 5/5, Drain Life, 5/5, and Nightmarish Descent, 5/5. Kin of the Ancients, 60/60, Ancient Blood Scion, 5/5, Ancient Blood Clone, 5/5, Summon the Ancients, 5/5, Blood Rage, 5/5, Fledgling Blood Ancient, 75/75, a fledgling of a race of powerful creatures that occupy the Litalis Expanse. The skills of this particular fledgling leaning more towards the control of blood. Abilities include Blood Summoner, 5/5, Blood Clone Support, May 5, Drain Master Support, 5/5, and Domination, May 5, Fledgling Ancient, 100/100, a juvenile creature of a rare race of beings presiding over the Litalis Expanse. This particular pathway is more inclined towards the talent of Blood Ancients. Additional abilities include Ancient Essence, May 5, Clone Master, May 5, Blood Magic Support, May 5, at $at May 5, Ancient Essence, 5/5, Passive, a unique penetrative energy wraps around the attacks of the Fledgling Ancient. Grants the Ignore 30% of all defenses effect. Clone Master, 5/5, Passive, the usage of Ancient Blood Clone is further enhanced, granting the user a second clone that can utilize 100% of the power of the main body. Blood Magic Support, 5/5, Passive, all abilities that the Juvenile Ancient casts are granted the Drain Life effect. Lifesteal increased from 10% to 20%, at $at 5/5, Passive, as a creature favored by at email protected, you have the passive increased comprehension of all universal laws by 50%. Well damn, Noah stared wide at the list of skills that were all actually passive, his eyes going over to the last one that had ununderstandable words for the first time in quite a while. His eyes shone as he asked the planetary system, "What's going on? We haven't come across something you could not decipher for a while." There is something that is actively preventing the discernment of some parts of this ability, though I don't know for what reason. Something. Noah's thoughts rapidly churned as the system replied plainly, his eyes going over the skill that ridiculously granted 50% increased comprehension of all universal laws. The clue that one could discern was that as a creature favored by at email protected, where his thoughts went towards the beings known as ancients that resided in the Litalis Expanse without entering any conflicts with the light or dark expanse. Wondering why this something favored them so, his mind already had multiple ideas on what the system termed as something was, even though he had yet to confirm anything. So he was just slightly curious why there was still a need for secrecy and blocking the discernment of the system, but he would place this issue behind him for now. There were many more things on his plate to currently worry about, and he would delve into other mysteries later. Pulling his mind away from the veils of the Litalis Expanse and Ancients, he went over the other 3 passive abilities as there were numerous shocking ones this time around. The next one that caused his heart to shake was Clone Master, an ability that granted him another ancient blood clone entirely. This was exactly why Fate Traverser had led him towards upgrading the Blood Lord skill tree to the highest tier once more. as it granted him another hand for him to move even more freely. His power was already rising ridiculously fast and breaking all known norms because of what he and his clone were constantly dividing tasks. As he rose to higher levels, one would expect his rate of growth to plateau or slow down, right? No. With the abilities he was opening up, the norm of taking even longer to advance through higher realms or taking more time to upgrade higher ranking skill trees would be entirely cleared as he advanced forward even faster. If it took him 2 or 3 weeks to jump from domain and into the world rank, then at this moment, the expected longer duration of a month or more required for him to break through to the star forging realm was completely destroyed. With the addition of another clone, what stopped him from advancing forward in power at the same time period of even less? His eyes shone with a regal light of understanding as he let out a light laugh, his head shaking at the ridiculousness of his own abilities. There were now many more ways he could move, his mind particularly seeing the path of bringing his skill trees to the next ranks and his comprehension of laws shooting exponentially up in the coming days. He tried to control the ever so expanding excitement as he glanced over the other 2 passive abilities. Ancient Essence was another thing unique to the Ancients, granting him that same type of energy he observed when he summoned the Ancients from another ability in the Bloodlord skill tree. An ability that granted a unique energy that ignored 30% of all of the enemy's defenses, just completely ignore. His head continued shaking side to side as he glanced at the last ability, Blood Magic Support, which effectively gave every ability he cast regardless of whether it stemmed from the Bloodlord skill tree or another a 20% lifesteal effect. His mind was growing numb from all the surprises of the new abilities as he rose from the frozen grassy plains of the time-space. A certain ancient blood clone ability being cast as a part of his origin was sapped from him, allowing the appearance of a deeply red drop of blood to float in front of him.